Well, good morning, race fans, and it is race day here at the Loveday 400. We had prologue day yesterday, and, well, Boston Morgan Horan was fastest of the lot. He threw the first punch of the weekend, and he earns the right to be the first car off the line. My name's Cam Nash, and I'm here with Russ Cullen. Russ, can Boston win it all again today?
Oh, look, he set himself up well yesterday. I'm pretty surprised, I've got to admit. I didn't think he'd come to terms with the all-wheel drive truck that quickly, but wow, what a display of skill. Yeah. And adaptation. He really got hold of that four-wheel drive truck early on and made it work for him.
Well, from what I heard yesterday during his presentation, he's barely driven the truck. So it's almost his first go at it, and he's put it on the top step after prologue. But, of course, hungry pack behind him. We've got Bo Robinson, who will be starting 30 seconds behind Boston. And, of course, the two cars that had a bit of a spin yesterday's prologue, Toby Waitley and Brad Gallard as well. They'll be looking to try and make their way through this pack of cars. But four trucks to kick us off before the first pro buggy, Royden Bailey. Can Royden do something about it this weekend in the buggy? We'll have to wait and see, but we're not far away from a start here. About 2 minutes before Boston will take to this track. We'll try and keep you up to date with all the times as they come through as well throughout the racing today. Of course, these cars are split into two separate groups after yesterday's prologue. So the fastest, I reckon it's 32 cars, will be taking to the track, and then we'll have another 46 cars starting for Heat 2. Of course, this is a 2-lap section, so all the crews set to do their 2 laps today, and then they'll do it all again this afternoon. But I reckon there's 3 laps for this afternoon's section, so 4 heats in total and 2 sections. So Heat 1, Section 1 about to get underway. Boston Morgan Horan on the line, and of course will not have to worry about dust as long as he stays out in front.
Yeah, big sense of apprehension this morning. Nice shot of Boston with Bo Robinson's truck behind him. Boston moving forward. About to go under starters' orders there, Cam.
Yeah, not far away now. I'm keen to keep an eye on the Waitley truck as well. Obviously, the local track knowledge had that little spin in the prologue yesterday, which would have lost him a couple of seconds there. So we know he's going to be fast. But these two all-wheel drive trucks in front, that's the problem he's got to chase. So the two-wheel drive versus the all-wheel drive setup in these trophy trucks that we're going to keep an eye on throughout the weekend. You can see the first, the tavern area here has been watered down for Boston, who, as you can hear now, gets his journey underway for the first section here of race day 1 of the Loveday 400. And 30-second gaps. So Bo Robinson, starting 30 seconds later, is going to want to try and chase down that margin on Boston Morgan Horan throughout this weekend. He's got a long way to do it. A lot of kilometres left ahead of us this weekend. 400 kilometres. A lot can go wrong in 400 kilometres, Russ.
Absolutely. Bo will be looking to get the job done early, though, get on the back of Boston and set a good pace. You know, Boston, he'll know full well that Boston's on a good number, and by just hanging on the back of him, he'll also produce a good number throughout the day. So,
yeah, and with the that'll be the Waitley machine underway with the cold weather we had overnight. There's not going to be a lot of dust early this morning, so this is the time that he can use to try and make up that little margin there. Of course, these are all on corrected time, so Bo only needs to be within the 30-second margin as they cross the line, and he'll know that he is beating Boston as Waitley makes his way over the hill there.
And he'll be feeling the pressure from behind, Will Bo. Toby Waitley, no slouch, so he'll be getting on with the job. think we've just had Gallard leave the line there, have we?
Yeah, it's
Cam?
Gallard underway now as well, and someone which we certainly can't count out. He was at Waikerie a couple of weeks back and put in a really good performance, did Brad Gallard. So look for him to be right up the front and trying to chase down this hungry pack in front of him as well. And that'll bring up the first of our pro buggies to get underway now, which will be Royden Bailey. And look at that shot there. How cool is that? You can watch Bo Robinson tackling a corner, and there's all the pit crew in the pits there from all the cars, and there's Royden underway as well. Very good prologue yesterday from Royden Bailey, and he knows this track well. He is fast.
Another great shot of the OBR two-plated trophy truck on screen there, Cam.
It's the 85 of Todd Lehman.
A little bit of turbo power there from Toddy Lehman. Robe earth movers on the side of the Jimco buggy there.
I think he's my dark horse pick for the weekend now. Mate, after the prologue yesterday, I think he put in a great performance. And, you know, as we said before, 400 kilometres is a very, very long way. Anything can go wrong in 400 kilometres. So he's my dark horse pick, is Toddy Lehman.
Nick Hicks underway with the mushroom hippie-style livery on the side.
Yeah, it's a new livery for this car, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe he had a flashback.
He's certainly one that likes to change his liveries quite often. There's Hicks, there's Boston making the charge out in front of the pack. And the second of the Bailey entries to get underway here for Section 1. Lockie Bailey, fastest of the side-by-sides yesterday.
Yeah, and right up in amongst it. Great prologue result for Lachlan Bailey in the side-by-side. Nice shot of Bo Robinson blasting away.
Yeah, you can see the dust just starting to pick up out the back there. So obviously where they've watered down this track in the early parts of the lap, not creating too much dust, but out the back, that's where the dust is really going to take effect. We'll keep an eye on the dust as we go through the weekend as well.
The 479 Nick Commons underway. The West Lime, Best Lime Brenthal truck of Nick Commons. The Simon Tucker naturally aspirated 110 buggy there roaring away. Plenty of RPM to get the power out of those Pro Light buggies, the NA buggies. Who have you got there taking off, Cam?
Oh, I reckon there's a 601 Glenn Ackroyd.
Yeah, Glennie Ackroyd. Fuchs Lubricants on the side of that 601 plated side-by-side.
So the side-by-side battle between Bailey and Ackroyd to start with. And there's Bo Robinson over the jaw. Oh, lifts the nose up. And that's the unmistakable sound of Andrew Moles on the start line now, getting his first section underway here at the Loveday 400. This is a battle I want to keep an eye on throughout the weekend, this Pro Light battle. Simon Tucker, you got Andrew Moles in there. Benjamin Falk, we mentioned yesterday. He'll be starting very shortly. So the Pro Light battle is certainly one to keep an eye on. This is the 92 of Wes Cowie. Now underway. Whoa! Well, Russ, we don't get to see that unless we're looking at this live stream, do we?
Yeah. Great shot there of the Loveday entry, Toby Waitley skying it. A lot of air got under the nose cone of that and pulled the front end right up. Yeah, that was a great shot. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, you can buy tickets to go out to the Super Jump. You get a limo ride out there. Tickets available from the bar. Mel Brandle on the line. Mel Brandle picks the throttle up and off he goes. The 77 plated car of Mel Brandle.
One of the many element buggies out there this weekend as well. This is the Kane Jones entry. We said yesterday our Kane Jones, a couple of years ago, he was put in a really good performance. And he did so again yesterday, right up the front of the field. So keep an eye on what Kane Jones can do throughout this weekend as the 95 of Brett Rogers on the line and underway now as well. Another one of the element buggies here this weekend.
It's a great looking car, the 95 of the two Bretts, I believe, on board that car.
Yeah, Brett Rogers and Brett Richardson.
Adam Truella on the start line. The ARB Midland making tracks West Australian entry. Adam Truella gets his campaign underway, the 952 buggy. Adam Truella, Nick Hicks on screen. Showing some good pace. Nice jump from Nick Hicks, the 53 car, as Tucker roars by. Kyle Judd gets his big truck underway. The 424 of Kyle Judd.
I believe this is one of the rush trucks. So quite a lot of the rush trucks around now in the off-road racing scene as Lockie Bailey makes his way over the jump out there. Of course, folks, as these cars come over the line, we'll keep you up to date with their lap times. Dale Martin gets underway. He had some issues in the prologue yesterday.
He must have a seed there, Dale Martin.
Yeah, he is a seeded competitor.
I'll tell you what, there'll be some nervous competitors in front of him knowing he's working around that position there, the 5-plate car of Dale Martin.
There'll be certainly some navigators keeping an eye on the mirrors, that's for sure. He's going to try and push through this field, so maybe that's something we'll keep an eye on as well. How many cars can Dale Martin catch and pass throughout this heat? What position did he start in there, Russ? Well, it's a bit hard to tell. We don't have the numbers next to the names. But
he must be sort of 15, 20 deep there.
This is Jake Williams in the truck. Of course, one of our competitors who can take the Class 4 or the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive trophy from the Whateleys here at the Loveday 400. They're putting on that Extreme Two-Wheel Drive trophy for the winner of that class throughout this weekend, and it's going to be named after the winner for the next 12 months. As this looks like Ben Nixon underway in the 6-1-68. I'll tell you what, if you're Ben Nixon, you're pretty happy you're not starting in front of Dale Martin, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. You'd be stoked. You'd be able to sit on the back of Dale Martin and try to use some clean air as Jason Marks. Is that Jason Marks?
It is Jason Marks, yep. Bit slippery looking over the first couple of jumps for Jason. I reckon that looks like Kane Jones out the back there.
Simon Evans in what I believe is a Polaris underway there. 636 Simon Evans.
So what do you reckon the focus is here, Russ, for these guys down at this sort of starting now? Is it to try and make some time up on some competitors, or do you reckon it's get through Section 1, make your way into Section 2 and do some damage there? What do you think the process is?
Look, sorry about the pause there. I was just thinking that exactly like Greg Campbell on screen there. I think you've really just got to get on with it from the outset. You're going to get relatively clean air if you're up the front, being Boston and Bo, etc. Toby and Gallard, they need to sort of set a fairly cracking pace. The method buggy of Kai Floyd, 41, underway. No, I think you've got to just get on with it straight away. You can't sort of ease into the work here at Loveday. I think you just got to get amongst it quickly.
Well, I think the track's going to chop up throughout the weekend, so I think it's the smart move is to go as fast as you can right now and drive to the conditions, especially if you're starting down the order, especially if you're in Section 2, or if you're in a Class 5 like Shippo is here. Of course, the Class 5s and the Performance Tour drives are a lot higher level than they used to be. But certainly they'll be taking it a bit easier throughout the end of the weekend than they are at the start in comparison to the big trucks. But Shippo underway in 585.
The Tankwell Ben Fulk off the line there. One of those pro lights. Interesting pro light battle for class honours over the weekend.
I think everyone in that class can win it. I think there's 5 competitors in the class, and they're all very, very fast off-road racers. Of course, David Hall in the mix there as well, the South Australian. There's another pro light competitor, and Alan Dixon gets underway in the 153. Look at that, we've got an in-car. Tell you what, I love the in-car, but do you know what? If you made a mistake, you'd certainly know about it, and so would everyone else. There's Ben Nixon out the back there now as well. How cool is it that we get to see all this footage? We've got in-cars, we've got all the cars out the back, we've got the cars taken off the line. Come a long way, this sport.
Was that the West Line Sammy Commons underway there, Cam?
I didn't actually quite see that. It would have been, yeah, the Sam Commons West Line entry.
Only a few competitors left in this first heat.
Looks like the 653. Is that Troy Besman? Underway now as well. There's Dale Martin. We're going to keep an eye on his progress throughout the weekend. I reckon he's going to make his way right up through that field.
Rob Gadaletta, the 83 plated car, due to be next off the line. Great in-car in the top corner of the screen there of the Fulk Motorsport Tankwell sponsored Monk Fab buggy.
Yeah, running the pace notes throughout the weekend.
Yeah, interesting concept. You got the Lawrence in front of him, but he's chosen the handwritten notes, so interesting switch to the old manual method.
I want to see how good he is at turning the page. Oh, here we go. No. And that was their last car off the line, the 1009 of Patrick Garrity. So all 32 cars are now out on the track. And there is the Floyd entry in the 41. There we go. Settle in, folks. You get to watch this. This is live right in front of you. All the action from the Folk entry, the 122. They weren't able to set the fastest time in this class for the prologue yesterday, but they'll be trying to hunt down their fellow competitors.
Interesting, Ben was reaching up to the roof there. I don't know if there's an intercom up there or something.
I reckon they've got the sun visor in this car.
It's got all the gadgets, hasn't it? Yeah, of course. And he's turning the pages quite well, is his navigator.
He's practiced it with the gloves on at home, I reckon. So the split screen, there's the Campbell entry over the jump there as well. We'll keep an eye in the distance here. Should be some cars coming back towards us very shortly, I would imagine.
Quite an eerie feeling as you look out the commentary box window here. Or if you're at the bar, the view out over the sort of agricultural plain as it would be. The dust is lingering quite a... In a sort of daunting way there, Cam.
Yeah, it is starting to linger. I'm just looking at the flags here, all our sponsorship flags, and there's a little bit of breeze, but not a lot. So that dust could really play a factor throughout the day. I think it's going to get obviously worse and worse throughout the afternoon as the ground dries up.
Well, it looks like Ben Falk and John O'Connor potentially getting on the back of some dust. Either it's lingering dust or they're catching someone. Mind you, it's cleared out in that heavier ground now as they make that right-hand corner on screen.
Well, they started behind Michael Shipton. So there's Shippo on the screen there.
Yeah, Shippo makes good that jump. Falk couldn't be too far away from there.
No, I reckon there's the dust out in front of him now, so you can...
It's sort of switchback dust too in that section. The track sort of switches back on itself. So he might be just picking up the dust of a car that's potentially kilometres in front of him.
Here's that jump now.
There you go. So he's not too... There's not too much of a deficit there between Shipton and Falk, given what we saw on the split screen and the in-car of Ben Falk.
Well, we know Shippo's very, very experienced here at this track. He knows the car very well. Now he's run it for a lot of years. But perfect conditions at the moment to try and make up some time.
Yeah, but here's the conundrum for Shippo. Look at the agility of the Falk buggy in those corners that link up.
Yeah.
Come out of one corner into another. That's where the two-wheel drive truck of Michael Shipton will suffer a little bit there.
Yeah, carrying the momentum in the Pro Light a lot better than they will in the Performance two-wheel drive, the old Class 5. I say the old Class 5, it's a relatively modernised Class 5, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great little bit of gear that Michael Shipton's prepared. Hand-built truck, done a beautiful job with that car. Be interesting to get a few words from the navigator in the Falk car as to why he chose the notes rather than the GPS.
But do you think it's the navigator, or do you reckon Ben himself might have said, no, I prefer the notes coming into the ear?
Well, yeah, perhaps, but like they've got a. Looks like they've really tracked the car thoroughly. So
it looks like the.
Who have we got pulling off there, mate?
It might be the Marks entry, the 422. I reckon just pulling up slow, and looks like they're being escorted back into the pits.
Well, that's a bit of action they didn't want to see. The back of a tow rope or an escort back to the pits. Yeah, I was going to say the navigator in the Falk entry's done a pretty detailed job of pace noting the track, so perhaps they feel like that's over the journey going to be a lot faster than the GPS.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, it's only going to detail the track as it stands, probably from the reconnaissance. It's obviously going to get chopped up and a little bit rougher, so any of those big holes or big rocks coming out, Ben's going to have to certainly negotiate them himself. As there's the Garrity machine. So that was the last car to take off the line, so he's over the jump now as well. And I'm just going to keep an eye out in the distance here, Russ, because I'm waiting impatiently for our first car to return back in front of the tavern here. This is fantastic footage, isn't it? This is incredible.
Yeah, it certainly adds a different aspect to the telecast or the live feed. Quite busy behind the wheel is Ben. When the track is fairly busy, there's a lot of switchbacks and turns in this area that he's in now, that treed area.
And I can see our first car making his way past the tavern here, the long run all the way past the tavern and down to the corner down the back there, and make his way back towards us very shortly. And I reckon that'll be Boston. Look like a black truck. Of course, Bo in the mainly white all-wheel drive truck this weekend.
Now tell me something, you being a local, that straight that Boston's just roared down, is that heading north?
You asked me a really tough question, mate, because I'm the last person to know about geography.
It feels like the north, from a West Australian point of view.
My local knowledge doesn't run that far, mate. I could work it out if you gave me a little while, but there you go.
Great shot on screen of pure pace. Great shot on screen now of Boston Morgan Horan throwing that big truck around.
Look at that. He does not have to worry about dust at all. We saw with the Folk entry a bit of dust out in front of him before with that in-car. But this is the beauty of winning the prologue. He does not have to worry at all about any dust at the moment.
And the two-car of Bo Robertson, Shane Hutt, is having a red-hot go. They've certainly got Boston Morgan Horan in their sights, and what can the OBR two-plate car, the Mason all-wheel drive trophy truck, Bo Robertson, Shane Hutt, a mega on the side there. Boston Morgan Horan starts his second lap. Looks like Bo Robinson's on a real charge there. He's got Boston in his sights and he's not messing about.
He's pushing real hard.
As is Toby Whatley. Or Waitley out the back there. So, yeah, it's all going on in front of the bar area here. Some great shots on screen. The live feed going off. Bo Robinson pitches it over that little jump and throws it into that last corner. Oh, bikes it right up. Driven out of it. Well done, Bo Robinson. And he is off. He's a man on a mission, providing plenty of action for the crowd.
I'm putting in a small tip here. I reckon those hay bales are going to get beaten up throughout this weekend. Looking at the exit speed there of Robinson from that final corner. I've got some lap times for you here, Russ.
I hope we just get a quick shot of Toby coming into that corner.
Boston Morgan Horan, his first lap time, a 23:43.11.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're all right, mate.
Bit of action out the window. Toby Waitley over the berm.
He did that last year in the prologue, but it was wet then, of course.
Commentator's curse. I was going to point out his skillful entry and exit speed into that corner, but he's blown the berm out. Anyway, you've got some results there, mate.
I do, when they come back here. So a 23:43.11 for Boston Morgan Horan is the fastest lap. Bo Robinson, a 23:50.23. So 7 seconds Boston was able to pull out on that lap there. And Waitley with a 24:19. So first three cars to complete their first lap. Horan from Robinson from Waitley.
Now it looks like those three have opened a bit of a gap up to Gallard. There's Brad Gallard on screen there. And Brad Gallard's not hanging around, but neither are the front three. So, yeah, a little bit of work to do for Brad. He's just easing into the job.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what's Brad's focus going forward from here. If this is the gap that the top three maintain over the Gallard entry, does Brad just go out and go, all right, I'm going to push a lot harder, or does he go for consistency as he slips over the berm there? It's obviously been wet or watered down.
And he loops it. So, nice bit of action there. Unfortunately for Brad, but good for the crowd. Bit of a NASCAR-style spin there from Brad Gallard.
Well, it's the one place you don't want to do it is in front of the crowd.
Oh, no, if you're going to do it, you may as well do it in front of the crowd.
Well, Falk doesn't have a choice this weekend. Everything's getting recorded of him.
Royden Bailey on a charge. And there's a bit of a line being cut there by Waitley and Gallard, so Royden Bailey had a little bit of a crack at the berm too. Shot of Toddy Lehman there, the green-eyed monster.
He's made pace up on Bailey, I reckon, there.
I think he's gapped Bailey, but it's only visual at the moment. We have no times.
The Gallard with a 25.15. So he's lost about, well, just under a minute on Toby Waitley. So Royden crossing the line now. So Bailey with a 25.11 is faster than Brad Gallard.
Interesting to see how Toddy Lehman triggers the timing.
Toddy Lehman, a 25.03. So we've got 6 cars that have now completed the first lap. Horan from Robinson from Waitley, then Lehman, Bailey and Gallard. So Gallard, after starting 4th on this Section 1, slipping down into 6th on corrected times. But Lehman making his way. He's the fastest of the pro buggies at the moment.
The flying fungus of Nick Hicks, 53 car, on screen. The mushroom livery all over that. And he too, there's obviously a little bit of a line cut in that berm now from both Gallard and Waitley. And Nick Hicks has right front wheel had a little bit of a dabble at riding over the berm and over the top, but he caught it in time. Lachlan Bailey into that corner. Nick Hicks about to trigger the timing. Great shot of Lachlan Bailey on screen. The 622 Ronco Motorsport side by side, Lockie Bailey.
Hicks with a 25.44.
The Commons West Lyme entry, 479 Brenthal truck. On screen, Lachlan Bailey's through the start-finish line. Action aplenty here at the motorsport haven that is Loveday 4x4 Park. And Nick Commons triggers the timing. So Nick Commons getting on with the job. Nick Commons will always stay in the fight if the truck's going well. So expect the as the track roughens up, the 479 Brenthal truck of West Lyme's Nick Commons to get in amongst the results.
Well, Nick Hicks did a 25.44, started in front of Lockie Bailey and Nick Commons, but both Bailey and Commons have put a faster lap time in on lap number 1 as Wes Cowie makes his way back in towards us now as well.
If you close your eyes, you'll be able to hear Wes Cowie, that's for sure. Unique sound. Unique set of headers or extractors on that buggy. He carries a nice bit of pace into that corner too, which is providing some action for the crowd.
Wes Cowie, a very experienced off-road racer.
Is that Glenn Ackroyd in the side-by-side following the 92 buggy of Cowie? The 601 of Ackroyd on screen. Shout out to the real Jimmy Cotton, couldn't make it here this weekend.
And Wes Cowie started behind Glenn Ackroyd. So has made the pass on the side-by-side competitor.
Yeah, well, Ackroyd will be happy to let Cowie get on with his job, and Ackroyd will be happy to just run what he's got to do and do what he's got to do to get a good finish in that side-by-side class. Not getting ahead of himself is Ackroyd. Happy to let the Cowie entry go by.
Well, I tell you what, Russ, Wes Cowie is pushing really hard. He's actually gone 5th fastest of all the competitors to complete this first lap here. Puts himself right in the mix for the Pro Buggy lead.
1:35, Andrew Moles, Alice Springs Hose Tech entry. One of the more experienced campaigners in Pro Light, knows how to wring the neck of a naturally aspirated Pro Light buggy, does Andrew Moles.
Would you believe it? This is Kane Jones. And Kane Jones started... Well, I'm trying to look at my list here. Apologies, folks. He started a couple of minutes behind Andrew Moles. So Kane Jones is pushing very hard early on in the Loveday 400, this Section 1, the 6:57.
Geez, his class time could be pretty slick.
Could be very, very good. Let me do my quick maths here and see what I can work out for you. So a minute and a half Kane Jones started behind Andrew Moles. We get a lap time, Moles with a 27.03. So where does Kane Jones settle in? A 25.51 for Jones. So the fastest side-by-side still Lockie Bailey with a 25.37, but the 25.51 for Jones. He's in front of Glenn Ackroyd on the corrected time. Looks like the Brett Richardson entry, the 95. Tell you what, folks, I'm struggling, and Russ, I'll tell you what, I'm struggling to take my eyes off of this Falk in car. I want to see if they're catching up to cars in front. Doesn't seem to be too much dust there as Trewella makes his way back towards us now at the tavern as well.
So the two Bretts in the 95 trigger the timing. Ben Falk on screen, ladies and gentlemen. Brett Rogers has just been by. As we stay with the Falk entry.
All right.
West Australia's Adam Trewella goes under the timing loop. Starts his second lap. So well done, Adam Trewella. ARB Midland making tracks. Shout out to Mark Kramer back home in WA supporting Adam Trewella. Kobe Grant alongside him.
Whoa, look at your window there, Russ.
Yep, that line that the trucks have made is getting hold of that right front and pulling them into that berm, and they're blowing it through. So the next car will have a little bit of a groove there they've got to watch. A little bit of a tyre mark that could pull them over that berm after that big truck's blown the berm out. So nice shot in the top of our screen of the 437 truck. Dale Martin hot on his heels. So Dale Martin's on a charge. He's not messing about. He's got the turbo wound up on that thing.
I hate to break your heart here, mate, but Jake Williams has actually passed Dale Martin.
Oh, Dale Martin will take care of that, mate. Don't worry about that.
So Dale Martin has made the pass on Kyle Judd, which is the next car that's due back in here. So looks like Dale's only been able to overtake one car, but he's also lost a spot to Jake Williams on track order. Of course, it all comes down to corrected time. So Dale Martin with a 26.37, Jake Williams a 26.03.
Ben Nixon rides the berm high there. Good bit of driving from Nixon. Great shot on the full car. Oh, it's getting pretty rough out there by the looks.
Yeah, keep an eye on that throughout the weekend. That's going to get rougher and rougher. Now, I've just been told if you want to watch the Folk in car, jump at the offroadracing.com.au page, Facebook. You can watch the Folk entry. Look how rough that's going to get throughout the weekend, mate. It probably looks like a bitumen road at this point compared to what it's going to look like at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, look at the front end of that Folk entry, the Monk Motorsport Fabrications. Wow, plunging into the deep holes is that car. Looks like a pretty ordinary ride at the moment for Ben Falk. Simon Evans in the Polaris. Out our commentary box window here as we stay with the Falk entry. Nice straight there, looks like he's going up through the gears, winding it up. 4th gear. Into 5th, as you can see on screen there. Simon Evans runs high on the berm.
There's Kai Floyd on the screen there as well, and I didn't see Greg Campbell come across the line, but he started between these two competitors. There is Greg Campbell there. So Kai Floyd trying to make his way through this field, made the pass on Greg Campbell.
The 1-2-2 of Ben Falk on screen. Nice drone shot there. Ben Falk about to be back with us. Looks like Ben has got around Shippo on road.
Yeah, it seems that's the case. So Ben Falk, who we've been riding with on screen now. There is Shippo. Not too far behind the Falk entry, so he has made the pass. Looks like he went off the side of the road there, did Falk. If you watch the in-car now, I reckon you'll see him go over the top of that berm. There he goes. Down a gear. So losing a couple of seconds there.
Great in-car of Ben Falk and great shot of Michael Shipton. Friday Bookkeeping, SBH Engineering, Aussie Off-Road Media, 585. Of Paul and Michael Shipton, Paul Chorlton. I think that's how you say his name. We'll just make it up. So, yeah, they're getting on with the job in Class 5. I think the other Class 5 is in the other heat, so...
Yeah, the Debrini entry in heat number 2. Two very different Class 5s. That's one of those things about Class 5. You can get some very, very different cars in that field. As we watch Falk down the back there, those whoops already look real tough going for the 122 entry. Oh, Gataletta's had a moment out there. Gataletta, I reckon he's gone wide. He's hit something. It's like might be a tyre or just the ledge of that berm. Sorry, folks, just looking out the window there to spot that one.
Yeah, it wasn't on screen cam, but it was plenty of action out the window here. He looked like he got dragged off the track by that mound or the tussocks or something there.
There he is on screen now.
Mate.
I'm going to have a crack at this little fancy machine here, Russ, and we can have a look at what we've got going on. There you go. Look, got your rally safe set up. See where all the cars are out there on the circuit at the moment. You see all mixed up. It looks like Boston out the back there. Move back to our screen here. Paddy Garrity, the 1009, one of our single-seat competitors in the race here this weekend, goes up on top of the berm there. Probably not the line he was wanting to take, but it's the line he ended up taking. Can't blame the navigator for that one.
Geez, he ran that berm high.
Yeah, it looked very, very fast, though.
Yeah, a couple of side-by-sides have run high on the berm and been extremely quick visually, so maybe there's a bit of a line developing there.
There you go, folks. There's our track map as we run along with Ben Falk here. There's some long straights out there where the cars can get right up to speed. And, of course, those tight, twisty sections through the trees to keep the drivers on their toes. Some quite technical sections out there as this looks like Simon Evans over the jump now. So all of our cars completed their lap one, are onto their second lap. Of course, it looks like we lost Jason Marks out there with an issue, unsure what the situation is for the 422. But Boston Morgan Horan set the fastest lap time on lap one of 23.43. Some 7 seconds quicker than Beau Robinson.
Well, I was going to say Mel Brandle's off the radar, but he's still circulating.
Well, there you go. So he's fallen down there. Obviously having an issue with on lap one as Mel Brandle.
Yeah, so something not going right there for Mel Brandle, perhaps.
Looks like it's all back under control now, though.
Do we have a flat tyre in the rack? Possibly not. Some guys choose to put the flat tyre back in the rack. Some people just leave it out there. That tyre looks pretty sound.
What's your move, Russ? Do you leave it out there or do you put it back on?
I'll leave it out there. At a circuit race like this, you'd leave it out there. I think at Fink, you'd put it back in the rack because you'll never see it again. Someone will souvenir it. Great shot of the Brandle entry there and nice shot of the crowd in the foreground. So while we watch Ben Falk on screen, ladies and gentlemen, Cam's going to tell you all about a limo ride.
Yeah, well, it's a fantastic new innovation that the Whaleys have come up with this weekend. You can get yourself over to the tavern, go to the bar, buy yourself a ticket for the limo, and the Loveday limo will take you out to the super jump there, where you can see the cars go past you on one side of the track at 180 k's an hour, and then they'll make their way over the jump there, 160 kilometres an hour. So if you want to get up in right up close to the action, in a different spot to the tavern here, grab yourself a limo ride. I reckon it's $30 a ticket, and get yourself over to the jump out there. It's going to be a fantastic spot for people to watch. I did see the limo heading out early today along the driveway. The fantastic Loveday paint job, as there is the 899 of Boston Morgan Horan. It's been a fantastic Section 1 for the 899 truck. And, of course, he's going to be getting a lot more experience behind the wheel of this car. Obviously new to the team throughout these first 2 laps. So it's probably the most he's ever driven it. As he was saying at the presentation yesterday, he's barely driven the car. He was able to put it on the top step after prologue. And what a performance this morning that Boston Morgan Horan has been able to put together to lead this section. He negotiates the last couple of corners here and crosses the line and is the first car to complete Section 1, Heat 1. So the 899 truck is going to make its way back to the pits. As we can see Bo Robinson out in the distance, and I reckon Bo has lost quite a lot of time there on that lap.
He has lost a stack of time by the looks.
We'll get a time for Boston Morgan Horan. He's gone 10 seconds faster on lap number 2 at 23.33. So I reckon Bo, as much as Boston's gone quicker on his second lap, I reckon Bo would have gone slower on his second lap to widen that margin. But of course, both these crews still learning the new equipment, the new all drive equipment.
Yeah, is there a tyre? I can't recall if you ran 2 spares. Is there a tyre missing on Bo's car? Is there a strap flapping around? Because he has lost a stack of time there. No, everything's intact. So it looks like Boston's beaten Bo to the punch there, Cam.
Yeah, 24.16 on lap number 2. It's about 26 seconds slower than his first lap. So I don't reckon it'll be a tyre issue. If it's a tyre issue, that's the world's quickest tyre replacement.
You just don't know what goes on out there, do you?
Well, that's true. That is true. We do know what's going on with Ben Falk, though.
No hiding that. No hiding the Loveday entry of Toby Waitley. Hopefully our cameraman stays with him to that last big corner. What is it, the third, fourth last corner sort of thing, where he really carries a lot of speed into this corner, straight out of our commentary box, Cam.
Yeah, well, you can see.
Great bit of viewing for us. Here he goes. Hopefully I haven't cursed him.
It certainly doesn't look as slippery as it was earlier, all these cars having run over it once already.
Pretty cautious. He blew through that berm earlier, so he took it a bit easy that time round. But yeah, he's still in the fight. 4:21, Toby Waitley.
And look, it's a long race. You need to be in the fight early. It's the old saying, you know, you can't win the race on the first corner, but you can certainly lose it. But Waitley crosses the line, completes Section 1, and is still well and truly in that fight. So Waitley with a 24.37 on his second lap. So a little bit slower for Waitley on lap number 2. Boston's the only car that's gone faster on the second lap. Coming to grips with the new equipment. This is the Gallard truck on screen here as well. Now, of course, Gallard had that moment in front of the... well, he's had 2 spins this weekend. He had a spin yesterday in the prologue. He had a spin on lap number 1 here. So we're looking to make sure that he's nice and tidy in front of the tavern here. Very fast off-roader is Brad Gallard. He's proven that for many, many years now. Someone else who looks fast.
Roy Bailey.
Yeah, the car that's not far behind him at all. Royden Bailey. Now, of course, Toddy Lehman was faster than Bailey on the first lap and was the fastest of our pro buggies, but Royden pushing hard. And there is Toddy Lehman not far behind Bailey as well. So these three are getting closer and closer. Gallard, Bailey and Lehman. So Gallard was 7th fastest on lap number 1 after starting 4th on the road. Royden Bailey with a 25.02. Toddy Lehman, I reckon Toddy will be happy with his work there. He knows he's caught up some competitors who were faster in the prologue yesterday.
Could be a little bit of a reboot on the top sort of 6 or 7 there, I reckon, Cam.
Yeah, well, at the moment, Boston leading from Robinson, Waitley in 3rd, Toddy Lehman 4th, Royden Bailey in 5th, and Brad Gallard in 6th place.
So Toddy Lehman getting the job done.
Absolutely.
Boston Morgan getting the job done.
Well, yeah. He's put on a fine performance this morning.
Sounds like Bo Robinson and Toby Waitley have held station.
Well, it looks like here that Boston's pulled out a 50-second margin on Bo Robinson.
One interesting competitor which looked quick was Kane Jones.
Yeah, he is very, very fast, and I reckon he flies under the radar a little bit, does Kane Jones. But he was 2nd fastest in the side-by-sides. We'll keep an eye on Jones's Nick Hicks.
Interesting bit of driving there from Nick Hicks.
Probably not the line he wanted to take, I imagine.
That is one funky paint job. Funky wrap.
It's certainly a competitor you can't count out as well, Nick Hicks.
Yeah, car was popping and protesting there as he come across the line, so...
Yeah, Hicks has just pulled up in the... Oh, no, he's just getting waved on. No, as I was saying, he's certainly one you can't count out. He seems to get faster and faster as the weekend goes on. Always finds himself up at the pointy end.
Lachlan Bailey on his way back. He's leading the side-by-sides at the moment, is he not?
He is. His first lap time of 25.37 and Kane Jones was a 25.51, so still the fastest of our side-by-sides here throughout the weekend. Obviously won the prologue in the class yesterday. As I was saying yesterday, Russ, he's raced in this category or this class for a very long time now, and that experience is going to count for something, that's for sure. You get a lot of competitors moving from class to class, trying to find where they want to be, but Lockie Bailey is stuck to his guns in this class and is consistently one of the fastest competitors in the side-by-side field.
Max altitude reached.
Oh, where's Cowie?
Altitude reached.
Have a look at this.
That's aggressive driving into that corner.
I was saying, have a look at the screen, folks. He's pushing hard as Wes Cowie.
Manages to save it. Could have been a little bit interesting there.
Well, where does Wes settle into this timesheet? Because he is probably one of the... I reckon if there was a hard charger award for this section, I'd be giving it to Wes, because he's made his way through this field. Wes Cowie, a 24.53, 5th fastest of the 9 cars that have completed 2 laps so far. So he puts himself between Lehman and Bailey in the pro buggy class. That's Royden Bailey, of course. As Nick Commons in the truck lines up for that final jump here and over the line.
Well, keep in mind, Wes Cowie started not a long way down, but down far enough. He had to get around a few competitors, so That's a good time for Cowie.
That is a very, very good time for Cowie.
Now that he's in amongst some of them faster cars where he won't possibly have to do any overtaking, he could make a move on Lehman, could close that 30-second gap.
Well, interestingly enough, his fastest lap time was 1 second faster than Todd Lehman. So even with passing some cars there, he's proven he's got the fastest lap time in that car for the class. As Ackroyd makes his way back towards us, you can see Ben Falk on the screen here again. Look at those ruts there in those corners there, Russ. Already starting to dig out, just to make it more interesting for our Section 2 competitors, or Section 1 Heat 2 competitors, I should say.
The 601 of Glenn Ackroyd has gone under the timing loop. Great shot of Falk on screen there.
We've got an eco, haven't we?
Or is this the Moles and Kane Jones battle continuing out there? It was Kane Jones started a minute and a half behind Andrew Moles.
Don't look like he's a minute and a half behind him now.
No, he has put in a very, very good performance here.
I'm really keen to see what Kane Jones has done with the timing. Oh, big puff of smoke out the back.
Well, I don't think the Jones entry is as healthy as it was when it left, but...
No, could just be a little bit of... bit of oil on the exhaust. Bit of breathing, maybe, which is never nice, but the car has had its neck wrung for the last...
Oh, certainly has.
40, 50 Ks, so...
So Moles across the line now. And Jones, I reckon he's nursing that car to the finish there, Russ.
You reckon he had something go wrong there when that puff of smoke?
He is a very, very fast competitor. And I reckon in that last little while he sort of just nursed that car home. We'll get some times for you anyway. Kane Jones, a 26.23. Sits behind Lockie Bailey, but did go faster than Bailey on that last lap there. So 1 second faster, the margin between these competitors. I'll just try and find it for you here. About 15 seconds, so 13 seconds, there you go. So 13 seconds, the margin between Jones and Bailey in that side-by-side class. As Brett Rogers on screen now in car 95. Relatively new car to the team. One of our Element buggies doing battle out here this weekend in the Pro Buggy class. Of course, Royden Bailey and Nick Hicks also in the Element cars. Looks like Truella's actually made up some time on.
Yeah, Adam Truella flying the West Australian flag, high and handsome. The Truella family and the Kramer family will be watching on with interest to see how the 952 goes over the weekend. Well done to Adam Truella, Kobe Grant. As you can see, the exhaust system there above the 952 plate, quite a funky exhaust on that can. That's why it's got that quite unique sound. There's a great shot of the Loveday lounge.
Yeah, you can get yourself over there, go to the bar, grab a ticket for the limo, and go and hang out at the lounge there at the kick-ass stand.
So Dale Martin back in full view, but where is Jake Williams? We had Jake Williams come across the line.
I don't reckon we have had Jake Williams come across the line there, Russ. I haven't seen him come through, but Dale Martin, we know that was passed by Jake Williams, but Dale, he made the pass on Kyle Judd. So is that a white trophy truck you can see out your window there, mate?
It looks white and it
so
looks like a truck.
I reckon that is Kyle Judd that's behind him. So we've lost Jake Williams here somewhere. But Dale, certainly not the pace you'd normally see out of the Martin Motorsports team. But obviously had that issue yesterday. They might be trying to rectify a problem throughout today's racing as well. And there is the Judd truck. He probably doesn't like me mentioning it, mate, but I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. I watched him at a race early this year where he was chasing down the Tony Waitley side by side and found himself stranded on the top of a tractor tyre. Pushed very hard into a couple of corners and found himself just beached on a tyre.
So the 424 of Kyle Judd has crossed the finish line. Nice in-car there, Ben Falk. It's getting rough. That's getting real rough. Oh, bad news for Kai Floyd fans. The 41 Method Race Wheels Tatum of Kai Floyd is pulled up well off the track. Good safe position there for Kai, but interesting to see if he gets going. They're both buttoned up still, so maybe they're just working through something there. Simon Evans not far away from the finishing line for his first sortie of the afternoon.
There's a good little performance from Simon Evans in this early in the racing today. Sort of flown under the radar, but that's not a bad way to do it.
Yeah, look, the Polaris is a different kettle of fish to the Can-Am. The Can-Am is seen to be the choice of artillery when it comes to the side-by-side ranks, but as Simon Evans has shown, nothing wrong with the Polaris.
Well, is Kane Jones in a Polaris as well?
I think he is, yeah. It's got that little stance, yeah. So he's like wrung the neck of that Polaris. Naturally enough, as a commentator, when you see all the front runners in the side-by-side, you just assume they're all Can-Am, late model Can-Ams nowadays, but...
it's starting to, maybe the ranks are starting to change,
yes,
mate.
No, that's good. Really healthy.
Bit of competition in the side-by-side category as Ben Falk, who we've been riding with throughout Section 1, winds his way back towards the tavern here. Obviously made the pass on Michael Shipton. Very nice car, this one as well. Very, very nice car.
Yeah, got a nice body kit on that tank weld entry for Ben Falk. It's a great looking car. So where is Michael Shipton?
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the this one here. There is the 585 there, at the bottom right hand of the screen. Oh, looks like he's still moving.
Greg Campbell.
There's
Galetta, sorry.
So Gadaletta is certainly caught up to Greg Campbell here. Campbell took off today at 8:41 and 30 seconds. Gadaletta 8:45. So a big chase from Gadaletta to get onto the back of the side-by-side here. There's Chippo there on screen.
So good to see Shippo still moving along nicely.
One car I haven't seen, Russ, and I'm not sure if you've seen him and I've missed him, is Alan Dixon in 153.
There's a smaller black buggy behind Shippo. It might be Alan Dixon, I'm not too sure. Hard to see from here.
There he's there. It is Alan Dixon.
Great job by the 585. Michael and Paul will be happy with their work. Alan Dixon still on the hunt, which is nice to see. 153 of Alan Dixon. Is that Ben Nixon on screen?
Yep, Ben Nixon in the 6168. Another one of our Can-Am competitors. We were mentioning just before how the chosen weapon in the side-by-side is mostly the Can-Ams. That looks like, is that Paddy Garrity on the screen there as well, maybe? Is the last car to take off for the section here.
So the 1009 of Paddy Garrity, not far from the timing point. Is that our last car on road?
Well, I reckon we had Mel Brandle that had a slow first lap.
Is he still
out
out
on
there?
the track?
Yep.
So what I've got here on the list is those that have not completed their second lap are Jake Williams, Kai Floyd, Patrick Garrity, who's on screen there, Troy Besman and Mel Brandle. And there looks like the element of Mel Brandle on screen now. So I reckon he will possibly be our last car on track, but it looks like we've had issues for Besman, Floyd and Williams. We saw Williams pulling up or coming back into the pits behind the recovery vehicle earlier. We obviously saw Floyd parked up over the other side of the tavern there. They didn't look like they were in a hurry, so I'm assuming they're just coming straight back into the pits to end their first section. But Brandle, who had an issue that we aren't sure what is on lap 1, looks like he's at a more consistent lap number 2, getting used to the package. Of course, they had the pro light in years gone by.
Called Emmy has come up and she's lost her parents.
Emma?
Emmy.
Emmy. Okay. All right, so for those of you listening out here in the tavern, we've got a young girl, Emmy, who has come up and she's trying to find her parents. So if you are the parents of Emmy, come up to the tavern and she's just hanging out here at the tavern waiting for you to come and get her. So that being Brandle over the line. Brander with a 26.02. Now, his first lap time was a 38.34, so he lost a lot of time fixing whatever the problem may be on lap number 1, but I reckon that may bring an end to this heat, unless Troy Besman's out there circulating still, but probably have a look at our rally safe setup here, and well, there is the 653 of Besman in the blue. So he's not too far away from home, but I don't reckon. Do you reckon he's circulating there, Russ? What's your experience with the rally safe?
I'll just give it a moment to update. Let's see what happens there.
But of course, if that is bringing an end to this section, Boston Morgan Horan fastest with a total time of 47.16, with Beau Robinson a 48.06. So quite a margin that Boston Morgan Horan's been able to build here over second place Robinson. Waitley in third, Toddy Lehman into fourth place, Wes Cowie into fifth with Royden Bailey in sixth, Brad Gallard down into seventh place with Nick Hicks in eighth, Lockie Bailey in ninth, and Robbie Gadaletta into 10th place. So big movers. Robbie Gadaletta, who was the 31st car to start this heat, finds himself 10th overall. And of course Wes Cowie, who made his way through this field and finds himself right in the battle for that pro buggy outright, or pro buggy class victory, I should say. And looking for our pro lights here. Benjamin Falk, who we've been riding with, fastest of the pro light buggies. Andrew Moles, second in that class. Of course, Michael Shipton, the fastest of the performance two-wheel drives at the moment. We'll wait for Dennis de Brenny to take to the track in the next section. We'll go back to our rally safe here to see if... oh, hang on. There we go. I don't think Besman's going anywhere.
Yeah, looks like he's done himself a mischief, judging by the angle of that left rear.
Yeah, an unfortunate end to section 1 for Troy Besman.
So, Troy Besman fans, your man is out of action. Both he and Navigator walking around the car safely, so no problems with their health, just the health of the car there, Cam.
Well, I've got to give a big shout out to our drone operator, who's just gone and found a stricken car on the side of the road. But unfortunate news for Troy Besman. Brings up the question, Russ, how many spares do you reckon these guys are taking around to all these events?
Oh, they'd have to take enough to keep them in the game, surely. Axles, CVs, obviously wheels, tyres, belts. If it's a side-by-side, belt-driven side-by-side, that is.
I think it was at Wakery a couple of years ago. I think it was the Campbell entry. They had basically a whole spare car zip-tied to the side of the truck inside their little hauler.
Well, when we came over here 2 or 3 years ago in the Kingswood, we had spare transmission, spare engine, tail shaft, torque converter, diffs.
Did you have to use any of it?
No. We've never had to use it, but we always take it.
No, you've got to be prepared. You know, it's the one time you don't take the equipment that you're going to need it.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you make that journey, a long journey to a national off-road race, you've got to be prepared. I think gone to the... Oh, look at that. The RC cars are out now too.
Ooh, big roll over there from the RC car.
You know, I think gone are the days where people rock up driving their registered race car, drive out to the event.
Yeah, definitely a thing of the past. But it doesn't matter what end of the field you're at. I think it was 2 years ago I helped Drew and Shannon and the crew change a box in Beau's Mason tool drive truck, change the radiator and box. They were not happy with the way the box that was in the car was shifting, and they looked at the Motec and said, "Yeah, I think we need to err on the side of caution." And out came the box, and yeah, well, that was a bloody cold night, I can tell you right now.
Oh, it's a credit to all the crews. You can see we're looking at the pits now. All those crews will be working very hard throughout the weekend. The easiest time for all our pit crews is when the cars are actually out on the track.
Interestingly enough, I was talking to one of the guys that looks after the Commons trucks, and they checked the rocker clearances on both those trucks this evening. And that just blew me away. I'm like, really? And then you see, yeah, engine builder, that's one of his desired maintenance things at a race, and they take the rocker covers off and check roller rocker clearances.
Well, I imagine it's not a cheap engine either.
No, I think what they're trying to do is head off a dramatic rebuild at the pass.
Yeah, and then, you know, a lot of dollars coming out of the wallet if one of those engines does let go.
Yep.
Look at all the, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen there, all of the competitors, and out to the right, or the top right of the screen, it's all our spectators camped there. What a fantastic place to come. If you haven't been to the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park, make sure you get out here. It's a fantastic spot. There's a lot that they offer here. Even when the racing's not on, it's a great place to come out. You can camp. They've got the hot laps that they offer here. It really is a fantastic place. If you haven't been here, put it on your bucket list. Get out here to the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park.
It is truly a great way to spectate an off-road event. Is the Loveday 400. Great facilities. You don't have to camp out here. There's plenty of accommodation providers in Barmah in town. So if you're not into the camping side of things, you can get yourself a hotel, motel, Airbnb in town.
Yeah, if you just want to come and watch the Loveday 400, for sure, you can get yourself some accommodation and roll on in and watch this fantastic race. They do a lot of, I don't know if you've seen it, Russ, they do a lot of kids' races here as well throughout the year. Got about 4 events running this year where the kids can come out and have a go.
Yeah, they've certainly done a fantastic job of employing new initiatives and new programs. They're always
you can do here at Loveday. You can go on the hot lap, get yourself in one of these cars and go for a ride.
Now that looks like a lot of fun.
Oh, does it ever. I do know a few off-roaders. I know a few guys that have been out here for a hot lap, and they're actually off-roaders themselves. They know exactly what it's like, but they couldn't pass up the opportunity to go for a ride. So you could be in this car. This could be your future. Going for a hot lap here at Loveday. So while there's a gap in the action here, we'll have a look at our Section 2. When's Section 2 supposed to get underway here, Russ? Is it 10:30? Or Section 1, Heat 2, I should say. There you go. Start time 10:30 a.m. The local time here 9:51 at the moment. So got a bit of a gap in the action. So I'd like to say a big shout out to all of our sponsors here throughout the weekend. Obviously the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. You can go on a hot lap in one of these cars on screen right now. They do so many things here at Loveday. You can get out here and enjoy the experience here. And obviously you've got the tavern here as well. So plenty of food options available. Keep you fed throughout the weekend. What a great experience this would be. Of course, massive thank you to the Barossa Auto Group, one of our sponsors here this weekend. And there's a nice little display out the front of the tavern there. You can go have a look at here if you're here this weekend. Of course, we've got to say massive thank you to Comiskey Mining Services sponsoring the championship this year. Of course, Brett Comiskey not here this weekend himself in the truck.
No, he has been missed this weekend. He always presents a nice truck and good entertainment.
Well, have you seen the new livery on that truck as well?
Yeah,
oh,
fantastic,
that's a beautiful looking truck. Nixon Excavations. Big thank you to Nixon Excavations coming on board. They you can see the Ben Nixon side by side out there on the track this weekend as well. Of course, this is the one, Kick-Ass, coming up on screen perfectly for me. I didn't even plan that. But Kick-Ass, you can get your limo ride out to the Kick-Ass bar and watch these cars tackle the super jump out there. Of course, this is another one of our sponsors here, Mount Moriac Country Pub. Now that's the Foot team, Ashley Foot, Danny Foot. They're also sponsoring the South Australian State Championship here for the year. Our new and reinvigorated state championship, so thanks to Mount Moriac Country Pub coming on board. And of course, Move Yourself. You can see the Move Yourself livery planted all over the Wes Cowie and Rob Cowie entries. A massive thank you to all of our sponsors who've come on board to support this event and support the series for 2026. Of course, we couldn't do it without you, so a massive thank you to all those people. Now, as I was saying, Russ, gap in the action, we've got some time, so if you've got time, get yourself over to the tavern, grab some food, settle in, because at 10:30 we're going to do it all again with Heat 2 for Section 1, another 2 laps of the Loveday 400.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of method race wheels.
Can you afford not to? If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of method race wheels.
Can you afford not to? reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power, off-grid. At Kickass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kickass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kickass.
you reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power, off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
All wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power, off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
Alrighty, welcome back, race fans, to the Loveday 400. We are about to get started for Heat 2, Section 1, with 46 cars scheduled to take the start here. So it's going to be a very, very busy, action-packed heat. Lots of cars running around through this Loveday 400 track in front of the tavern here, and we are only about 1 minute away from a start here. The first car away will be David Hall in car 134. And my name's Cam Nash, and Russ Cullen's normally with me, but he couldn't survive without his phone. He had to go back into town to grab it, so I'll try and keep you up to date the best I can with what's happening throughout this weekend. Of course, Boston Morgan Horan was the fastest car from Section 1, Heat 1 earlier today. And you can see on the screen now, there's David Hall lined up and ready to go in the Pro Light buggy. A very fast competitor is David Hall, and he looks like he's under the control of the starter now. So he gets the benefit of starting out in front of this pack of 46 cars. And David Hall is going to get underway. So the 134 with 2 laps ahead here for Section 1 of the Loveday 400. Now, we haven't had too much dust in front of the tavern area here throughout this morning's racing. However, out the back there is some dust hanging in the air. So David Hall going to have the benefit of clean air as Jodie Waitley now will get her journey of these 2 laps of the Loveday 400 underway. He's going to try and chase down David Hall. Of course, Jodie knows this track very well, so look for her to make a move in the side-by-side and see where she sits in the side-by-side class overall. Of course, we've got to combine the times from Section 1 Heat 1 and this Section 1 Heat 2 at the end of these 2 laps. Now, here's one to watch. Rob Cowie, who didn't finish the prologue yesterday in car 27, had an issue there, pulled up with a what I believe was like a small oil fire on the exhaust, and was unable to finish. So he's been seeded into this group, but he is going to be very, very fast. Watch out for Rob Cowie as he makes his way around turn 1. He's going to try and find his way to the front of this pack and try and find his way into the top heat here for Section 2 this afternoon. So 3 cars underway, which will bring up the 221 of Darren Oliver, the first of our Super 1650 buggies in the prologue. So Darren now underway here for Section 1 here at Loveday. So a very, very heavy field of cars in this heat with the 46 starters. Luke Ersig's going to be the next car on the line in car 1001. A very experienced off-roader. He's run single seat for a long time. He's run twin seats in the past, but here in this single seat buggy, as you can see on the screen there's David Hall at the other side of the driveway there. Our first car away. So there's Ersig here. You can see the 1001 on the roof and the 1050 on the side of the car. That 1001 identifying him as our champion in the class from last year. So Dave Hall on the screen there as the first of our trucks for this heat. Now Andrew Commons getting underway, the 467 entry, the white West Lime truck. Of course, it was a very heavy-hitting truck race earlier today we had for Heat 1. And Boston Morgan Horan was the fastest competitor here throughout Section 1 Heat 1. You see those whoops in that corner as Commons negotiates and moves on to the straight down the back of the tavern there. David Hall back on your screen as Daniel Challen now leaves the start line in 626. And Logan Gill in 644. Also getting underway now. Now we're going to try and keep you up to date with all of our times as the cars come back through to complete lap 1. But in the meantime, we get to enjoy this incredible footage that the team have been able to capture here. Our drones flying out the back and keeping us up to date with all the on-track action throughout the weekend, as the 10.55 of Adrian Gardiner now leaves the line as well. Another one of our sports-like competitors here this weekend. Pretty happy with their day yesterday in the prologue to get themselves in this position here. And they're going to be in a side-by-side sandwich, chasing down Logan Gill, and in front of the Ward machine, the 6165. So as Ward negotiates turn one on this Loveday 400 lap, we turn our attention to the 6121. This is Craig Lowndes. So Lowndes in the off-road scene. Of course, he's been running that production four-wheel drive car, but now in the Can-Am. So Craig Lowndes, who after having issues in the prologue yesterday ended up being seated, is going to try and make his way through this pack. He's done a lot of passing in his motorsport career, and he's going to want to try and find his way to the front of this pack of cars. It is a side-by-side heavy field here in this heat, as the Commons truck out the back of the other side of the driveway there. So Jeff Brennan in the 623 also underway now. Now, of course, just for those of you watching at home, a couple of our non-finishers from this morning's Section 1 Heat 1, Kai Floyd, unable to complete his section. Jason Marks, another unfortunate non-finisher. And, of course, Troy Besman, who we saw out the back there with the left rear. Not quite where it was supposed to be on the rear of the side-by-side. As the 1074 of David Adams gets underway here at Loveday in front of the tavern. And David's run here for a few years now. He knows this track rather well. So look for David to make some moves throughout this section, try and find his way through this pack. And how cool is that shot? And see that there, right there, where the limo's parked to the left of your screen. That's where you can be. If you go to the bar and purchase yourself a $30 limo ticket, you can find yourself hanging out there at the kick-ass stand there and watching these amazing cars and amazing competitors do their thing out here at the Loveday 400. And there's Josh Gaskin on screen in 1075. The Southern Cross buggy making light work of turn one and making the way down to turn two. The 55 on screen of Paul Nappy. We'll certainly be trying to chase down that sports light buggy of Josh Gaskin, make the most of the extra horsepower behind the wheel of the Pro buggy. And there's Darren Oliver on screen now, as Tyson Battersby in 1066 gets his journey underway. Loveday 400, the first of our race days here. We had prologue yesterday and a lot of racing today, and still yet to come tomorrow. Even this afternoon, we've still got a lot more racing for all of our competitors. As the Heaslip 999 car underway, the ex-Trevor Copeland machine. This car's been around in off-road racing for a very, very long time. Still a very, very capable car. So, folks, just a reminder that Russ Cullen's also going to be joining me in the commentary box here shortly. He just needed to run back into town and grab his phone. He left there this morning, so he'll be back very shortly. As Jamie Harrison in 6:39 tackles turn 1 here at the Loveday 400. And look at that view. Big shout out to our drone pilots this weekend, doing a fantastic job capturing all this footage for us that we get to really enjoy. Now on the screen now, that's Brenton Galash in car number 60. Now Brenton's a very, very consistent operator in this car. He's very consistent, very fast, and he's always there at the end of the weekend. I've done a great job getting to a lot of races this year as Galash. Is not too far behind car 60. 403. Nick Burt gets underway. Where's Rob Cowie on screen now? I apologise. So there's Burt in the rush truck. Another consistent driver is Nick Burt. Always there or thereabouts at the end of the weekend. Has got quite a bit of reliability in this package as Rob Cowie in car 27. The one I'm expecting to fight his way through to the front of this pack. And look out, here's Russ, he's back in the house. He's got his phone. He's back and he's ready.
Well, thanks for that introduction, Cam. I couldn't do without my TikTok.
Well, as Ashley Foote gets underway, there's Dave Hall on screen now. So you haven't missed too much here, Russ. It's just been all the cars getting underway.
No, I certainly haven't. I was out there trackside watching a few of the cars blast by, which was pretty cool. I must say your voice was permeating through the aura that is Loveday.
Oh, I don't want to hear that, mate. There's a reason I'm in this box and no one can see me.
No, it sounds good, mate. You're doing a good job. Competitors are doing a good job. The volunteers are doing a good job, and hope everyone's enjoying the broadcast.
Oh, I think it's one of the things about this event itself is just the amount of work that goes in from the Whately family and all the Loveday crew here. They do a fantastic job of putting this event together, and that's the reason we get to come here and go racing. Danielle Foote gets her 2 laps underway here for the section in 6:35. Now this is Jodie Whately in 6:21. You can see negotiating the whoop-de-doo section here at the Loveday 400 track. And look to see how much rougher that gets throughout the weekend. That would be the 6:149 Kyle Reid.
Experts say a surge in metal disorder.
So a very heavy field of side-by-sides in this heat here. Of course, one of the most popular categories out here at the moment, as we can see on the screen there, there's 2 cars rather close together. That looks like Darren Oliver, the front car, and not too far behind him. I'm wondering who that might have been. Will we turn our attention to Clinton Shunke here on the screen in the truck? They've taken the panels off the back of the beast. There he's there, Luke Ursig. So Luke Ursig, who started 30 seconds behind Darren Oliver, has caught right up to the back of Darren, and then not too far behind is the Commons truck, the 467. So have to keep an eye on these 3 because they are closing right in on each other, and I'm sure that Lewis Oliver is looking in the mirrors of the Super 1650 and telling Darren exactly what's going on. Look at that truck just dance over those whoops. How cool is that? There's Brett Taylor on screen.
Yeah, it looks like Luke Ursig's about to get a hurry up from the Commons Westline truck.
Well, Luke's going to be rather busy right now. He's got Darren in front of him who's chasing down, and he'll know that Commons is in the truck chasing him, so we're just sort of working their way through the process of negotiating who comes out in front of that pack. So this is a 665 of Kane Nollis. And there it is there. Another battle for you. There's Rob Cowie chasing down David Hall. So David Hall was the first car away for this heat. Rob Cowie started in 3rd, but of course with his Unfortunate DNF in the prologue yesterday. We always knew he was going to fight his way through to the front of this pack. And David Hall, we're looking in the mirrors for the 27 as Mick Parham in 4:45 underway. The turbo truck. What's your opinion here, Russ? Is a turbo truck something that you really, really like, or you're a V8 truck guy?
Oh, V8 truck, mate. You know, nothing like the sound of a V8. I get the engineering, I get the concept behind the turbo truck, the lighter front end and good power. But yeah, I just feel like a truck's got to have that banger under the bonnet. Yeah, that loud thumping sound that just gets every off-roader excited. 6:169 of Jesse Manderick. Another one of our Polaris competitors here. .47 of Tyson Garver underway. Hopefully we cross back to that battle. Rob Cowie really, really asserting his ascendancy on this heat 2.
There's Adrian Gardner out the back there as Paul Tuck Lee gets off the line.
Mudgee Cranes entry of Paul Tuck Lee on screen at the moment. Paul Tuck Lee, very well travelled competitor, does a lot of the AORC events.
Well, he's been at this event for the last few years. I think every year I've been here, he's been in attendance as well. So,
West Australian Matt Deck off the line.
Now, this crew had an issue yesterday. I believe they were seeded into this position.
Broke a ball joint, is my understanding.
And that was in the reconnaissance.
That was prologue?
I reckon it was prologue reconnaissance. Yeah, so I reckon that was the car that got towed back in. We were standing outside. We weren't... Oh, here you go. Luke Ersig's made the pass on Darren Oliver there. You can see Darren in the dust of the Ersig machine now. And not too far behind is the Commons truck. And this is Matt Way in 866. First race for this truck. Not the fastest line I've seen.
No.
Little error from Matt Way there.
Great looking truck nonetheless.
It is a fantastic looking machine as the 682 of Swinglehurst gets underway as well. Dave Adams now.
The SM Swinglehurst Motorsport entry, Kate Swinglehurst, underway. She disappears out of screen. Class 2 off the line, the 244. The Gwynns. That's a nice little 2-car.
Yeah, another one of our Super 1650 competitors this weekend. I did see this car a couple of weeks ago as well, running along. Certainly a highly modified from what it started out as, the old school Southern Cross rear, and now with the A-arm front. This will be Paul Nappy in car 55 on screen now. Look at those whoops just forming. I reckon that'll be Jack Livingston on screen, 6138. So we've had quite a lot of cars leave the line now, but still quite a lot to go. .659, Warren Lee Ward
disappears out of view. Hank Parker, the 701's off the line. Nice shot down the barrel of that whoop section there. Hank Parker's underway.
Well, it actually handles that first jump really nicely, doesn't it? They've done a good job of getting this car to where it sits at the moment. Has Hank Parker and the team.
Complete with leaf spring suspension at the back. Ready to tow the caravan. And the DeBrenny entry, Dennis DeBrenny, 547, hot on the heels of the 701 of Hank Parker. So
bit of a tin top battle we got to keep an eye on.
Yes,
DeBrenny and Parker.
DeBrenny and Parker.
Oh no, that's not good news. That looks like the Commons truck. Doesn't seem to be on the racetrack. Looks like they're getting an escort back into the pits here.
Chapman entry, 282, Super 1650 off the line. Yeah, forlorn figure. Of the Westline entry previously on screen.
Oh, messy from Chapman.
Yeah, Chapman doing a little bit of lawn mowing, Jim's mowing.
And that's a sad sight. As that Commons truck was chasing down Darren Oliver and Luke Ursig. There's Rob Knight in 655. Underway now as well in the Can-Am. I reckon one of the most underrated things in off-road racing is like a switchback. When you can turn around and you can see your fellow competitors when they're coming back towards you and you're going away from them. You look to your left, look to your right. Switchback on a racetrack. Steve Dennis in 690.
Only a handful of competitors awaiting starters' orders. Yeah, look, it's something we try to incorporate into our tracks back in West Australia. A few switchbacks. It allows passing opportunities and etiquette opportunities, allows the competitor being passed to demonstrate good etiquette by way of seeing the car behind them and letting them through. It's the Cowan entry, the Sebastian and Nick Jennings 80 Series Cruiser there. Who did we have there in the 961? That was working well through the whoops.
That'd be Adam Spicer. The first of the Stevens offline. Thomas Stevens in 606. So based on my list here, mate, we should have two more cars left to start this heat, this section. We patiently wait for our cars to make their way back towards us. And we get a lap time as the 2:35 of Clay Agnew underway now. They apparently they had a small rollover yesterday in the prologue.
Couldn't have been too dramatic because I didn't hear about that until later on in the day. But car doesn't look knocked around at all. Obviously an Alice Springs connection there. It sounds like Tom Stevens has got his side-by-side away.
So I reckon there's all of our cars underway now.
The 660 CTS entry of Toby Stevens.
There's a for sale sign on that car too.
Yes, I was about to say, up for sale.
Well, there you go, folks. If you want to get into off-road racing, there's a good way to do it. Get yourself into the Stevens entry. Get yourself in a side-by-side. There's Brett Taylor. Look at those whoops already forming. It's going to be a long weekend for some of our competitors out there. And look at the dust now. That's going to really affect our racing throughout the weekend. And how important is it to be out in front? Now, the first car back, I'm expecting it will be Rob Cowie. I would assume he's made that pass on David Hall out there. He's in the other heat.
Great shot of Kane Nolis there, going through the whoops. West Lime Geyser truck, the forlorn figure that it cuts there in the foreground is the 235 Class 2. Clay Agnew entry. Creates a plume of dust that heads away from the complex.
Well, I was just about to say, Russ, looks like the limo's coming back too. Maybe another ride for a passenger in the limo.
Maybe he's
up
come
for
back,
grabs.
Come back to pick up some champagne and run another couple of punters out there. Adam Spicer looks like he's getting on with business.
Yeah, look, this is certainly a car that's capable of doing some pretty impressive things. So keep an eye on Spicer, trying to make his way through this field.
Sort of started off mid-pack. Got it all to do ahead of him.
Well, it looks like it's going to get harder and harder to pass out here, though. This dust getting heavier and heavier at the back sections, especially. Of course, all of our crews this morning have taken the top layer of soil off the track. And here you go. Looks like a pass on Clay Agnew. Looks like he's going to make the pass on Thomas Stevens here. And there you go. I think the Stevens machine identifying that Agnew is in the mirrors and just buttoning off the throttle a little bit to let Agnew go by.
Yeah, good clean bit of racing there.
Well, there's a long way to go. There's no point getting too stuck into a bit of a battle. And, of course, with the rules of this sport, if you do get caught, you know, it is expected that you allow your fellow competitor by. Here comes Rob Cowie. So he's making his way back towards the tavern now in front of us here. And, of course, he was the third car away, but he was seeded into this position. And you've got to fully expect that he'll make his way into the top heat with the speed that he's going to be showing in this car. I wasn't going to admit it, Russ, but I have to now. There's obviously, he was my tip for the prologue win. And of course, having the DNF means he's fallen down into this heat. Of course, it's going to make it very tough for him to get through to the top pack of cars here. Obviously, he's been negotiating this track after we've had 32 cars run around it twice this morning, so the track's going to be a little bit rougher for him than it was for the first few cars away today. And he's actually coming under the pit, so Rob Cowie has completed the first lap, but he's made his way into the pit area here.
Is that by decision or mistake?
Here's Dave Hall on your screen now. Around the berm, the final corner. We'll get some lap times for you here, folks, as I'll try and work out the machine.
So David Hall gets his second lap underway there, Cam. Rob Cowie still in the pits, still in the car. We can see from our commentary position, so let's hope Rob Cowie gets the opportunity to rejoin. Jody Waitley currently in frame. The pink Loveday 4x4 Park livery of Jody Waitley, 621.
How good are you at driving these iPads, Russ?
Not good.
We're in a bit of trouble then, I reckon.
And Rob Cowie rejoins the field. So Rob Cowie had a little bit of a pause in the pits. Luke Ursig looks like he's on a good number. Driving way, way better than his father ever could.
I wonder if Ben's listening into this as that looks like Matt Way, I reckon, out the back there. Is that the Swinglehurst entry in front? Well, Matt Way started in front of Kate Swinglehurst, so if Swinglehurst has managed to catch and pass Matt, it might be what we're seeing right here on the live feed. Of course, the crew that have put this live feed together doing a fantastic job to make this all happen. As we follow Darren Oliver here with the drone. I'm going to try and find some live times for you here, folks, but I'll tell you what, me and iPads do not mix. Or this is a Samsung, this one, Russ. Are you any better with Samsungs?
No.
We might need some assistance from the timekeepers in a second, but in the meantime, Darren Oliver in the 2:21 entry. Pretty happy with their prologue. They were 34th after prologue yesterday. And that looks like Logan Gill.
So Logan Gill's made up a few places, unless he's had retirements in front of him.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's caught right up to the back of the front few cars here. It's a very good drive from Logan Gill, making his way forward. One thing I've always found interesting, Russ, and something to probably consider, is the fact that there's a lot of crews out there that they settle into their racing through a longer section. The prologue doesn't suit them. There's obviously some very good drives out there in the prologue. They can get behind the wheel of a car straight away and go right to the front. Then there's others that just sort of need to work into their, or slowly go into their work throughout the weekend. There's Daniel Challen on the screen now as well in the 626. Alrighty, folks. Adrian Gardner on screen now as well.
Daniel Challen makes the final turn under the timing loop. Great shot at Adrian Gardner. Adrian Gardner, is it?
Yeah, Adrian Gardner in the 10.55.
In the 10.55.
Around that corner that
His 21st birthday today.
was tough for our competitors yesterday in the prologue.
Gardner bikes it up there a little bit. Got an exhaust issue by the sounds of
Yeah,
things.
it doesn't sound too healthy, this Gardner machine. But he's going to continue on.
Well, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, it sounds more like a motorbike now, doesn't it? All right, some lap times for you, mate. Rob Cowie with a 26.04. Logan Gill, a 26.58. So Gill, who was 8th car off the line, sets the second fastest lap on lap number 1. Luke Ursig was 3rd with David Hall in 4th. Adrian Gardner 5th with Daniel Challen in 6th. Jody Waitley in 7th and Darren Oliver in 8th. So these are the 8 cars that have completed lap number 1 on corrected time. So these are the 6.165 on the screen now. As we've got plenty of action coming in here in front of the tavern. There's Steve Dennis out the back, but there is a bit of a side-by-side battle here. Benjamin Ward in the 6.165, and I reckon that's Jeff Brennan as well on screen now, the 6.23. So Brennan, who started behind Craig Lowndes, This is Benjamin Ward. So Brennan in front of Lowndes and now catching up to that rear bumper of Benjamin Ward side by side. And Ward's pulled off and let Brennan go through. So we're missing Craig Lowndes out there somewhere. We are, Russ. Unless he's been through and I've missed him already, but according to my list, he's not been past us here at the start line. You can see there, Clay Agnew's made the pass on Richard Cowan. So the Super 1650 competitor making his way through this field. It's Paul Nappy on the screen now as well in car 55.
Yeah, West Australian there, Paul Nappy, 55 on screen. Kalgoorlie local. Of course, Kalgoorlie our next round, but we've got to get this one out of the way. Kalgoorlie being the penultimate round of the AORC, the final round.
Of course, our points score is going to be very interesting after this weekend as well. Obviously, Russ, with the late withdrawal of the Bentley team.
Yes, absolutely. That throws a little bit of points chaos up in the air, and I don't think Kalgoorlie will be a dead rubber, so be interesting to see who gets the chocolates this weekend. Not even halfway through the weekend. Paul Nappy's across the line. Looks like one of the Stevens cars there in shot.
Yeah, it's the 606. That'll be Thomas Stevens. This is the 1066 of Tyson Battersby. Battersby's doing a lot of South Australian events throughout this year.
So Battersby in the 1066 car, delicately around that last turn, through the timing loop.
There's Jamie Harrison on screen now. Russ, at your window we can see that final berm. There's a lot of different lines being taken. There's a few guys taking the real tight line. There's a few guys riding right up on top of that berm. What do you think's fastest at the moment?
I think Simon Evans was pretty slick through there. He ran high in the first heat. Got round there pretty neatly.
Yeah, so I noticed Luke Ursig was one of the competitors taking the very, very tight line. But it seems like those side-by-sides have been operating really, really well when they go up high in that berm. And there is the Heaslip 999 car. Whoa! Speaking of taking lines around that berm...
That's a different line, mate.
That's probably not the fastest line, is it?
No.
We'll probably see it on screen, I imagine, soon, folks. As we see Brenton Galash, who is going to come to... Oh, no, he's able to get through there. So recovery on their way for our competitors in the final corner. But it's getting busy here at the start area. We've got about 4 or 5 cars in the house. So Galash's going to get his next lap underway, and you can see...
The Burt truck will be on the scene soon.
Oh, he's going to get this yellow flag. So had a very gentle rollover in the... final corner here. And look at this. This is Lowndes chasing down Nick Burt. So Lowndes is back on the go, and he's going to try and make a pass on Nick Burt. Tell you what, it'd be something pretty special to say you've been overtaken by Craig Lowndes, wouldn't it? More especially if you could overtake him.
No, I think Nick Burt's got his elbows up there. The little single-seater Jimco there, the ex-Trevor Copeland entry, makes its way past the incident. Yes, we've been waiting for someone to bike it or worse still. Some would say better still, but worse still. Put it on its side. Very light roll. Everyone's safe and well, and they'll get underway in just a moment, I think.
Extremely gentle rollover. And the car's back underway now, under its own power. That's the Jamie Harrison entry. They look absolutely fine, continuing there. Well, negotiating that final corner as Spicer makes his way in. So Jamie Harrison's going to pull up to the side of the track here for a brief moment, make his way off the circuit. There's Kyle Reid on screen now as well. So Harrison back on the circuit now behind Spicer. Now, of course, it was mentioned yesterday, Russ, about the one of the awards that they've got here, the Turtle Award. That's not up for the Turtle Award because I believe it's on its side. I think you have to be on your roof with the wheels in the air to be eligible for the Turtle Award.
Not an award I'd like to try and obtain or win, as it would be.
Well, there's two types of off-road races, those that have rolled and those that will.
Yes. Kyle Reid about to record a time. The 6149 Dusty Racing. Kyle Reid, West Australian, straight out of Kalgoorlie. Rob Cowie on screen. Rob Cowie's really easing into his work now. Is that Brett Taylor, the 431?
So going through this list of times, Kyle Reid with a 28.31. Fastest of the side-by-sides in this section so far, Logan Gill with a 26.58 as Taylor comes through that timing loop now. Josh Gaskin's done a good job on lap number 1, 27.47. About 30 seconds slower than Luke Hersig there on the first lap, fellow Sportsline competitor.
So one bit of racing we missed, or passing, was Brett Taylor getting the better of Clinton Shonky. I believe there must have been a pass there during that lap, but we missed that.
Yeah, well, Brett Taylor did start behind Shonky, and there he is now, the 427 truck.
Yeah, Jamie Harrison putting it on its side on the last corner, providing a fair bit of entertainment there for everyone, Cam.
Yeah, right in front of the tavern. There's Shunky going to complete lap 1 and begin his second lap and final lap of this section. So all these cars now, we've had a lot of passes on lap 1, but all the cars sort of settling into their own areas now and into their own sort of pace groups. As I reckon this is the 665. Is that Kane Nollis?
Kane Nollis.
Nollis. There you go.
Happy birthday to Kane. Believe he's turning 21 today.
21 years old today. What a way to spend your birthday.
Can remember when I was 21, 25 years ago.
There's Mick Parham on screen now as well. Does that mean there's a big party for him tonight?
I think so. Apparently he's shouting the bar.
Did you get an invite?
Of course. This 445 of Michael Parham, is he a local there, Cam?
Yeah, they race locally. They've been behind the wheel of a side-by-side for many years. As the first wheel behind the first season behind the wheel of this this truck.
Have they built this or bought this?
No, they bought this car. It's the next John Smith car. So John Smith, or the Doc as he's officially known, sold this car to Mick Parham, and I reckon this is their second. I could be mistaken, but this is their second event in this car. So still getting used to the package and how it operates. Obviously very different to the side by side they were competing in. This is Matt Deck on screen after that unfortunate issue yesterday, which meant they could not complete a time. There's Jesse Mandrick. Now, I was trying to have a look and see where he was because he's fallen down the order a little bit here with, I reckon, Tyson Garver was able to get the pass on him. Well, I could be mistaken because it's Matt Deck in 6-1-2.
Matt Deck and Kira Galea across the line out of West Australia, the 6-1-2.
So Matt Deck started about 2 minutes behind Jesse Mandarick. So we'll be looking to make the pass on the fellow side-by-side competitor very shortly through this lap. Have you ever been behind the wheel of a side-by-side, Russ?
Yes, I have.
What did you think?
It was interesting because I did it in Moab in California, in America, Nevada, Arizona, Utah. Yeah, Moab. It was like a guided tour. You drove down the street into the Moab rock crawling. Pretty interesting. It's amazing what they all do on those rocks because the rocks are like sandpaper. Would you believe? Like when you hop out and rub they sort of say to you, here, everyone hop out and scratch around the rocks and you unbelievable amount of grip. Very capable car, mind you. So it wasn't really a racing situation, it was more of a recreational sortie.
Just a bit of a tour.
Yeah, they let us open it up here and there, which I got to display my Aussie former extreme four-wheel drive class champion, Australian champion. Way back in 2011, we got to show those skills off to the Americans. Anyway, Paul Tuck Lee, man with the biggest fan club in the ORC, Mudgee Cranes, Paul Tuck Lee, Tumby Tyres, looking after that car. Yokohama logo on the side. Good to see some of the tyre manufacturers and tyre suppliers getting involved in off-road racing again. BFG, of course. One of the big names in off-road racing in Australia. Toyo, of course.
Do you know much about this car, Russ?
It is. It was. I think it's half a Southern Cross, perhaps half an Element. This one, or is that the Schmocker vehicle?
No, that's the Schmocker cars. The Element Southern Cross.
He always keeps it as neat as a pin, and he turns up to every race known to man.
Which is a big effort in itself.
That's terrific. Yeah, hats off to Paul Tuck Lee. The Swinglehurst side by side. Be nice to see a full complement of the Swinglehurst cars out here in the future. But of course, Kate, enthusiastic in her racing of the side-by-side, is here today. And she too triggers the timing. So well done to Kate Swinglehurst. She gets on with the job and she's on her second lap right now.
So Tuck Lee with a 31.09. The only car slower had an issue on lap 1. It was Craig Lowndes with a 32.46. So expect Lowndes to be a lot faster on lap number 2. As we still have a few cars still making their way back in towards the tavern now. That'll be Jack Livingston in the 6.138. There's Matt Way on screen in 8.66.
Now, I've had only a very brief look at this 866 Heron Forbes logo on the side. I believe he built this vehicle himself, this race car himself.
Yeah, designed and built. I think, from what I recall, they were building 2 of these trucks. One was a 4-wheel drive and one was a 2-wheel drive. So this is obviously the 4-wheel drive or all-wheel drive truck. And believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is a two-wheel drive truck that they were building as well.
I'd love to have a look around the steering rack and the transfer case on this, which are the two conundrums when it comes to building a long travel trophy truck.
Well, I believe, and I might be mistaken here too, that Matt Ways, with his engineering background, basically designed this whole steering rack setup as well. So he's not only built this truck, but he's designed a lot of the components he's running on the car. So obviously doing a lot of learning about that car throughout the weekend.
Exact Contracting Gwyn car previously on screen. So Chelsea and Bernie Gwyn start their second lap.
I reckon they're catching time on Matt Way as well. They started a minute behind Matt. So Matt with a 32.49. And yep, a 32.19 for Chelsea, who has certainly caught up quite a lot of time on Matt Way. Some 20 seconds faster on lap number 1 as they head out for lap number 2. This is Josh Chapman, 282. Extremely small wheelbase on this car. It's going to make things a little bit interesting in some of the corners here. Oh, Rob Knight's done the same as Jamie Harrison here.
That's a Turtle Award.
Well, it's back on its side, though, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. We'll have to...
There you go, on screen now, folks. You can see Rob Knight. Another very gentle moment.
The Chapman car's pulled up as well.
Yeah, so Josh Chapman's pulled off in the centre of the Tavernier. It's all going on. We've got recovery crews hard at work. And there's that Warren Ward in 6.59 who's going to be the first on scene. So a couple of cars already been caught out by this. When you call it the final corner or the first corner, it's the first corner after the timing loop. So Ward's going to get ushered through this little shortcut here just to clear the incident and continue on his way. Or as I reckon I can see the... Which car would that be out there? Might be the Clay Agnew machine out the back. Side by side on screen at the moment as well.
Class 7 leader Hank Parker on screen. Continues to battle it out with the 80 series.
So Rob Knight's going to continue on his way. Looks like Josh Chapman's out of the car there. Or is that the Navigator? I reckon this is in a left-hand drive car. Can we see Dennis de Brenny out there somewhere, Russ?
He'd still be moving, surely. Hank Parker gets on with his second lap. Steve Dennis on screen, the 690. Not too far away from our timing. And it may well be Clay Agnew with the lights ablaze on his way back to us.
Yeah, there he is, the 235 Clay Agnew. That rollover yesterday is makes his way back in towards the front of the tavern as Steve Dennis goes right up on the berm there. So this corner here, right in front of the commentary box, that's been catching out, well, side-by-sides so far this weekend. So if you're in a side-by-side, I think you want to be a bit careful coming into this final section of track here at the Loveday 400.
The 235, the Agnew entry underway. Rob Cowie.
Yeah, well.
On a charge.
You can see in front of us here, so David Hall, who was the first car away, he was passed by Rob Cowie. But of course, Rob came into the pits after the first lap. So David Hall was able to get back in front of the Pro Buggy competitor. I suppose it's been a relatively smooth sailing section for David Hall. And Rob Cowie having lost a little bit of time in the pits there. But David Hall across the line now, the first car to complete 2 laps here for Section 1, Heat 2.
So the Move Yourself 27 of Rob Cowie completes his 2 laps. The 80 series, about to finish his first lap. And might I add, driving quite well is the Cowan entry. Is it Richard Cowan behind the wheel of that car?
Yeah, it is Richard. Rob Cowie with a 54.01 overall time, and David Hall with a 54.43. So Dave Hall went 1 second faster on his second lap than his first. So consistent times for...
Oh, the 80 series comes in hot, but makes...
yeah, it made light work of it in the end.
Light work of that corner.
I was a little bit concerned there. I thought we were going to have another victim of the final corner here. Is this Jesse Mandarick on the screen, I reckon? 6169 is... there is Cowan. Bouncing around.
Giving that front diff a real workout, isn't he?
Well, why not? It's off-road racing. Oh, a bit sideways, and yeah. There's been a few cars that have been caught out there.
The Stevens entry, is that Tom Stevens? Yeah, it is Tom Stevens. He runs high on the berm.
I reckon that seems to be the...
He has a good intuition to the corner.
Well, the ones that have been running sort of down in the corner have been the ones that have been caught out. You're high on that berm, it's not so bad.
Luke Ursig is in the house.
Yeah, it's a very good drive from Luke as well with a 27.09 on his final lap. So faster than David Hall overall. So very, very good drive from Luke Ursig with a 54.25 overall time. David Hall was a 54.43.
Looks like Logan Gill.
Well, this is the one we need to look out for. He was super fast throughout lap 1. Made up a lot of time. You can see him past the Chapman machine on screen there. Tell you what, recovery's been pretty busy in the tavern area today.
Yeah, absolutely, and done a fantastic job, may I add. As Logan Gill comes across the last jump and he triggers the timing. So it'll be interesting to see if Logan Gill has the ability to move up into the pseudo faster heat tomorrow.
Well, does he ever? Guess what? He's gone fastest of them all. A 26.50 on his last lap there. A total time 53.48. Faster than Rob Cowie, faster than Luke Ursig, and faster than David Hall. So a very, very good drive from Logan Gill in 6.44. Can anyone beat his overall time? You look down the list here. We've still got Darren Oliver to come in. Obviously, the Commons entry was unable to finish. Daniel Challen, Adrian Gardner, Benjamin Ward, all these guys were very, very fast on lap 1. Here's Jody Waitley on screen now. The pink Loveday Can-Am.
It's quite busy out there in front of the bar. Jody Waitley on screen. Got Gardner in the Honey Badger. Weaving his way through the tree line there.
It's very busy. Darren Oliver's not far behind him either.
And they are all on their final lap.
Yeah, all coming in to complete section 1. But don't worry, folks, there's plenty of racing action left throughout the weekend and still left this afternoon. It's a 400-kilometre race, and we've barely scratched the surface of the distance we're running through this weekend.
It sounds like is it Hayabusa versus Chaff Cutter?
Well, it's definitely Hayabusa. It doesn't sound very healthy, that Gardner machine, does it?
No, just an exhaust issue, I'd say.
It's not the sound you want to listen to for the whole weekend,
No,
though.
not at all. I think they'll hit the hot area as soon as possible.
They've actually been chasing a misfire in car 221 as well with the last couple of events. And they were hoping they'd had it sorted for the weekend, but of course getting out here and actually giving it the full run is the only way to really figure out whether you've sorted out these issues or not. I reckon they basically changed everything they could in that car. And they had one more part left to go. They had a fuel pump. So they changed the fuel pump out. And hoping that that fixed the issue, as there's the 6138 of Livingston on our screens.
Yeah, and of course the Westline boys will be a bit disappointed with how the Geyser truck performed today, because they were chasing a few handling issues. And I think a bit of track time would have done them the world of good.
It is the best way to learn about your equipment, isn't it?
So Andrew Commons and Anthony Cook, hopefully they can get back out there this afternoon, build up a bit of knowledge on why perhaps they're chasing the handling of that car a little bit. Of course, Nick Commons did a fantastic job in Heat 1, so if ever a man was going to stay in the fight, it's Nick Commons. So the Brenthal truck's in the hunt out of the West Lime stables.
Well, you say he's still in the hunt, and of course off-road racing's become more of a sprint race in the last few years than reliability, but it's still so important. You can see a lot of our cars that have dropped out of the running on throughout Saturday's section.
Is that Jeff Brennan across the line there?
Yeah, it is Brennan. 623. The 1075 of Josh Gaskin on screen now. He's been in the navigator seat for the last couple of years, but back behind the wheel of his own car. He's had this car for a few years now, or numerous years now. But it was parked in the shed for a little while.
You have a good representation of 10 cars and Class 2s in the Eastern States. It's really good to see.
I think from a local sort of local off-road scene, there's a lot more Class 10s now than there were even a couple of years ago. See the introduction of the sports light class, a lot of the Super 1650 guys went up into the sports lights. So it's probably Super 1650's probably taken a little bit of a hit, but it's still a very good class. And another very good class to get into, Russ, if you want to get into the sport, is Super 1650. If you want to get into a sort of a lower level buggy.
Was that Warren Lee Ward completing lap 2 or lap 1?
I reckon that'll be lap 2 for Warren Ward. I'll have a look at the timing sheets here for you.
That's a pretty stout effort. Unless that's his first lap.
It's come through as lap number 1 here, but they might just not have updated yet. Benjamin Ward just completed the lap.
Okay, yep.
You see all the spectators still rolling in here for the Loveday 400. Great to see. Oh, we got a battle out the back there. I reckon that is car number 60 of Brenton Galash, who must have had an issue on his first lap, because I reckon he is still on lap number 1, so he's going to try and fight his way through this field. He's still got one to go as far as I can see on my my list here. And that's one of the Foot cars. I reckon that'll be Ashley Foot in 638. The green light bar on the front of the side-by-side. Oh, there's Daniel Challen in 626. That's not how you want your race to go. Working on the back of the side-by-side. Recovery there at the scene. So this day's slowly building here, Russ. There seems to be more and more little issues sneaking up for our competitors. As Ashley Foot has Brenton Galash not too far behind him. But in between the two competitors is our drone.
Tyson Battersby through the finishing point. Looks like the Foot entry has gone across the line with time to spare in front of Galash, so they're not interfering with each other's progress at all.
I haven't seen the DeBrenny Performance two-wheel drive car come through either, so once a couple of these cars cross the line, we might have a look at our Rally Safe map, see if we can spot some of our cars on the map there as Galash comes over the line. Now, I may have just missed Galash, but he's coming to the pits here. Yeah, his first lap is 28.20. So definitely just missed him.
Nick Burt just about to come through the finishing point. Hank Parker on screen. Nick Burt, the 403. BC 4x4 livery. Kumai tyre entry of Burt.
So Galash with the 28.24, so no problems for Galash. It was just me missing him come through our start line here. 4 seconds slower than his first lap of the day. Nick Bird across the line, 4.03. See Hank Parker out there on the...
He's a smooth mover, Hank Parker. Look at him go.
This is Toby Stevens, this one. It's a 660 of Toby Stevens. This is Danny Elfoot.
So it's Cy Heaslip in the 999?
Well, I believe it's Cy. Normally it's entered as Cy Brian Heaslip. So unless he's got a son named Brian, I'm going to hazard a guess that this is Cy driving the car.
So Toby Stevens in the 660, very gingerly around that corner, learning the craft. Well done to Toby.
Cy's crossed the line, but he's he's realised he's made a small error there, so he's going to loop back around, set off the start loop. That's going to be the fastest lap of the race, mate.
That is enthusiastic, wanting to do a third lap. Let him go, unleash him. Brett Taylor, the 431. I think that might have been Danielle Foot there, was it?
Yeah, that's Danielle Foot across the line. Brett Taylor not too far behind. So Brett Taylor's made up some time on the Foot entry.
Maybe Matty Deck, not too far away. And Kyle Reid, perhaps. A couple of West Australians.
So, Russ, you've raced this track before?
Love it, mate.
Tell me about the track.
Rough. So that was the 639 car, my apologies. Jamie Harrison. with Kyle Reid behind him. Yeah, I haven't raced it. No, we've raced our car here, our junior car, our Kingswood, and yeah, look, it's a great facility. I really love it. It'd be nice if the track was a bit longer so it doesn't deteriorate as fast as what it does. But all tracks get rough. They start smoothish and get rough. But yes, it's a look at picturesque place to race. Look at that on screen. Yeah, no, it's really good. Pits are good. Facilities are good. Yeah, good access to a little town of Barmera, so you could, don't have to camp if you don't want to.
So one of the events you should put on your bucket list.
I think if you're sort of the age where you're winding down a bit on the racing and you want to just spectate, it's very accessible. You fly in from Perth, a couple of hour flight to Adelaide, hire car. 3 hours later, you're in Barmera. Good easy drive up the highway, nice road. Yeah, this is a good event in many ways. Not just for the competitors, not just for the championship, but also for spectators and families and that sort of thing. Camping, if that's what you're into. Yeah, it's really good. And some great initiatives like the championship trophy naming rights thing with Extreme Tool Drive. That's really great. The limo ride out to the jump, fantastic. The 427 of Clinton Shonky, one of the stars of the show, on screen. Yeah, it's got a lot going for it, the Loveday 400.
Yeah, well, if you've never been here to the Loveday 4x4 park, put it on your to-do list. Get down here. Whether it's for the Loveday 400 or whether it's for the adventure park itself, certainly put that on your to-do list. Get down here and enjoy what this place has to offer. It's a fantastic, fantastic venue. As we've got a lot of cars coming back in towards us now. Russ, there's Shunky, and not too far behind, that looks like Matt Deck. That'd be Craig Lowndes, is it? In the 6-1-21 it is. There's Lowndesy.
Kane Knowles, of course. Not too far away. Craig Lowndes has got his 2 laps out of the way. Kane Knowles has got his 2 laps out of the way. Michael Parham in the turbocharged Navara 445, not too far away.
I reckon that's actually based on the Patrol, that one. The turbo truck. It's Matty Deck.
Patrol chassis, looks like a Navara front clip.
I think it was originally supposed to be a Patrol, and then there was the old...
I suppose it's got like that pseudo GU.
Yeah, it was a GU style, but it's sort of a bit of a funny mix. Doesn't have the sort of the roof panel that a lot of the trucks you see now.
It's a Nissan.
It is a Nissan, absolutely. I think it was an RB30.
That's an interesting choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, plenty of power out of the RB30. They can be a bit fragile though.
Yeah, well, they seem to be making it work all right at the moment.
Well, I hope they continue to do so. Because I have had bad experiences with RB30s.
Have you now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they reckon the TD42 Nissan motor is a kettle. Well, the RB30 can be a cappuccino machine.
Let's see what Craig Lowndes has been able to do in his lap time. Obviously had some issues on lap number 1. Yeah, 33.23 for Lowndes on lap number 2. So he's fallen down the order here. That's Jesse Mandarick on screen now. Look how short these Polarises are. These old school Polaris cars.
The Polaris has just about vanished in West Australia. Kristen Pinar's got one. Top End Car Carriers have got one. Ashley Sudholtz. And then and we've got one in our junior program which we need to repair. We've had a engine bay fire in that. But it's great to see a few of them out here at an AIRC round.
Well, you don't see many of them here in South Australia either. There's certainly obviously proving to be more competitive with the newer Polaris, competing with the Can-Ams. Yeah, you don't see a great deal of them. The Can-Am's certainly the one that most competitors in this class sort of lean toward.
But you can't tell me that's not fun.
Oh, that's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, forget the branding. That 6169 looks like a hell of a lot of fun.
But you know what? You'd have fun in any off-road car out here, wouldn't you?
Just about.
Want to have a quick look at our rally safe here. Let's see if we can spot DeBrenny. See them all coming back towards us now. You can see the 783 at the top right. Clay Agnew in there. There you go.
547 down the bottom.
Yeah, that's DeBrenny in there. So I haven't seen him complete lap number 1. Here we go. We're moving around now. So there's a 783.
The 80 series moving along nicely.
690 of Steve Dennis. There's Spicer down the bottom left with the Gwyn machine, the 244.
Hank Parker absolutely trucking in the 701. Who's in that 55 car?
Paul Nappy's in 55.
So a bit going on out there still.
Yeah, certainly still a lot happening out there on the track, and there's a lot more to come today still with Section 2.
Looks like the Mudgee Cranes entry. Paul Tuckley. Lights ablaze. Plenty of dust off the back of that V8 powered Pro buggy. Look at Paul Tuckley go. So Paul Tuckley not too far away.
I'm hoping not to put the commentator's curse on him here, Russ, but...
He's too skillful.
Oh, well, there you go. I can say it then.
Yep.
I don't remember him not finishing here for the last few years.
Mate, one thing he knows what to do. He knows how to get a car to a race and knows how to get it to the end.
And do you know what?
Race.
That's why you can keep rolling up to the next race, isn't it?
Yes.
Just keeps the car well prepared.
Well prepared. He's kind to his equipment. Got lots of mechanical sympathy, and the only thing he's a little bit difficult with is interviewing. He's a hard man to get words out of, Paul Tuckley. He's getting better, I've got to say.
He prefers to be underneath the helmet.
So this looks like is it the Swinglehurst entry coming back in? Or am I just guessing?
There's a Swinglehurst out in the distance there.
There they are. Look at that. Kate Swinglehurst. So it'll be Paul Tuckley across the line from Kate Swinglehurst. Of course, Paul Tuckley's biggest fan is Toby Cooper in Warriolda. So Toby Cooper will be watching on from Warriolda. Interestingly enough, they didn't have the baby yesterday, so Crunchy Cooper, his lovely wife, has got a little bit more waiting to do. The Swinglehurst, Kate Swinglehurst across the line there. Well done, Kate. Pitches it over the last jump and Kate records her time. Yeah, so is that what car we got on screen there, mate? You know that car better than me. You've called it a few
that'll
times.
be Jack Livingston, 6138. Chasing the blue flashing light we are.
So, yeah, shout out to everyone in Warriolda. He put on a great race, very hospitable town. Enjoyed my stay there last year and looking forward to what he's roll out this year in, I think it's September they run their race at their iconic track.
You heading over for that one?
I'll try to. pretty busy calendar for off-road racing in Australia. Got the Kalgoorlie Desert Race coming up back home, the Gas Dash, which is just a magnificent, iconic race. The 6138 is across the line, kicking its tail in the air on that jump. Yeah, of course we've got the Gascoyne Dash, we've got Three Springs and Kalgoorlie back home, so that's pretty busy. Sometimes I frequent the Don River Dash. Hope that's not a swear word in amongst our Motorsport Australia officials. Anyway, it's a great race, and if you're an off-road racing enthusiast, it is a really cool event, the Don River Dash. So sometimes I head over for that, have a look at that. Bit of cross-pollination. Some of the AASA guys, or did I say that? Some of the Motorsport Australia guys do that race. It's a pretty cool race.
Oh, do you know what, mate? We're just off-road racing fans here, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Here's Adam Spicer, 961. And he took off behind Ashley Foote and in front of Danielle Foote. And he's fallen his way down this list.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive looking bit of gear, that Spicer buggy, so maybe he's just learning the craft, getting used to the car.
His first lap time was a 28.46. So right in the mix amongst the likes of David Adams, Daniel Challen and Paul Nappy on lap number 1.
Yeah, so it's going to be a pretty cool end of the season for us West Australians with the final AORC round over there.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting looking at the point scores and seeing what's going to come to be in front of us after this weekend, that's for sure. The Bentley's not being here.
Yeah, that's thrown a little bit of a curveball for the points. I thought Hayden would have taken the opportunity to, and perhaps the bragging rights, he could have cruised around this track and got some good points and really set himself up for the end of the year, but he was a withdrawal from this event. The Gwynns are across the line in the 244. And haven't the RYC rounds gone off with a bang this year? Of course, we just finished up at Fink. That was the 50th. What an incredible race that was. This event has been star-studded and stellar so far. And of course the guys in WA, my home state, always do a fantastic job with Kalgoorlie. Got a great committee there, a great team running that race, so really looking forward to that one in October.
It's a bit of time between this race and Kalgoorlie to sort out the equipment. Here's Rob Knight on screen. He was one of our competitors who ended up on their side in this final corner. Of course, himself and Jamie Harrison both tipping it up on the final corner, but he doesn't have to worry about it this time as he makes his way across the line and into the pits.
So where are you guys at in South Australia for your state championship at the moment? How many rounds deep are you?
Well, we unfortunately we had to postpone or cancel a round just gone.
Was that, where was that?
Port Germain.
Port Germain.
So we had the Port Germain round. We were supposed to, and that was going to be round 2. And unfortunately, just wasn't able to come to. So then we had round 3/2. I'm not sure what you want to call it, being this weekend. So it's not really, we have the championships only really sort of just got started, mate. So we had round 1 earlier this year at the Richard Bennett Memorial Enduro at Perilla, and it was a great weekend with a great battle between Wes Cowie and Nick Hicks, and they did battle all weekend. And it was that close that we had the club section and we had the state section, and one of them was able to win the club and the other one was able to win the state based on 1 lap. The state competitors did 1 extra lap in what I would call twilight almost. It was pretty dark by the time they got out there. And, it was a great little battle out there. So it's been an interesting start to the championship, but still plenty of races left to go with another round at Port Germain and, of course, Mannum as well later in the year. So that'll be coming up. I think Mannum's September. I reckon we've got one more Port Germain, and I'm probably going to be mistaken here, but I reckon that'll be next month in August. This is Warren Ward. 6:59. Another one of our side-by-side competitors. And what a stacked field of side-by-sides we've had here this weekend. And I think we've got to, talking about the side-by-sides, we've got to give another mention to Kane Jones, who's just done a fantastic job in that car to sit right at the top of this list. And he'll be returning to the track very shortly. Warren Ward, who started behind Livingston and just in front of Hank Parker, crosses the line now as well. And there's a bit of dust out in the distance.
I'll make the early call. Who is it, Cam?
Oh, I don't want to make that guess. It could be Clay Agnew. He's been making his way through the field. But no, that looks like a side-by-side. I reckon that'll be... I'm going to go Steve Dennis. So now you put me under pressure, and Steve Dennis could have already crossed the line. No, that is Steve Dennis. That is the 690.
Look at you go.
You can see it. I saw the white bar work, and I reckon I know that one. And then, yep. See, now I'm under pressure, though, because if it's not Steve Dennis, I look like a real idiot.
No, you don't. Great job, mate.
Look who's coming back now. The limo.
As we watch, which may or may not be Steve Dennis.
It's Steve Dennis.
Heading our way.
Speaking about round one of the state championship, South Australia, Steve Dennis had a little tumble down at Perilla earlier this year. But back on track and all good and going.
And he looks like he's going to be followed in by one of the superstars of off-road racing, Hank Parker.
Doing a great job, Hank Parker. Again, I'm trying not to put the commentator's curse on people, but another competitor that seems to just always be consistent enough to get to the finish of every event he attends. And for production four-wheel drive, that is the battle. It's get to the end.
Yeah, well, in that Class 7 battle at Fink, he proudly knocked off Craig Lowndes. Beat the Chev to the punch, the Lowndes piloted Chev, so nice feather in Hank Parker's cap there. The recently held 50th Fink Desert Race. So the Dennis entry 690s across the line. The superstar Hank Parker about to trigger the timing. AORC Class 7 champion is Hank Parker. What a great accolade to have.
You reckon they got the heater on in that?
I reckon they got the heater, air conditioning, the mister, whatever they need to operate, mate.
Got the radio on?
Like a lot of these races, when we get deep into the field, the gaps really open up. The differential in speed is very noticeable, so can we just get our rally safe up there, please, Cam?
Well, there you go. So there's a few cars still out there on the track. Now that 626, Daniel Challen, we saw them working on the car not too long ago. There's 783, that'll be Richard Cowan. and the 660 of Toby Stevens. So it looks like Daniel Challen's moving. I don't know if he's moving under the back of a tow rope or being escorted in, or it's just a little glitch on the system. But
What about the De Brenny entry?
well, the De Brenny entry was at the bottom of the screen. So right, bent down by the start line. It was not too far away from us, but it was still on the track. There it is there. So there's the De Brenny car. 5:47. So just hanging out. Maybe they're just hanging out watching the race. Just sit there for the rest of the day. Be a good view.
I'm trying to picture where they are, in actual fact.
Well, this would be, I reckon, that would be from the big straight that comes back along the tavern and goes right out in front of the tavern area and comes back towards us there. I reckon that might be where they're sitting. So they've done quite a decent lot of that lap, if I'm looking at this map correctly. And there is your track map. Yeah, you can see that's the prologue track that's been highlighted at the bottom right, and that's the De Brenny entries on the very bottom right hand of this screen. So they've done quite a decent journey around this lap. They weren't too far away from coming back in, but obviously something wrong with the 5:47, which is very unfortunate for De Brenny. The top 5 working today, mate? All good, it's not. Alright, easy. So still out there on the track, Richard Cowan and Toby Stevens. Clay Agnew in the 235. Well, there you go. There is the 235. So he's moving on our alley safe, and that's why. They're on the back of a tow rope, being brought back in, and they spotted our drone. Not the way they would have been hoping this weekend would have gone for them in the Super 1650. But that'd probably be why. Have a look at the right front there, Russ.
Yep, they've done themselves a mischief there. It's old bean car by the looks, so maybe a kingpin failure. Tire it in. The wheel looked a long way back in the wheel arch, so I think you might find the kingpins let go there. So who have we got out there? We've got the Cowan entry. We have Toby Stevens. We have Tom Stevens out there still.
Well, I couldn't see Tom Stevens on the map. So we look at the map here. There's Daniel Chowan, who's getting the car worked on. There's Cowan and Toby Stevens, but I couldn't see Tom Stevens out there, so unsure what the situation is. Well, folks, while we wait for these crews to make their way back in, of course, a reminder to get yourself down to the tavern. There's plenty of food options available here this weekend at the tavern. There's a few, of course, a few of the catering vans down here as well, so plenty of food options available here at the Loveday 400. You can tuck into and keep yourself fed and ready to go. There's plenty more action coming up this afternoon here at Loveday with Section 2. And there you go, another car behind a tow rope. That's Cowan, 783.
Oh, well, that's a bit of a bummer. I was looking forward to the battle between the two Toyotas, Cowan and Parker, 80 series versus 76 series. Of course, that car beautifully built and prepared previously by Nick and Sebastian Jennings out of Woolsbrook, West Australia. But unfortunately, something has succumbed on the 783 80 series at the hands of Richard Cowan. So let's hope they can fix it and get back out there.
I don't reckon that Stevens car's been moving very much there, Russ. I don't know if they're still circulating at the moment or whether they're also having some issues maybe on the back of a tow rope as well. So Loveday's packing a punch here in 2026 for some of our competitors. Well, while there is a little bit of a lull in proceedings, it is a great opportunity, as you've said ad nauseum, to get over to the bar and enjoy a nice refreshment or a bit of food. Food preparation has been terrific over the weekend, so plenty of food vendors over there. Good selection of different foods there for you guys here at the venue. And, of course, an opportunity to go and buy tickets to the limo ride, which Cameron will tell you all about. Yeah, well, as we've been saying throughout the weekend, and this is another great initiative that the Waitley family and the Loveday team have put together here. You can go to the bar, grab yourself a ticket to the limo, $30 a ticket, and that'll get you over to the kick-ass jump, and you can hang out at the kick-ass bar over there at the jump and watch them go past you at 160 kilometres an hour over that jump, or 180 k's past you down the other side. And I don't know if you've seen it on the screen, but there's when we've seen it up here at the live feed, there's some nice little couches out there, Russ. You can just chill out and enjoy yourself while you're watching the cars go past you. And I tell you what, if there's a place you want to break down on this track, that's where I'd be wanting to break down. If you were competing, you go, oh, there's a couch out there. That's where you want to be. So, but you can go there and don't have to have the disappointment of breaking down your race car. You can just go to the bar, hand them a little bit of money, and off you go. Make your way over and really make the most of your experience here at the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. It's a fantastic thing that they're doing here this weekend, and I keep seeing the limo coming backwards and forwards over the through the driveway. Looking fantastic. So get yourself a limo ride and head out to the jump there. As we look on the screen now and we look at the pit area. We played the game earlier, Russ. Spot the open trailer. There is a few in there. And there's the tavern. Ready to go. If you're feeling hungry, you want a drink, make sure you get down to the tavern. You can see some of the food vendors on the side there as well, so plenty of options available for you to keep yourself fed this weekend. And what a fantastic, fantastic venue it is for off-road racing in Australia. We're so lucky to have events like Loveday on our calendar. And supporting this event and supporting the venue means we get to come here year on year. See plenty of fun for the kids to be had out the back of the food vendors there too, Russ. Jump on the playground.
Yeah, great family-orientated facility, this one. Steady stream of cars coming through the gate. That'll be to the delight of Tony Watley, or Waitley.
We'll just have a look at our rally safe again here. And yeah, that Stevens entry is certainly not moving. So I reckon that will be the completion of Section 1, Heat 2. Now, Russ, do we have a time on when we're going racing for Section 2? Have you seen a time for that?
No.
Well, that's going to keep us all guessing. Well, folks, we'll figure out what time we're coming back for Section 2. But in the meantime, after Section 1, Boston Morgan Horan is the fastest car out there on the track, leads the event over Beau Robinson. There's a hungry pack of chasing cars, including Gallard, Lehman, Waitley, Bailey. Who's going to come out on top for Saturday's running at the Loveday 400? We'll find out very shortly as we get ready to go for Section 2 later today.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Rely.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power, off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
Alrighty, folks, we are not far away from a start here for Section 2, Heat 1. Boston Morgan Horan is going to return to the track very shortly after he was the fastest car across the 2 laps earlier this morning, and Beau Robinson will try and give chase, starting 30 seconds behind the 899 truck of Boston Morgan Horan. So, with Morgan Horan leading the event, what can Beau Robinson do to try and chase down the 899 truck? We look through the field here. Toby Waitley is going to be the 3rd car away, with Toddy Lehman the 4th car to take to the track. Wes Cowie is going to be the 5th car to get underway, with Royden Bailey the 6th car off the line. Brad Gallard will be 7th away after he fell down the order here in this morning's running. He was 4th fastest in the prologue yesterday, but on time today, down into 7th place. Nick Hicks, another of our Pro Buggy competitors, will be underway shortly after, with Lockie Bailey, the first of our side-by-sides, to get his Section 2 underway. We're about 2 minutes away here from a start. And, of course, we're going to keep an eye on the side-by-side battle between Lockie Bailey and Kane Jones, who has put in a great performance throughout this morning's running. And these trucks patiently waiting to take to the track. So Boston Morgan Horan with a fantastic opening lap. And lap number 2 today is being brought up to the line now, and he's under the control of the starter's orders. So Section 2, 3 laps here at the Loveday 400. And as we see Boston on the line now, there's a hungry pack of cars who want to get right to the front. We've got Ben Falk, who we're going to be riding on in car with once again. So what does Boston have in store for us for Section 2? He's got himself in a really good spot for the event. Still a long way to go, as Boston will get underway here for Section 2, Heat number 1. Now, Russ, the job here is pretty simple for Boston. Keep it clean, keep it fast.
Yeah, well, he made good time on top of, made some time on Beau Robinson, so Beau's got to roll his sleeves up and get on with the job, which he will do, no doubt. And this will be a great battle between those 2 Mason all-wheel drive trucks. Of course, Toby Waitley.
Well, someone we can't count out.
We not
certainly
count him
can't
out
count
at
him
all. He's doing very well in the two-wheel drive truck. But Toddy Lehman, Toddy Lehman he should get a good opportunity on the back of the pace of Toby Waitley.
Well, I'm keen to look out for Wes Cowie here, because he made his way right through the field.
Yeah, true. He had a fair bit of traffic to get through.
Yeah.
He did that very well.
And he was only a second slower than Lehman on that first lap of this morning. So there is Robinson on the screen there. Now, have you got some news for us, Russ?
I do, yeah. Although he's on our list in 3rd position, the 421 car, Toby Waitley, ladies and gentlemen, he is in the pit, cylinder heads off, dropped with a sticky valve, and he'll be back out shortly. So they'll
be working hard to try and get that truck back out on track.
They are going hammer and tong, doing a top-end rebuild on that Chev V8. So, yeah, the Waitley entry will be out there soon. Cowie's underway.
And this is one I want to keep a real close eye on. Wes Cowie was really fast earlier today. And watch out, he's not going to have anywhere near as much traffic to negotiate. He's going to settle into this position out on the track as Robinson. The other side of the driveway there.
Royden Bailey's underway. Robinson's on screen. Boston Morgan Horan's out there in front. Toby Waitley's in the pit currently. Was meant to start third on road, but hasn't made the start. He's in the pit fixing a cylinder head issue. Where's Cowie's out there? And, of course, Ronco Motors, the 52 car, Royden Bailey. Look at that thing go.
Well, and we're going to keep a real close eye on this Pro Buggy battle because it's going to be very, very tight between Cowie, Lehman and Bailey. And of course, Brad Gallard, what can he do for us through this afternoon's section? Had a couple of spins out there this weekend as Brad Gallard. It's not been the cleanest run for Brad, but there's still a lot of racing left to go. And Brad Gallard, who we know has been in motorsport for a very long time. Yeah. He's been in off-road for a very, very long time as Brad Gallard. He knows what to do, and he knows how to operate an extreme two-wheel drive truck.
Is that Nick Hicks?
It is Nick Hicks. Just getting his Section 2 underway. Car 53.
Couple of shout-outs. People tuning in. Corey Aldridge is tuning in. Dylan Blake's tuning in. Of course, naming rights sponsor Brett Comiskey's online. Hope they're all enjoying the coverage. The real Jimmy Cotton is looking on back home. Pity he couldn't be here, Jimmy. Lachlan Bailey gets his program underway. Section 2 for Lachlan Bailey's underway there, Cam.
Yeah, well, this is a really good drive earlier today from Lockie Bailey as well. Still out in front of the side-by-side field. And can he hold off a hard-charging Kane Jones? And of course, we'll keep an eye on that battle between the two. Bailey and Jones is Robbie Gadaletta in car 83. Another hard charger this morning, made his way right through the field. He started right down the back of this heat in Section 1 and now finds his way right up the front, starting behind Lockie Bailey. There he is on screen, Robbie Gadaletta in car 83. So a really, really good drive this morning and hoping to back it up here for Section 2.
Yeah, Gadaletta hoping to capitalise on his good work this morning. Gets his program underway. Was that Kane Jones?
Yeah, Kane Jones.
He pushes that thing. He wrings the neck of that thing, gets every ounce of pace out of that.
He certainly does.
657 side by side.
Clearly a very, very handy behind the wheel of a race car is Kane Jones. This will be the Commons truck.
The 479 Commons truck. Always in the fight is Nick Commons. So they get that Brenthal off the line. The track will really come into play for the Brenthal as it gets rougher. That big American truck will just eat it up. The Westline, Bestline, 479 Brenthal truck, Nick Commons at the wheel.
Of course, he's put himself right in the fight for that extreme two-wheel drive trophy we've been talking about. Of course, Brad Gallard right in front, but with Waitley's unfortunate issue that they're trying to handle down in the pits at the moment, Commons is up there in the fight for it as well as Glenn Ackroyd rejoins the track in 601. Of course, that roof number identifying how successful they were in the championship last year, winning the side-by-side class.
The West Australian Adam Tawella. And he blasts the limiter again. Come on, Adam. Got to be a bit tighter than that. The 952 Adam Tawella, Kobe Grant, ARB Making Tracks Midland, Phil Burner Racing.
What can you tell us about the success of the Truella team over in WA, mate?
Oh, multiple state championships under the belt recently. Taken a little while to get hold of the car, like make the car work for him, and yeah, spent a really stellar 4 or 5 years. Dale Martin's underway. Dale Martin will be hunting him down.
Well, we thought he would be hunting him down earlier today, of course, but wasn't able to make too many passes. But I reckon they'll be trying to come to grips with something that's going on with that car, because they are usually right up the front. So watch out for Dale Martin, who's if he gets the car underneath him that he needs, he will certainly be one of the fastest competitors out there. So we'll keep an eye out for Dale as oh, there goes Whaley. Whaley's on the track now behind Ben Falk. So they fixed up the issue with the 421, and Ben Falk gets to look in the mirrors and see a hard-charging Toby Whaley. He's going to try and chase him down. We're going to be able to see this in the in-car too, mate.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, Toby Whaley has had a cylinder head off that Chev engine in that 421 truck. So, great effort for him to get back on track. And Ben Falk will have mirrors full of orange.
Well, he doesn't have mirrors full of orange anymore, because that orange is right out in front of the Falk 122 now.
So the Pro Light of Falk has let the 4 car of Whately go by. The 95 car underway.
Yeah, Brett Rogers.
The 2 Bretts, as it would be. They're having a pretty good run.
Having a very good run in the element. Done a fantastic job so far throughout this weekend, and try and chase down the Pro Light of Ben Falk, as I reckon that was Simon Evans.
Simon Evans underway in the Polaris.
Another one of our competitors done a fantastic job this morning to get to where he is at the moment. We said earlier, he's sort of flying under the radar, but doing a fantastic job driving this Polaris machine into the position he's found himself in. That should bring up the next of our Pro Lights. As you can see the in-car at the top right of your screen now, folks. But the next of our Pro Lights, Andrew Moles, getting his 3 laps underway.
So Molesy roars into life in the 135. Alice Springs Host Tech, beautifully presented car. Andrew Moles always does a great job. Paddy Garrity off the line. 1009, little bit of a bobble on the line there. Didn't quite get the release of the clutch and the throttle position quite right there, but Paddy Garrity's underway.
Well, these high buzzer cars seem a little bit harder to get off the line than some of the others. If you listen out for most of these high buzzer powered machines, a little bit of a challenge to get going, but once they're going, geez, they're quick. There's Falk, top right of your screen, folks. You can see the in-car. How cool is that? We're going to watch what's going on there in this car as Kyle Judd in 424 also joins the track.
Great shot of Judd there, the 424 car. Alan Dixon, one of the Pro Light protagonists, gets underway. He's just settling into his work nicely in that Pro Light 153. If he plays his cards right, he's in for a good result this weekend, and he's doing really well, laying down a nice footing here on Saturday. That sounds like the 585 of Michael Shipton.
Yeah, the only Performance 2-wheel drive car to complete Section 1 earlier today, with De Brenny unable to finish today's section earlier. Of course, Ben Falk's navigator there with the pace notes once more.
651 of Greg Campbell underway, the side-by-side of Greg Campbell. Shout out to Mickey Zacher. He's tuning in. Thanks for your help getting to Fink, Michael. The Zacher family, great off-road racing family. And they certainly rolled out the red carpet both during Fink and before Fink for the Kingswood, the junior race team that we entered at Fink recently. Anyway, Greg Campbell on screen. Is that Wes Cowie?
That is Wes Cowie.
Peeling away from our drone.
A hard-charging Wes Cowie. There's Ben Nixon on screen. 6168.
So we got Brandel, Floyd, Williams and Marks are the last 4 cars.
Well, Brand was another one we're going to keep an eye on here. Obviously had an issue earlier today on lap number 1 and found his way down the order. So look for him to make his way through this field as well, because he's going to try and push pretty hard. We Gallard on screen there. There's Brandel. Of course, one of our former Pro Light competitors as well. Now behind the wheel of a Pro buggy.
And, of course, former AIC number 1 plate car.
Yeah, former Australian champion. There's Bo Robinson on screen now as well. Kai Floyd. So obviously repaired the issues they had in this morning's running.
Yep, flamboyant Kai Floyd gets underway. Beautiful Method Wheels livery on the side of that. I believe it's a Tatum.
Yeah, it looks a lot like a Tatum buggy, that one.
So the 41 car, Kai Floyd, underway. Looks like we got Jake Williams in the 437 and the 422 of Jason Marks about to get underway. The Williams entry underway there.
Well, so Floyd, Williams and Marks all being seated into this position, so starting at the rear of the field. So they're going to try and hunt their way through this pack, because Williams, we know, is fast. He was making up a lot of time earlier today, passing cars. He passed Dale Martin out on the track earlier.
And
so
that's no mean feat.
Oh, that is certainly no mean feat. So look for him to make his way through the field. As will Jason Marks, trying to fight his way through this pack as well. And Marks off the line now with the final car for this heat to leave the start line. So all the cars scheduled to start now on their way through lap 1 here of Section 2 at the Loveday 400. Of course, the big news being Waitley's late start, having those issues and getting them repaired, getting out on track. They did a great job to get it back out on track as quick as they did. I'm sure they were working on it furiously over the break that we had between this heat earlier today and the Section 2 start. You can see the in-car of the Falk entry now as well. There's Gadaletta on screen in 83.
Gadaletta hunting down, looks like the Bailey, Lachlan Bailey entry, the side-by-side of Lachlan Bailey being hunted down by the Gadaletta 95.
There's Kane Jones. Been doing a great job throughout the weekend.
Yeah, he had a great morning this morning. Really impressed with his drive.
Very, very impressive. Probably one of the... if there was a Driver of the Day award, he'd be up for it, I reckon.
He'd be in the running. Like, yeah, especially in what we would call a sort of the lesser of the side-by-side brands, perhaps.
Well, it might be a changing of the guard here.
Yeah, hopefully. Good to see Polaris fight back after a few years of Can-Am domination.
Well, Lockie Bailey might have something to say about that still at the front of that pack. The Commons truck, Nick Commons. So chasing, following the in-car footage of Ben Falk on the screen here. And he started behind Dale Martin in front of Brett Rogers. So if we can see some dust around, then he's probably on the back of Dale Martin, but we would expect Dale with the extra horsepower and the Pro buggy to be pulling away from Ben Falk.
Well, that looks like Glenn Ackroyd with a strap or something.
Yeah, certainly something flailing loose at the back of that car.
Is that a recovery strap? What is that, a tie-down strap?
Well, the spare wheel looks like it's pretty fixed in still.
Might be a tie-down strap out of a tool bag, maybe.
Could
they
be.
Take for running repairs, maybe. Nick Hicks, the smooth mover, Nick Hicks, with his kind of different mushroom livery.
It's certainly different. As I said earlier, Nick Hicks is always changing his liveries and changing style on the car, which I don't mind that. That's pretty cool.
Adam Truella letting it all hang out.
There's the Waitley truck, but that looks slow going.
Yep, something not right there.
Really unfortunate because we know how fast Toby is. And on screen and in car, there's Ben Falk. He's the car we're riding with. Look at those whoops forming. The sign of a racetrack that's been run for year on year. The old whoops coming through.
Great split screen shot there of the Falk entry. So the main frame is Ben Falk, and the little split screen shot there of the in-car Ben Falk, the Tank World 122 Pro Light Ben Falk. Now, interestingly enough, he had Michael Shipton out in front of him in the first section, and he, had dust. Dust was appearing in that in-car regularly.
Yep.
But not such the case with Dale Martin out in front of you.
Well, you'd expect Dale should be, if the car's running appropriately, to be the fastest car out of the two, and that would be the sound of the Waitley truck you might hear in the background here trying to just rev out their issue, I imagine. We Simon Evans.
Here's Simon Evans in the main frame, Ben Falk now in the main frame. Looks like they've copped a bit of dust. They've got the...
Navigator's holding onto the rag, ready to hand to the driver. One of the necessities of racing a car without a windscreen. Just take a couple of rags with you. When the driver's screaming for a rag to wipe off the helmet, it's got to be ready. See how heavy going it is in some of these corners, and the sand forming on the exits. The outside of the turns here. So Ben Falk just setting it into the ruts. Driving out. Carrying the momentum. Looks like a battle on screen here, Russ. On your top right, that looks like Garrity. And I reckon that not too far behind is Kyle Judd. And Judd did start behind Garrity. So Judd making some moves here. And Garrity's pulling over to let Judd through. So a great job by Paddy Garrity to identify the truck in the mirrors and just let him through.
Yeah, no if, buts or maybes. Garrity gets well out of the way and lets Judd get on with the job. And that's a fantastic bit of racing from Pat Garrity. Real gentlemanly and safe.
Yep, and well aware. In the single seat as well, he's obviously got his eyes looking ahead and also in the mirrors to keep an eye on his fellow competitors. He probably knew that Judd was going to be quite fast, and knowing that Judd was starting behind him, so he probably was keeping an eye on the mirrors quite closely.
Yeah, great bit of racing there from Garrity. Obviously he knows when and where to pick the fight, and he decided that part of the track was too rough for his machine, and he's happy to let Judd go by, and that's great. Great bit of sportsmanship, great bit of racing.
There's Alan Dixon on screen now as well. It's a bit of a pro-light battle we can keep an eye on as Falk in the top right of the screen, and then Dixon in the main picture here.
Some great class battles going on. Lachlan Bailey in the side-by-sides. Hank Parker in the 7. Shippo, of course, running away with it in 5. And the pro-light battle really interesting at the moment. Really interesting.
Of course, Andrew Mole's in that mix as well. We can't count him out for the pro-light victory. There is Shippo on screen, the Performance 2-wheel drive.
Geez, it must be rough. When you look at that in-car there, Cam, of the full country, is Boston Morgan Horan. Looks like he's about to
Yeah, I was
buzz the tower.
just looking out the window and saw a bit of dust. So Boston Morgan Horan making his way back towards the tavern now. The fastest car from this morning's running. Leads this event overall. Is making his way back in towards the tavern. He's not far away now. There he is on screen. What a fantastic drive this was yesterday and this morning.
And he
from
looks
Boston.
like he's gapped the OBR2 car by Robinson, Shane Hart. So if those two boys are still circulating, it looks like, and they are, the OBR car disappears into the distance as Boston joins us, the big black motorsport.
Well, he's certainly
All
opened up a
drive.
margin. There is certainly a margin there that he's opened up. Bo Robinson was a lot closer in on the first lap this morning. Boston doing a fantastic job. I think if there was two words you could use to describe a driver like Boston, it'd be fast and talented. For him to be able to get behind the wheel of this truck, have barely driven it, and to come out here and go fastest on prologue and fastest for Section 1 and still being what I would suggest, we don't have times obviously, but fastest in Section 2. Such an impressive drive.
Yeah, but the two car, Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt doing a fantastic job. And good to see all the panels still on it. I don't know, I'm a bit of a traditionalist when it comes to these cars. I like to see them panelled up.
All the panels on them. Yeah, they do look much better with all the panels on, that's for sure.
And listen to that Joe Gibbs V8 power, Bo Robinson. That is a gourmet bit of engine building there from Joe Gibbs, and certainly Bo Robinson getting the best out of it at the moment.
Well, with our first two cars across the line, we'll get some lap times for you here, folks. But that's a fantastic opening lap from Boston Morgan Horan to open up a margin on Bo Robinson. So a 23.56 from Boston Morgan Horan with a 24.38 from Bo Robinson. So that is a very, very large gap that has been created there by Boston.
And there's a fair gap back to Toddy Lehman by the looks. The Robe Earth Movers entry 85, Todd Lehman.
Of course, we were supposed to have Waitley start between the two, but I do agree with you there, Russ. I think that the two trucks have skipped away from the pro buggy of Lehman. The question I want to know is how close is Wes Cowie to the back of the Lehman entry? We know that both of these competitors are really, really fast in their equipment. So there's Falk on your screens now. Look at how deep those ruts are getting through this tight and twisty section. A very technical section of the Loveday 400 track we get to witness here. Thanks to our amazing camera crew who have put this together for us and able to jump on board the Falk entry. So there's Bo Robinson, other side of the driveway there. Still cars piling in here through the driveway. Lots of spectators on their way in to watch the racing here at the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. It's great to see. Of course, there's still plenty of racing coming throughout the rest of the weekend as well. We got a do it all again tomorrow, but we've still got Section 2, Heat 2 to come as well. Todd Lehman's time, a 25 flat. So Bo Robinson was a 24.38. So right you are, Russ. These trucks are skipping away from the pro buggy. We haven't seen Wes Cowie yet.
Wes Cowie looks like he's just entered that tree line. Looks like a lightly coloured sort of...
Looks like Brad Gallard through there.
Gallard, apologies, yeah. Well, that's great news for Gallard fans.
Yeah, but is that slow moving, the Gallard truck? I reckon that's rather slow moving from the 454. Yeah, he's just nursing it in, I think.
So he got a wounded truck and he's shortcut his way back in.
Oh, Brad Gallard is certainly a hard charger. So there is something wrong with the 454 truck. So another big news story for our Extreme Two-Wheel Drive Australian Trophy, Russ, with Gallard looking like he's nursing an injury on the 454. Nick Hicks on screen now. He's going to be the beneficiary of Gallard's misfortunes by catching up time on outright position. Of course, these two competitors not in the same class, but when it comes to the outright awards, everyone's in the fight.
Have we missed Royden Bailey? Have we missed Wes Cowie?
I think we have missed both of them. In fact, what we'll do real quick. Don't want to take you away from the action too long, folks, but we'll have a look at this here. I reckon that's the 52 of Royden through this section down the bottom right of your screen, just behind the 83. So that'll be Royden Bailey.
Gallard's into the pits.
And who are we looking for? Wes Cowie.
Nick Hicks makes good his first lap and he's on his way to do his second.
There you go. We'll rejoin the fight here. Gadaletta is chasing down Lockie Bailey.
And that's been an ongoing fight. What a prolonged battle that's been. Gadaletta on the back of Lockie Bailey. So both cars completely different but evenly matched for pace. Maybe on this next lap, when it roughs up a little bit more, Gadaletta can get the ascendancy.
Well, I was just going to ask you the question, Russell, whether you think he's going to want to make the pass or settle in, but with that dust there, he's close enough. He's going to want to get out in front.
He'll want that clean air. I think sooner or later Lachlan's going to have to let him go. And, of course, your man, Kane Jones, is starting to feature on the back of the Gadaletta Bailey issue.
Well, he did start 30 seconds behind Gadaletta, so he's not too far away.
No, not at all.
Well, one of the interesting things we've got to keep an eye on here is if Gadaletta makes this pass and Lockie Bailey settles in the dust here, does Kane Jones have enough in the tank to catch up some time on his fellow side-by-side competitor? Of course, he doesn't need to pass Lockie Bailey to make up the overall time. He just needs to be within 1 minute of Lockie Bailey.
And the man who always stays in the fight, Nick Commons. The 479 Westline truck, the Brentford Trophy truck. He's definitely hanging on the back of that red side-by-side. So looks like Como can make a move this lap.
Yeah, he's pushing hard. He started behind Jones.
Track's starting to rough up. The track will really come to that Brenthal truck. Well done, Nick Commons. He's doing a great job. As is Hicks, Bailey, Galetta and Jones. A great little battle going on there. Looks like Wes Cowie and Royden Bailey have dropped off the radar, have they not, there, Cam?
Yeah, seems to be. That's Glenn Ackroyd out there as well in 601.
Glenn Ackroyd's streamer that was frailing out the back seems to have disappeared. He's got Dale Martin hot on his heels.
And Dale Martin looks like he might have made the pass on Adam Truella.
So Adam Truella is still toiling away, but
he's out there.
Dale Martin's got the ascendancy on Adam Truella, so there's a bit of passing going on now. We're seeing some really good driving from And position changes, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Truella's let Dale Martin go. Dale Martin will get hold of Glenn Ackroyd any moment now, one would think.
Yeah, it won't be long until the 5 is making the pass on the 6:01. Just waiting for some times to come through here. I've got a time for Lockie Bailey. I do not have a time for Kane Jones. Lockie Bailey at 26:51, but of course Jones, we know, is right in that fight now. Well, we don't have a lap time for him at the moment. As you can see, the Morgan Horan truck on your screen now.
Adam Truella's car in the 952 still looking clean and tidy, so he's just easy into the task. He's let Dale Martin go, which is probably not a bad thing. And Benny Falk heading back towards the finish line. So the
Oh, it looks like Royden Bailey there in the mirrors of Falk.
Yeah, a bit to do for Royden Bailey. He's behind Falk, so
some sort of issue is hampered Royden Bailey on the opening lap of this section, and he's fallen down the order.
So has Royden Bailey perhaps stopped for Wes Cowie? I wonder if Wes Cowie's come off the track and Royden stopped for him. He was behind Cowie. Hopefully Cowie's all right and just suffering a mechanical problem at the moment.
Well, either way, Royden Bailey's got some work to do now.
Ben Fulks dialing up the numbers, revving that NA engine to get the best out of it. Brett Rogers is on the back of those two. He's a great bit of action here. Ben Fulk breaks late indeed. Royden Bailey heads for the pits. Action aplenty here, Cam.
Well, I think Ben Falk will be pretty happy seeing that in the mirrors.
Yeah.
The 52 disappearing into the pits. Doesn't have to worry about him for the time being. That's Rogers.
Does have to worry about the two Bretts in the 95 car.
Yes, he does.
Because they're having a good campaign this Saturday. They're having a pleasant Saturday morning. Is the Rogers entry, the 95 Pro Buggy. Simon Evans in the distance and on screen. Wow, we were really treated to some motorsport. Busy motorsport there, Cam, were we not?
Yeah, it was one of the amazing things about this venue here at the Loveday 400. We get to see so much action. Not even just on the screens here with the live time, but right out in front of the tavern. You get to see so much. You get to see them over the other side of the driveway. You can see Truella out the distance of the tavern now. It's certainly a fantastic venue for off-road racing in South Australia and Australia.
Now watch Simon Evans take this berm. This one here.
Well, this is the berm that caught everyone out. Yeah, that's... Yeah, look at Simon Evans come around this berm. It's very, very impressive. He's certainly... I think that's the fastest line for our side-by-sides. We've had a couple of competitors find the wrong line around that corner. Ending up on their sides. Well, look out. Royden Bailey's right behind Simon Evans. He's rejoined the track. Here's Kyle Judd backing towards us now. Now, Russ, question for you. With Royden Bailey coming into the pits there, obviously having a small drama, he's heading back out on the track. He's got a lot of cars to chase down. As a driver, can he keep his head cool? Can he be calm and collected, or is there going to be some more mistakes that creep in?
No, he's got no choice. He's got to keep it tidy. He's just got to pick them off one by one. Kyle Judd gets the big 424 truck around the last corner. So do we have Andrew Moles out of sync? Is that Pro Light class battle really opening up for Fulk?
Seems to be. I don't have Andrew Moles on my list of competitors to complete the first lap here as we join Falk in the 122. And there's Dixon, fellow Pro Light competitor as well. We chase him down with the drone. Of course, Garrity in the Tavern area now as well in 10.09. There is action aplenty out there at the moment. That's Jake Williams. I reckon he's trying to chase down Mel Brandel out there. Plenty of dust being caused by these machines out the back now.
So Alan Dixon not far away from recording his time for the first lap of this section. The 5.85 of Michael Shipton not too far away. Yeah, Paul is definitely the brains trust of that operation. The 5.85. Alan Dixon makes good the last corner before the timing point. Great drone shot there of the Shipton entry, the 5.85.
There's Williams on screen now, chasing down who I believe is Brandel. Or has he made the pass on Brandel? There's a car at the back there. Now that's Kai Floyd in front of us here. It is an action-packed tavern area. Shipton, then Floyd. A couple of side-by-side cars. And then Williams, and Brandel is in behind Williams. There is action aplenty here at Loveday.
So Shipton's across the line. Greg Campbell's not far from the timing point. Ben Nixon's in the mix. Kai Floyd's about to come across the line. Jake Williams is pushing hard.
And this is the seeded cars making their way through now. Kai Floyd was the third to last car to leave the line. Has made the pass on a few of these competitors, but at Jake Williams as well, there was the second to last car to leave the line. Also catching and passing a lot of these competitors here as Nixon lets the Williams truck by. Nixon off into the pits now as well, so issues for Ben Nixon.
Greg Campbell's about to get a hurry up from the Williams trophy truck. Mel Brandel.
Got a time here for Jones now. Kane Jones a 26.22. Lockie Bailey was a 26.51, so Jones is faster than Lockie Bailey in the side-by-side class at the moment.
Mel Brandel makes the corner and embarks on his last lap of this section. It's like Jason Marks, lights ablaze in the distance, the case livery on the side of that truck. Mel Brandel, the 77 on screen at the moment.
Mel Brandel's one that I reckon is over the next few events that he's behind the wheel of this car, he's going to get faster and faster. We know he's quick. He's been the Australian champion in the past. He's been super fast behind the wheel of the Pro Light, and when he gets the handle of this Pro Buggy, look out. He's going to be right at the front of these Pro Buggy competitors. Here's Marks. An issue that meant they were unable to finish Section 1. Rectified by the team. And back out here for Section 2 at the Loveday 400.
Great in-car there, ladies and gentlemen, of the Fulk 122 Pro Light entry. Ben Fulk currently leading the class. A long way to go yet, but doing a great job is Ben Fulk and providing some great images for our production team.
Yeah, and you can see how the conditions of the track are going to change while we ride with Fulk throughout the weekend. But he's doing a fantastic job out there. He's Fulkers. There's Wes Cowie on screen now, slowly making his way back towards the pit area. So it looks like he might be behind the tow rope. So really unfortunate for Wes Cowie. He showed a lot of speed earlier today, and I was excited to see what he could do starting higher up the list here for Section 2, but unfortunately, issues have struck the Wes Cowie machine as Fulk negotiates some of the technical sections here at the Loveday 400 track. And there's Marks, the other side of the driveway now. Was the last car to leave the line for this section. As we ride back on board with Fulk, you can see our rally safe track map here with all the cars out on the track. You see Dale Martin there near the top right of screen. There's Glenn Ackroyd, and we know they were having a bit of a battle out there. We'll go back to the action with Fulk in front of us now as well. Or see how deep it's getting in these sections as well, how rough this track's going to be by the end of the weekend, which is going to certainly suit the trucks a little bit better. Of course, Boston, Morgan Horan and Bo Robinson will be pretty happy with seeing this track getting rough. And you see Fulk, the left-hand side of the track now, trying to find that cleaner line, trying to carry that momentum in this 122 Pro Light. Of course, a reminder, if you want to get right in amongst the action, you could get over to the tavern here, go to the bar, buy yourself a limo ticket. And you can find yourself out there. The limo's going to take you to the Kick-Ass Jump, the Kick-Ass Bar out there. You can enjoy the view of the cars as they tackle the Super Jump. What a fantastic initiative that the Waitley family and the Loveday team have put together here. Well, how cool is this? Sitting in car for Ben Fulk, tackling the Loveday 400 track.
Yeah, great images there, ladies and gentlemen, from our team, our production team. And thanks to Ben Fulk for allowing us to run a camera. Some competitors are a little bit superstitious when it comes to cameras on their cars. They don't like to run cameras. They believe it's bad luck. I know a lot of the sprint car guys don't like to run GoPros or anything on their frames because they're worried that it's going to bring them bad luck and curse them. So thanks to the Tank World 122 Pro Light entry of Ben Fulk, providing some great entertainment. And Leah, I'm just flying solo at the moment while my good friend and colleague Cameron Nash enjoys a light refreshment, ladies and gentlemen. As Cameron has mentioned many times, the bar facilities are terrific here at the Loveday 400. Get yourself down there, get yourself a a refreshment and some good food and enjoy the festivities and the racing that is the Loveday 400 as Boston Morgan Horan gets on the picks hard, throws that big black motorsport entry, all-wheel drive Mason 899 trophy truck into the corner. Boston has really got a good handle on this truck now after a few laps here at the Loveday 4x4 Park, the Loveday 400, and he hits the berm for what should be the last time. I believe we're doing 3 laps in this section, so Boston Morgan Horan will Haddock embark on their final lap, their 3rd and final lap for the day, and they are really streeting the field. Bo Robinson nowhere to be seen at the moment. I believe Bo is still pedalling as hard as he can, but Boston Morgan Horan, Will Haddock showing Bo Robertson and Shane Hutt a clean set of heels at the moment.
Well, there is Bo Robinson on screen now as well. So they have lost a lot of time on the back of the Morgan Horan machine. Boston really showing his track knowledge here, as well as his talent behind the wheel of an off-road race car. Of course, we know that the Robinson team certainly talented as well. So Boston just doing a fantastic job throughout the racing here. But Bo's still in the fight. It only takes one error, one flat tyre, one small issue for this race to open right up for Bo Robinson. So Boston's second lap time of 24.05, about 9 seconds slower than lap number 1, but he still looks like he's opening up that margin on Bo Robinson quite comfortably as Robinson makes his way in front of the tavern area here now. And well, I've got to say a massive thank you to the guys down at the tavern who've provided us with an awesome pizza to sit down and munch on. So as Robinson makes his way in front of the tavern area, if you're sitting there enjoying yourself, watching Robinson do battle in the truck, you can get yourself a pizza as well. Enjoy this awesome facility with the food options available. Of course, they've got the food vendors down there as well. But what a weekend we're having so far. And we've still got a full day to go, Russ. We've still got a lot more racing left ahead of us.
Absolutely, mate. We've been treated to an absolute feast of pizza and off-road racing. What has been a great Saturday here at the Loveday 400. Round 3 of the Comiskey Mining Services AORC. What a great job the Whateleys have done putting this event on. All these volunteers, thank you so much. All the people behind the scenes that help out. Too many to name. What a great event this is turning out to be. Great shot from our production crew there of the 85 car. Toddy Lehman. Twin turboed V6 power. On display from the Robe Earth Movers REM 85 of Toddy Lehman. But I do believe those trucks are starting to run away with it as the track's deteriorated. So it'll be interesting to see how Toddy Lehman goes on his timing. But anyway, I'll leave Cam well alone just for the moment because he's enjoying his lunch.
Oh, it's a beautiful, beautiful bite. I recommend it. Fully recommend grabbing yourself a pizza from the Loveday Tavern as Lehman over the line now. Now, Russ, just one thing I've noticed about Toddy there, not running the spare tyre. So, any issues with a flat tyre out there, he's going to be in a world of trouble. Now, we've been riding with Ben Falk. We know that a lot of this track is sort of heavy sand, or going to form heavy sand, but there are rocks out there.
Yeah, he's obviously had a really good look at the track. He's done what's he on his third lap now? Third lap.
Yep.
But obviously he chose in this section not to run the tyre. He's had two laps this morning to have a really good look at the track. He's decided that his driving is clean enough, and he's obviously rates his tyres of choice, which I think are BFGs on that Jimco. So he's decided that he's going to run a little lighter, which will probably benefit him in some of those plungy whoops. They're not real Fink style whoops. They're sort of more of a whoop that you plunge, the car plunges into, like you see the Fulk car, they're plunging, like boom, boom. So yeah, sorry about the sound effects there, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, maybe Toddy Lehman just feels like that weight of the tyre up there's, you know, a little bit of an advantage not having it, like leaving it in the pits. The trade-off is, of course, if he gets a flat tyre, he's more or less snookered, but he's looking for every advantage he can get to run down those two big trucks. And you know what? If he feels like running no spares to go, then that's what he's going to do, and he's done.
I guess one of the other things that he can consider here as well is the fact that he's right up there in the outright order, which means that his focus is going to be solely on the top few positions. If he does have that flat tyre, he's going to fall away from that list regardless, or fall away from those top few cars. So maybe take the spare off, put the focus into being as fast as possible. If there is a flat, you'll get towed back in and fall down the order anyway. So focus being on a top position as we watch Ben Falk negotiate this technical section here at Loveday. See how deep the corners are getting here as these cars chew up this track. Ben Falk doing a good job. Looks like he's carrying a lot of momentum through this section, letting the car set into the train tracks, if you will.
See, there doesn't look like there's any big tree roots sticking out of the side of the track. So yeah, that's probably influenced some of Todd Lehman's decision to not run the spare. There again, did he have the spare on at the start of the section? Has it just simply fallen off?
Well, it does happen. There is I reckon probably at least 50-60% of all off-road races, there's a spare tyre that falls off the back of a car.
Bit of a gap opening up now from Lehman back to Nick Hicks.
Yeah, well, this is where Cowie and Bailey and Gallard would have settled into. So that gap there, which would have been filled by those three competitors, now being filled by absolute dead air, which allows Nick Hicks some fresh air out in front that he doesn't have to worry about any dust. He probably feels like he's all alone out there at the moment. Hicks a very smooth operator. As I was saying earlier today, he's one of those competitors that you just never count him out. He's always there. He's always around. He's always fast. And he seems to get faster and faster as the weekend goes on.
Well, he won the Kalgoorlie Desert Race in the early days in a side-by-side, which is pretty good going.
Yeah, very impressive result.
Now, we've got an interesting little change by the looks. We've got, looks like the Commons entry is the next car in.
Yeah, well, the Commons entry would have had to make the pass on Jones, Gadaletta and Lockie Bailey to get up to this position here. It'll be a very good drive from the Commons truck. So we've got 4 cars who've completed 2 laps now. Boston Morgan Horan is fastest from Bo Robinson. Todd Lehman into third, with Nick Hicks the 4th fastest of those 4 cars. So this battle for...
So has Nick Commons gone bang, 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 Bailey, Gadaletta and Jones in one foul swoop? It looks like he has.
It looks a lot like he has, because that's Lockie Bailey there. So Lockie Bailey has certainly been passed by the big truck.
And Lockie Bailey can get that car around this track rapidly, so Nick Commons is on a good number by the looks.
Yeah, I think the track might be coming into the real wheelhouse of the truck. You can see how rough it's been getting in the Falk entry, and obviously the trucks like it rough out there, so they'll be coming into their own as he negotiates this corner that's made a couple of our competitors come unstuck throughout the weekend. There's Dale Martin on screen now as well. He started a fair way behind the Commons truck, couple of minutes there, so he's making his way through this field. There's Lockie Bailey on screen now as well. Where is Kane Jones?
Kane Jones just coming into shot now.
So there he is there. Kane Jones. This battle between Bailey and Jones is really heating up. So I've got the overall times at the moment. Kane Jones actually leads Lockie Bailey for the outright at this stage. So Jones making big moves throughout today's running, and his first lap for the section earlier today, the first lap for this section, apologies.
And hot on Kane Jones's heels is the experienced 601 Glenn Ackroyd. So Glenny Ackroyd has decided to roll his sleeves up and get on with it.
Yeah, so this side-by-side battle was really getting interesting. Now, Kane Jones' time for the last lap took a while to come through, so, there it is now. So a 27.24, Lockie Bailey a 27.21, so 3 seconds Bailey was faster on that lap. We'll update this for you for the overall. So Jones still leads Bailey by about 12 seconds. So that is going to be a real close battle that we're going to keep an eye on throughout the weekend. But Glenn Ackroyd, what does his time allow him to do when it comes into this fight? So Ackroyd at 26.42 is actually faster than both Jones and Bailey over this section so far.
Like I said, it looks like Glenn Ackroyd's decided to roll his sleeves up and start getting into it.
Well, on your overall, Ackroyd leads Jones by about 3 seconds, and then Bailey a further 12 seconds adrift. So that is a really tight battle, Ackroyd, Jones and Bailey. And you know what? I reckon that Ackroyd's just far enough back that Jones probably doesn't actually know that
he's there.
He's catching that quickly.
He will in those sections more towards town where it switches back. He'll get a good shot of the nose of the Ackroyd Fuchs lubricants entry.
And he'll compare where he is sitting on the track in relation to Ackroyd from his last lap to this lap.
Gadaletta looks a little petite into that corner. Is he...
Yeah, he's fallen down the order here. He was he made the pass on Lockie Bailey, I believe, but he started just behind Lockie Bailey and started a fair way in front of Trewella. So issues for car 83, which is really unfortunate. They were having a really, really solid run.
I wouldn't mind betting that he peels off into the pits. And, yep, on cue, the 83 car disappears into the pit area for maybe some running repairs.
Well, here's the car we've been riding with, Russ. This is Ben Falk in front of the tavern now as we go back on screen to Brett Rogers.
So the two Bretts are getting in amongst it as well. They're having quite a good run this Saturday, so... they're setting themselves up for a big weekend.
So Robbie Gadaletta actually lost about 4 minutes there in this lap before peeling off into the pits. So an issue has hampered the 83 throughout that lap.
So unfortunately for Gadaletta fans, from our commentary position, we can see that they're out of the car. So
yeah, looking at the back of the car. They're not actually in the pit area. They're in the warm-up area just outside the commentary box. helmets are coming off and they don't look to be in a rush, so I don't think that's good news at all for the Gadaletta team. So as Rogers negotiates turn 1, the limo's on its way back. You get to wave to the Gadaletta crew. Of course, remember to get your tickets there at the bar. $30 will get your limo ride out to the kick-ass jump. And look at this. Look how hard going this is for Falk.
Yeah, look at that thing, bucking and protesting. That's no 80s design buggy. That is the latest state-of-the-art Pro Light, and it is, oscillating quite violently in those bumps. This is the interesting part of this track, how it gets like whooped up in the corners.
Yeah.
You've got no speed to sit up on top of them.
Yeah, can't carry momentum. It's very soft in those corners there. You see,
Simon Evans in frame. Let's see how he takes that corner again.
I think he's going to take it exactly how he's been taking it the whole day, mate. It's been probably the fastest line we've seen, and I can't see it changing. There's Kyle Judd, not too far behind Simon Evans.
So Simon Evans about to rail the berm, and he does. High, wide and handsome. What a brilliant line there from Simon Evans.
I reckon if there was an award for that corner, he's winning it.
He's winning it
by far.
Yes.
Of course, the truck's not going to be anywhere near as agile through the that corner there. But Judd is catching up to the Simon Evans machine. So look for that battle.
You know what will be interesting tonight, as there's a small break in proceedings here, as we wait for another car to come back in. It'll be interesting to see how outright AORC points are stacking up. Because remember, we've had no Bentley here this weekend. Travis Robinson is retired. Both of them were featuring in the top 5. Of course, Boston Morgan Horan is racking up points as we speak. So, going to be very interesting to see who's up who and who's not paying at the end of the day for the AORC outright.
Yeah, it's all starting to happen here at Loveday, that's for sure. With Bow and Boston right at the front, and points. Do we have access to the point score at the moment, Russell?
We probably could, because the timer's listening in on the commentary, so they won't come.
Well, we might need to get some access to the point score and see if we can work out what's going on here for you folks. Try and do some quick maths. There's Kai Floyd on screen, car 41. Now, wasn't able to finish today's Section 1 as Kai Floyd, but looks like they've got all their dramas well under control now. So was seeded into this section. He's been fighting his way through the pack. Of course, Jake Williams was in this this mix before. Floyd was in the pack of cars that was coming through. It was really busy. You can see they've sort of spread out a little bit. So we had Shipton and Campbell, Ben Nixon in that battle. Alan Dixon in the 153 on the screen now as well. So can we see the Williams entry out there on the map? .437 down in the pit area there by the looks of it. So Dixon right in the middle of the Pro Light battle. Of course, Falk, who we've been riding with throughout the weekend, looks to be the man to beat at the moment.
Yeah, Mel Brandle continues to circulate, just learning the car by the looks. 77 of Mel Brandle there, Cam.
Well, one thing I was just thinking about, there's so many different storylines here this weekend, Russ, with competitors just chasing that outright victory, obviously, with Boston and Bo. You got Mel Brandle learning the car, Brett Rogers learning his car. I'm sure they'll take an outright victory if it came to them, but I think the focus for them this weekend, more than anything, would be learning the package they've got underneath them, making some changes if needed.
Well, we thought Boston Morgan Horan was going to take time to learn his package, but he's just ripped the lid off it and gone for it.
And do you know the scary thing, though? Maybe he is still learning that package.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Unwrap the new present and off he's gone. Straight out of the box. Full pace.
Beauty of motorsport is when someone works something out, you've got to catch up.
Michael Shipton into the last corner for the day.
Well, this is a package that Shippo certainly understands now. He's been behind the wheel of this car for many years. Certainly no learning to do for the 585 crew.
Greg Campbell not far away, Ben Falk on screen. Jason Marks in the truck. Not too far away from us.
I'm loving watching the Falk entry into the corners. Yeah, doing a fantastic job as we see Jason Marks in the truck. This was the last car to start this section due to being seeded. Of course, we've had some cars go missing. We've lost the Moles machine. Of course, Toby Waitley having that drama as well. Unable to complete the section. Wes Cowie we saw getting towed back in before.
Well, the side-by-side battle's really interesting, and the Glenn Ackroyd fans are tuning in thick and fast. Mickey Zacca reckons that Ackroyd will be dealing with the rough better than the other two, the Bailey and Jones entry, so shock expert there, Mickey Zacca. Chiming in, expert comments on the sideline there. Of course, the real Jimmy Cotton, who is part of the Ackroyd teams, cheering on up the 601. Chris Howe is asking where the 92 is. The 92 is in the pits.
Back in the pits. It was on the back of a tow rope not too long ago.
God, every now and then you see the front end pitch up real high. Looks like almost a square edge bump it's hitting there. Cam, those horrible square edge bumps.
And just think about this, we've still got to do this all again tomorrow.
Are we halfway through? They've done 5 laps. These boys have done 5 laps. So they're halfway through their program.
They will be halfway through. So the national champ, or the AORC competitors will do another full day of this tomorrow. It'll be 3 laps tomorrow morning and then 2 laps tomorrow afternoon, whereas the state championship will do the 3 laps in the morning but will not do the final 2 laps.
And intriguingly, they will group them into 2 heats. So some of the cars in the first heat will be in the second heat and vice versa, as Boston Morgan Horan brings it in with a wet sail. He's not messing about. Looks like he's gapped that OBR trophy truck.
So what's the process from here if you were behind the wheel of that truck, Russ? You know that you're well out in front. Are you maintaining the lead, not taking any risks, or are you taking risks just in case you have an issue like a flat tyre, something goes slightly wrong, you might have a couple of offs? What's your thought process?
Obviously, you know, he's got to understand and feel how the car feels, as in, like, has he sort of overdriven it? Does it have more left in it? But I think if you've got a really good lead like he has, barring a flat tyre, he's, just go out there and do the same again. Unless, of course, he thinks he's been taking some really huge risks to get where he is. So, I suppose that's a simple answer to it. If you've taken massive risks to get in this position, then maybe remove those risks. I wouldn't back off too much because that's when you do have to get yourself into trouble.
Well, I tell you what.
Because you lose that feel of the car and, all of a sudden you're doing silly things because you're going at a slower speed,
Well, he's done a fantastic job today as Boston Morgan Horan is the first car to complete Section 2, a 24:30 on his last lap. Now, just interestingly, after we've had that conversation, Boston's last lap time there, 25 seconds slower than lap number 2. So, 25 seconds, is the track getting worse? Well, definitely will be. Is it getting 25 seconds worse for Boston? Or is he just backing it off just a little bit, just because he knows he's built that gap over Beau Robinson in the 2?
And we've got some rally safe there whilst we watch Ben Falk. Let's see how where is the two-plate car?
There he is. So the top right of the map, or just below the 657. There he is out the back there of the tavern. We've just seen him come into our view from the commentary box window. So that is a rather large gap, though, that Boston's been able to build over car number 2.
Yeah, that's a sizable gap, visually.
I tell you what, it just allows you to have, not that you want to have this, but it allows you to have a small issue if you're in the Morgan Horan camp. If something goes slightly wrong, it's you've still got a little bit of time up your sleeve.
Yeah, and what Cam's referring to, ladies and gentlemen, it might not be an issue where you're like, I have to hop out of the car as such. There might be just something simple where the driver and navigator communicate what's that noise, and on the next straight they just lift off a little bit. They just coast the throttle so they can try and work out what that noise was. We're not talking a massive delay, but it could be like 5 seconds here and there as you try and diagnose something silly. And that could be something as stupid as a tool bag coming loose or the jack coming loose in the back, and you think it's the shock falling apart.
Or even just a small issue where you are 25 seconds slower a lap.
Yeah.
If that happens tomorrow afternoon with 2 laps to go, Boston might have built up enough of a gap to maintain that. So Beau Robinson going to tackle the last couple of corners here and cross the line here at the Loveday 400. His Saturday afternoon's racing is complete, and we'll finally work out the picture of what today looks like. 1 minute slower than Boston Morgan Horan on that last lap was Beau Robinson. So your total time from section 1 and 2, Boston Morgan Horan 1 hour 59:48. Beau Robinson 2 hours 3:29. So a nice gap there that Boston's built over Beau Robinson throughout today's racing here at the Loveday 400. Here comes Toddy Lehman. I reckon that Robinson's been able to increase that gap over Lehman. Fastest of our pro buggies at the moment. Another competitor who's been doing a fantastic job. Now, interestingly enough, his second lap was a 25:24, which was faster than Beau's lap number 3. So this track certainly getting rougher for all of our competitors here. And we'll wait to get an eye on the time that Toddy Lehman can put together for us very shortly to work out whether Toddy's been able to maintain a bit of pace, or whether that track is just really chewing up now and slowing down all of our competitors equally.
God, isn't it amazing how the sport's progressed? This 85 car wasn't too long ago that you could not buy a quicker car in Australia.
I think the development of all of the cars over the last even just 10 years has just been phenomenal. And it's scary to think about what it could look like in another 10 years.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
Toddy Lehman with a 25.45, so 15 seconds slower than Robinson's final lap. And he goes 20 seconds slower than his previous lap. So the track definitely getting rougher and rougher. But you're right there, Russ. The 85 is almost going back 5-6 years ago was the car to buy. If you wanted to go fast in off-road in Australia, and fast at...
Yeah, if you had a fistful of dollars and a bit of ability, that would have been the car to buy.
And you were fastest at 95% of the tracks in the country.
Yeah, 100%. On the 95%. No, but yeah, great to see the trucks coming out. Everyone loves a truck. Great shots there, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a little bit of a pause. We've got the truck of Boston Morgan Horan, Will Haddock, has returned and finished their day. Bo Robbins and Shane Hutt, their day is over. Toddy Lehman in the 85. Robe Earth Movers Jimco, turbocharged Jimco, has put the queue in the rack for the day. He's finished his program for the day, so well done to those three thus far. Commiserations to any of the DNFs that have had to pull out during this section. So if you're watching the live feed back home, send a message in. We'll try to read out as many as we can. We'll try to make it as interactive as possible. Hopefully you're enjoying what we're doing here in the broadcast booth. We're enjoying the action, I can tell you right now. Tyler Yeoman is watching back home. G'day, Tyler. Jacob Bobbin watching on. Jeremy back in the timing booth, watching on.
Well, they're all going to enjoy the Falk in car, that's for sure. How good is this to be able to watch this through the whole lap here of the Loveday 400?
Yeah, and interestingly enough, they've stayed with the paper notes, which is cool. I'd love to ask him what's the purple omissions, like what are they? What's that mean? Is that notes that they had when it was smooth and they've decided to delete it, or is it a mistake they made on recce, or is it some sort of code? I'm curious. We'll have to do a bit of a pit walk later on, I think.
Yeah, catch up with the Falk machine. Here comes Nick Hicks in car 53. No, this is where that gap was formed. In front of Hicks was Gallard, Royden Bailey, Wes Cowie. And they all fell aside. And Nick Hicks.
Even Toby Watley. Whereby Toddy Lehman was able to push up toward the Robinson entry. So it ended up being quite a gap from Lehman back to Nick Hicks there.
We've had a lot of competitors sort of in the 5th outright to 15th sort of positions drop out of the running here. Or you could even argue 3rd, being Toby, Waitley dropping out. So the top 2 have held pretty steady, but from then on, it's really opened up with who's going to sort of find themselves on the 3rd step of the podium. Obviously, Toddy Lehman is looking pretty good for that position right now, but we've got a lot of crews here were fighting their way through. Of course, we don't know what the issue is or was with Royden Bailey.
And of course, it looks like Nick Commons has got one hand on the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive naming rights trophy.
He does, with the Whately and Gallard entries dropping off. Commons is in the box seat for the Class 4 or Extreme Two-Wheel Drive Australian Trophy. That'll be presented here at Loveday. As we mentioned that yesterday, but what will happen is if Nick Commons does win that, it'll be the Nick Commons Extreme Two-Wheel Drive Trophy for the next 12 months. And then if someone like Brad Gallard's lucky enough to win it next year, it'll be named after Brad for the 12 months following. So a great award for a Extreme Two-Wheel Drive competitor to take this weekend. I haven't seen the trophy, Russ, but Tony was telling us yesterday that it's a very, very large trophy.
Pretty impressive trophy. Be interesting to see how Dale Martin's progressing with his times. I mean, he hemorrhaged a lot of time this morning.
They had issues in yesterday's prologue as well. There is Martin chasing down Nick Commons in the truck. He's not far behind him at all. And Martin started a couple of minutes behind Nick Commons, so he's been able to chase down the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive truck. And look at that speed. He's able to catch up to the back of the truck too through those final couple of corners there. So a really good drive from Commons and Martin, respectively. And it looks like Martin might have that car back up to full speed.
Yes. Dale Martin hitting his straps there in this section. So well done to Dale. Looks like they've got on top of whatever gremlin was haunting them. And that side-by-side battle has not gone off the boil.
Well, this is where we've got to keep a real hot eye on the times here. Lockie Bailey on your screens now. Now, one of the issues with being a class leader is you don't really usually get to see who's catching up to you. But guess what? Lockie Bailey's had that opportunity because Kane Jones is right behind him. So Bailey across the line. There is Jones on your screen now, and there's Glenn Ackroyd. So they are all within touching distance of each other. So what can Bailey do? Bailey with a 27.07. So that is faster than lap number 2. So he got a bit of a hurry up, did Lockie Bailey. Jones across the line. We'll get a time for Jones. Not quite updating at this point is the lap time for Kane Jones as Glenn Ackroyd now crosses the line as well. So this is a battle. This is a very close battle, Russ. This is going to be, it's a big talking point overnight here at the Loveday 400 is the battle between these three side-by-side competitors. Kane Jones, a 26.52 on his last lap. And Ackroyd at 26.46. So Ackroyd from Jones and Bailey in the section. So a really, really good drive from Glenn Ackroyd in 6.01 to put himself at the front of this pack on overall time. So overall for Glenn Ackroyd a 2:12.46. Kane Jones a 2:12.54. And Bailey a 2:13.22. So Jones and Ackroyd still right in with each other as far as the times are concerned, and Bailey just falling off a little bit there. Now here's your man, the West Australian, Truella.
Car still looks in excellent shape, so Adam's setting himself up for a good weekend.
Were you able to speak to the Torella team before the event this weekend?
Yeah, look, they sounded like they'd be happy with a top 20 finish.
Yep.
So they're sort of
right in amongst where they want to be.
Yeah,
then
they're really excelling at the moment, anyway.
Well, sitting in 10th outright at the moment. It's his Folk. Fastest of our pro-light competitors throughout today's racing. It's been nice and consistent too. We've been able to ride on board with the Folk entry. And it doesn't look like they've had any little issue that's been hampering them whatsoever. It's just been consistent racing.
If they've made any mistakes, it's all been off camera because we haven't seen any. And again, the car looks extremely tidy.
It is a very nice looking car, this one. It's Brett Rogers as well, not too far behind the Folk entry. You can see window nets on this car, Russ. What's your thoughts? Window nets or wrist restraints? What's your go-to?
I like nets. We ran wrist restraints at Fink. They were a bit awkward at times, I felt.
So Folk across the line. Brett Rogers now in car 95. One of our element buggies. So some times for Folk. A 27.25 on his last lap. Effectively the very same lap time as lap number 2, so very consistent from Folk. Rogers going 10 seconds slower in his final lap than his previous. So where do they settle into the outright order at the moment? Folk into 11th place with Rogers in 12th. So for overall right now, Boston Morgan Horan leading Bo Robinson and Todd Lehman, with Dale Martin in 4th, Nick Hicks in 5th, Nick Commons in 6th, Glenn Ackroyd 7th, Kane Jones in 8th, Lockie Bailey in 9th and Adam Trewella in 10th. Now, going through that list there, Russ, Dale Martin in 4th place. That's a really good effort considering how the day started for the Martin team.
That's 4th place this section?
Overall.
Overall. Wee. That's a pretty decent move and shake.
Well, I think that's obviously assisted with the unfortunate DNFs of crews like Wakely, Gallard, Bailey with that issue as well. Where's Cowie falling down the order? But still a very, very impressive drive to find themselves in 4th place for the section and overall.
Simon Evans about to finish his day.
So Simon Evans over the line now. Another one of our side-by-side competitors doing battle out there this weekend. A good job from the Evans crew to get to this stage of the event in the condition that they're in and the position they're in. Of course, these competitors from this heat now returning to the pits, and they'll get a good amount of daylight to work on the cars, get them ready for tomorrow, lick their wounds if there's any issues, and just do the general race prep that all these crews will do throughout the weekend.
Being a event broken up into heats, that's even more important to have that good prologue under your belt, because you do get that extra daylight, as you alluded to work on the car.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a battle, isn't it? If you're in the mid pack of this field, do you want to be at the bottom of the faster heat, or do you want to be at the top of the sort of slower heat? Obviously, less cars to worry about in a overtaking capacity if you're in that slower heat, but right at the front, you might have a lot more to overtake yourself. Or do you want the time to work on the car after the day's running? Alan Dixon's got plenty of clean air out there at the moment.
I think you want to be in the fast heat, or the so-called fast heat, simply because you want less traffic in front of you, less set of wheels over the ground.
I reckon it would depend what car you're in, though. It really would depend if you've got the car that's capable of it. Keeping up with the top runners. The other benefit of being in the fast heat, you can get to the bar earlier.
Well, in my case, get to the toolbox earlier to do my repairs.
Yeah, well, you get to the toolbox earlier, you get to the tavern earlier still.
True.
So Alan Dixon making his way to the end of this section now to complete his 200 kilometres here at the Loveday 400. Another 200 kilometres to go tomorrow for all of our AORC competitors. A solid day for Alan Dixon. Not the fastest of the pro lights. That honour goes to Benjamin Falk today. But what we spoke about with the gap that Boston Morgan Horan built over Beau Robinson, we've got a similar sort of gap between Falk and Dixon. And any of those little issues that sneak in for Ben Falk, if they happen to come through, will certainly have Dixon hot on the heels. Mel Brandle on screen. Now, does this Brandle machine look like it's slower than normal there for you out the window there, Russ?
No. I just don't think he's pushing real hard.
Well, I reckon he might be having a small
It is pretty
trauma
slow
out there.
there.
It's rather slow on the screen here. So, nursing an injury to the car, I reckon, for Mel Brandle.
Yeah, that's definitely off the money.
Well, Mel was the fourth to last car to begin this section. So as Brandle crosses the line, we'll work out how much time he's lost through his lap times, but we don't have too many other cars out on the track. We'll have a look at the track map shortly as Greg Campbell comes in towards us now as well.
Greg Campbell, Shipton and Marks. Jason Marks.
Shipton with the Marks truck in the mirrors, and the Campbell side by side out in front. Now, Greg Campbell did start behind Michael Shipton, so Campbell's been able to catch and pass the Performance two-wheel drive competitor. So Campbell across the line now, and Shipton will cross the line with the Marks truck not far in the mirrors. So looking at it, I think this needs a bit of an update, this one here, Russ, because I reckon the number 2 car is definitely in the pit area. We saw them come in before.
Yes.
The 92 is also in the pits.
The 899's in a weird position too on that map.
Yeah, he's definitely in the pits.
As is the 41 of Floyd. That's a little bit odd.
Yeah, so unsure if we've got anyone else out on the track still circulating at this moment. So while there's a gap in the action, once again, a massive thank you to all of our sponsors here this weekend. The Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park, who are putting on a great show for us this weekend here at the Loveday 400. Make sure you get out to the Loveday 4x4 Park. Doesn't have to be for the Loveday 400. You can come out here and camp throughout the year. You can go for a hot lap. Get yourself in the passenger seat of one of these amazing Can-Am buggies. Big thanks to Barossa Auto Group, big sponsors of this event this weekend. So massive thank you to all of the team from the Barossa Auto Group. If you head down in front of the tavern there's a few cars out there. I saw an old Volkswagen Beetle there yesterday. I don't know if it's still there today.
It's still there.
It's still there.
Beautiful bit of...
Yeah, you had a good look at it, did you?
Amazing bit of engineering.
Yeah. The old Volkswagen Beetle. Get yourself down to the tavern and have a look at the Beetle. Of course, our series sponsors, Comiskey Mining Services, sponsoring the championship this year. And we mentioned before how Brett Comiskey not here this weekend in the track. Normally he is here and competing, but and he was on the entry list, but unable to make it here to the event this year. So unfortunate that he couldn't be here, but big thank you to Comiskey Mining for supporting the championship. And what a cracking championship it's setting up to be as we move on and head towards our last section of tomorrow's running and through to Kalgoorlie. Of course, a big thank you to Nixon Excavations. We've seen Ben Nixon out there in the Nixon Excavations side by side throughout the weekend. Doing a great job is the Nixon team. Here's one for you, Russ. This is where I reckon I'd like to be at some point throughout the weekend if it was possible. The kick-ass jump out there. You can grab yourself the limo ride out to the kick-ass jump. So massive thank you to Kick-Ass for coming on board once again as a sponsor of the event. Doing a fantastic job helping us out and making sure we can go racing and enjoy the couches out there at the big jump. And quick shout out to our limo driver as well. I wonder if he's wearing a suit.
He's wearing a limo driver-esque hat.
Big thank you to the Mount Moriac Country Pub, the Foot team. Ashley Foot, Daniel Foot, the Mount Moriac Country Pub, sponsoring the state championship for South Australia this year, a new and reinvigorated championship. And this crew have done a fantastic job supporting the South Australian state championship as well throughout the year. Of course, we've got Move Yourself. We've seen that on the Cowie cars. That crew doing a great job with some very fast cars. Unfortunately for both Rob and Wes, they've had some issues throughout the weekend, which means they're not where they would be on outright time if they had the cars running up fully in strong. And of course, Westline, the Commons truck, Nick Commons, in the box seat to take out the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive Australian Trophy here at Loveday this weekend. And a massive thank you to all of our sponsors for coming on board, sponsoring this event. We certainly couldn't be here without you at this great Loveday 400 track. And while it does look like we have a big gap in the action, We'd like to thank our production crew and all the team at the tavern as well, doing a fantastic job keeping everyone fed throughout the weekend, including us, with the amazing pizzas here. Of course, thank you to our recovery crews as well. So I'm not sure what time we'll be kicking off for the next section. I can't imagine to be too far away, as Boston Morgan Horan proves fastest once again for Section 2 here at the Loveday 400 in front of Robinson and Lehman. Horan is the one to beat.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
All wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to? reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
Alrighty, race fans, welcome back to the Loveday 400. We are very, very shortly about to kick it off with Section 2, Heat 2. 41 cars scheduled to start this heat, and Andrew Commons in 467 has been seeded into the first place on the road. Will be the first car away. We've got to keep an eye out for the chasing pack, the side-by-side of Logan Gill, who was phenomenal earlier today, putting himself right in the box seat to take a really good spot in the side-by-side class. And, of course, Daniel Challen as well in the side-by-sides will be the third car away before Rob Cowie in the Pro Buggy gets his Loveday journey underway. My name's Cam Nash. And once again with me, Russ Cullen. Russ, you've just been for a wander through the pits. Are there any interesting stories to report?
No, not really. The white guys, the truck on the start line at the moment, succumbed to an issue with the brake line. They had a leaky brake line, so they decided to pull out of their section earlier on today. Yeah, a little bit of a chat to Bo Robinson. He was pretty happy with his work. He's just setting a pace that he's comfortable with and looking after the car, and still sounds like he's learning the car a little bit. So, yeah, he's doing really well. Nick Commons, the man who always stays in the fight, he was completely unaware of the trophy that he could be able to purchase with a good session tomorrow. And so I just let him know that he had one handle on that trophy, and that was interesting having a conversation with Nick. So, but he's keen for outrights more so than trophies.
Well, he's got himself in a very good spot for an outright position as Nick Commons, as these cars are patiently waiting their turn to tackle the 3 laps that we'll have it ahead of us here for Section 2, Heat 2. Of course, Boston Morgan Horan has proved the fastest car throughout the entire day's running. His job's done for Saturday here at the Loveday 400. We've got another 41 cars set to get underway, as Commons in the 467, the first car on the line, and the first car to take to the track is a go here at the Loveday 400. So clean air in front of the Commons truck. And we've got a couple of seeds early on in this section, as well as right down the bottom of the Commons seeded into that first position. The next car away is going to be the 644 of Logan Gill. What a performance he put in earlier today as well in this side-by-side to be fastest of the heat. So look out for Logan Gill. He's going to want to try and chase down the extreme two-wheel drive truck at Commons.
And given what the way the track's deteriorated, that will take some chasing down, because that big geyser truck should swallow up the whoops and just dine out on the big bumps. So Logan Gill, it would be expected he doesn't close the gap on the Commons geyser truck.
Well, the next car scheduled to start the side-by-side of Daniel Challen in 6:26. Well, I can't see if he's been brought up to the line or not. There seems to be a large gap between these two cars at the moment, Russ.
And I can't see them from here either, so...
It could be the Rob Cowie 27 car that's on the line. But we can see the Commons truck making its way the other side of the driveway there. Awesome shots that the production team have put together for us throughout the weekend. As there's a very large gap here on the line. So Commons on the other side of the pits now. We'll see him the other side of the driveway very shortly, out in front of the tavern here.
So that might have been Luke Ursig.
That was Luke Ursig in 10:01. So we've got a couple of cars that haven't started here, which is Daniel Challen and Rob Cowie. So Ursig
Ursig gets a good advantage on the brake there.
Oh, he's a very good driver. He's Luke Ursig.
Massive gap there for Ursig.
He'll make the most of that, that's for sure.
That's smart racing from...
Well, not too far behind Luke is the 134 of David Hall taking off. So 30 seconds the margin is supposed to be between all of these cars as they leave the line here. Of course, with the omission of Daniel Challen and Rob Cowie, Luke Ursig's got a nice big gap in front of him before he would reach Logan Gill. But David Hall underway now as well. He's been doing a very good job throughout today's running. Had a good prologue yesterday, did Dave Hall, in the Pro Light. As Adrian Gardner leaves the line. There's Luke Ursig out the back there. There's Gardner on screen now. So Ursig and Gardner in the Sports Light class cars. Of course, Paddy Geraghty, been one to keep an eye on throughout the race weekend as well. He was in Heat 1. A fellow Sports Light competitor in the 10:09. So as we watch Ursig out the back there, you can hear the big truck of Brett Taylor getting underway now as well. Out in front of the tavern there, beautiful shots of Brett Taylor's machine tackling the first couple of jumps here at Loveday and into turn one. So Ashley Foote on screen now in 6:38. Solid day from Ashley Foote so far. Of course, all these competitors have got 3 laps to do here for this afternoon in this heat. So a long day ahead for our competitors as you see Brett Taylor there. And look at those whoops. That truck just having to settle right into the bottom of each and every one of them down the back there. He's taken the far right of that track. I saw Falk, I think it was earlier, on the far left. So a few different lines being taken. And here is Gaskin underway in the 1075, another one of our fast, hard-charging Sports Light competitors.
The 623 of Jeff Brennan was there off the line.
Yeah, it is Jeff Brennan. He had a really good run this morning too. He was starting to catch some cars and make some passes. So keep an eye on Jeff Brennan's progress through the weekend. Again, plenty of these side-by-side cars out there competing in the Loveday 400 this year. Of course, they'll make the most of the four-wheel drive capabilities of the side-by-sides. There's Gaskin in the two-wheel drive buggy over the whoops, and look how heavy going that's going to be by the end of the weekend. It's heavy enough now.
Matty Deck, West Australian, 612 off the line. Those whoops look horrible.
They look like they're going to be a lot of work by the end of the weekend.
Tyson Garver, 647 off the line.
You mentioned the whoops there, Russ, but Dennis de Brenny came unstuck. There's a footage of him bogged, two wheels on the track, front two wheels off the track, but the car's almost on a 70-degree angle as he's trying to get himself. He's just obviously caught it sideways and got stuck. So he said, you know what, that track is awesome, but geez, it's tough.
Yeah.
So Brenton Galash.
He looks like he's a non-starter, de Brenny.
Yeah, I think de Brenny's pulled the pin on the weekend. Just the car's not capable of what this track's proving, I think, is the reports out of de Brenny camp. But he said the track was awesome. And I tell you what, that's something I've heard from a lot of competitors over the years of here at the Loveday 400 as Nick Burt gets underway. How cool is that shot of those cars over those whoops there? Burt, the 403. Bit of a battle for the South Australians, with Burt trying to chase down Brenton Galash.
Danielle Foote underway, the 635. Cole Reid, the 6149 next on the line.
One of the things to consider for all these competitors as well is that there's been 30-odd cars go through this track twice since these competitors saw the track this morning, so these conditions of this track are a lot worse than where they left them earlier today.
Sports Light of Tyson Battersby off the line. Is that Darren Oliver? Is that the Hayabusa?
It is Darren Oliver in the 221.
The Hayabusa bobble off the line.
One of our Super 1650 competitors here this weekend. Now, it doesn't look like a big car, but I'll tell you what, I've sat in this car. Not when it's running. I've sat in it while it's been stationary. It is really wide in that cab. There is so much room in that car. It is actually really surprising how much room they've got to play with in that machine. So the 6165 of Benjamin Ward, 30 seconds behind Darren Oliver. We'll have to see if the four-wheel drive can catch up to the two-wheel drive Super 1650 throughout this lap. Of course, Darren started at the front of this heat earlier today, but has fallen down the order. And this is the 621 of Jody Waitley. Underway now. The Loveday 4x4 Park Can-Am. How much do you think track knowledge comes into play here now, Russ, after it's been so chewed up by all the cars?
Oh, I think it's still important, yeah. Familiarity of the track is really important. I think Jody will be fine. Might not necessarily equate to super fast times because bumps are what they are. They're going to slow her down as they would to any side-by-side competitor. It's starting to get quite rough for a side-by-side out there. Obviously, some of the faster side-by-sides are taking massive risks in areas where they think they can get away with it.
The 445 of Mick Parham, the turbo truck. Clinton Shunke in 427 also gets his Section 2 journey underway. We were mentioning earlier today, Russ, about the panels. The trucks look better when there's panels on the back, but Clinton's decided, you know what, we're going to run without them. He's taken the panels off the rear of the white Rush truck, I believe it is. This is the He-Slip car. The 999, the ex-Trevor Copeland single-seater. A lot of good history in this car, winning events throughout South Australia over many years. One of our competitors who came unstuck here at the corner in front of the commentary box earlier today, Jamie Harrison, in 6:39. We had a couple of the side-by-sides end up on the side. Rob Knight was the other competitor who had that fate, as Jesse Manderick gets his Section 2 underway. All these crews have completed the 2 laps earlier today, but tell you what, there's a lot of racing to go. 3 laps here at Loveday, and look how much this track is being torn up by all of these crews. 80-odd cars we had enter and start here this weekend, and you can see the impact it has on the track here. As Clay Agnew. Now, they had issues earlier today, Russ. We saw them on the back of the tow rope, getting towed in. It looks like it's all repaired, and we're back racing again.
Kate Swinglehurst off the line there in the Swinglehurst Motorsport entry. 682. Jack Livingston off the line there. Cam?
Yeah, another good job from one of our side-by-side competitors this morning of Jack Livingston. Nice and consistent throughout his running. Now, question for you, Russ, as we continue through. There's Clay Agnew out the back there. We don't have an in-car camera for this heat, but if we could put it in any car, which car would you put the in-car camera in? Your choice. Completely your opinion. Where would you put the car? Or where would you put the camera?
Logan Gill.
Logan Gill. Now, that's a good selection.
Yeah, I think that would be a pretty wild ride.
A wild ride was had this morning by Rob Knight in 6:39. 55. He was one of our competitors that ended up on the not on his wheels.
Paul Tuckley, Mudgee Cranes entry. Off the line, Kate Swigglehurst in frame. Cross back to Mudgee Cranes, the 996 single-seater. The effervescent Paul Tuckley.
Chelsea Gwynn in the 244. Only 4 crews here this weekend in the Super 1650 class. Of course, you got Darren Oliver, Clay Agnew, Chelsea Gwynn, and we had Josh Chapman, who had an issue earlier today. I'm unsure if Chapman will be starting. It looks like he's scheduled to be the last car away. There he is in the lineup there, so he will start this section. We'll turn our attention to this man, the 6'1", who needs no introduction. It's Craig Lowndes. And what a... probably not the run he was looking for throughout yesterday and this morning, with some issues with the car. But hopefully they're on top of it all now, and Lowndes can make his way through this field like he's done so at Bathurst many times in the past. And he finds his way here in the field at the Loveday 400.
Shawman Steve Dennis off the line. Craig Lowndes working his way through the course on screen.
So plenty of cars out there on the track at the moment, as Hank Parker in the 701 underway once again here at the Loveday 400. Got to say, I'm really impressed with how this thing handles the first couple of bumps and jumps here at Loveday for a production four-wheel drive car. He certainly doesn't back off too much for these initial bumps, and he'll be very, very happy with having four-wheel drive underneath that beast. As Adam Spicer in 961, the next car away. So we've got 3 cars that have been seeded to start at the back of this pack. Thomas Stevens, Toby Stevens and Josh Chapman. As the 606 of Thomas Stevens takes to the track here. So we've almost got all of our cars underway. There's the Heaslip car, the 999. Steve Dennis on screen now as well. Now a big gap in the action makes me think that Toby Stevens may not be starting this section. It might be Josh Chapman, the next and final car off the line, as the 701 of Parker out the back here. Heaslip as well. So Josh Chapman gets underway and was the last car scheduled to start this section. So I believe that'll be all of our cars now out on the track. Now, Russ, another question for you. You want the camera in Logan Gill's car, but if you were to jump in the passenger seat or navigator seat of any car, would it still be Logan Gill, or would it be someone else on this list that you'd like to jump in alongside and go for a ride with?
Andrew Commons.
Is it because it's in the truck, or is it right at the front?
Mate. She's a truck.
Very
She's a
good.
truck, I'll fit. Well, perhaps.
No, it would be a good ride, that's for sure. I reckon if you could strap a seat on top of Luke Ersig's car, I'd take that option.
There's the Chapman entry through those whoops. Paul Tuckley. Some bad braking whoops there by the looks. See the Rickland logo on that 282 car. Of course, Kane Knowles, the other Rickland car that's here. Kane Knowles' 21st birthday today, ladies and gentlemen, and Kane's promised to buy a drink at the bar if you wish him a happy birthday. So,
No, it sounds like he might be avoiding the bar now. Be an expensive weekend.
He'll be there.
There you go, the 660 has just got underway. That's Toby Stevens, so was scheduled to start in front of Josh Chapman. And a bit late to the start there, but...
Chelsea Gwynn working her way through the whoops. Toby Stevens in shot right now, the 660. Fink Desert Races, Daniel Sawyer tuning in. Jimmy Cotton continues to watch on, as does Michael Zacher in Queensland.
He'd be pretty happy with his tip of Ackroyd's success in the earlier heat today, I'm sure. As there is the Commons truck.
Yeah, the white guys are Andrew Commons, Anthony Cook, just really working well. Cuts a nice fine figure through the Loveday scrub, does that geyser truck. You can't tell me you wouldn't want to go for a ride in that, Cam.
Oh, I'd go for a ride in any of the cars out here, mate. Absolutely any of them, just to be out on the track. Of course, I saw the for sale sign on the Stevens car before, so if you want to go out and get into off-road racing, that's certainly an option. Get yourself into the Stevens Can-Am, and you can go and have some fun with the with this lot we've got on screen, the Commons entry, fighting the way through the whoop section here at the Loveday 400. I say the whoop section, but I think 90% of this track is turning into whoops.
They're the horrible ones, those ones in the corner.
Yeah, you can't carry that speed through the corner, the momentum.
We have a track in West Australia called the Midwest Challenge, and it gets those big, real deep corner whoops. You know, some people complain about the track, some people like the track. It's a great track for, great venue for camping and being involved, because you can see a lot of the track from where you camp. But yeah, it gets big whoops in the corners, big whoops.
There you go.
Is that Andy Commons going up that long straight that I call
heading
north?
That'll be heading onto that straight now where we can see in front of the tavern.
Heading West Australia's north.
So you see how he hits that hard ground and then he's away. And that straight there is a really nice hard packed bit of dirt the cars can get right up to speed. It's probably the fastest that we see them through here in front of the tavern. And they wind their way back towards us after this. But Commons, who was the first car away, maintains his lead on the track position. Of course, we were looking at Logan Gill, who started in second, see if he'd be able to chase down the truck. Looks like a nice big gap that Commons has been able to open up here at the Loveday 400, the first car back into the stadium section here. And I reckon that's Logan Gill going down that straight there now. So a nice gap that Commons has got over the side-by-side competitor, as we can see. Commons winding his way back towards us with that drone footage. The fantastic footage we're able to see here, thanks to the production team who've done a great job. And we've been able to chase these cars through 90% of this track, which has been absolutely fantastic, keeping us right up to date with what's going on out there. There's the 467 of Commons, making the most of that clean run.
Yep, got a very favourable seed, got some clean air, and he's got a pretty rugged track in front of him, which allows him to make use of that Geyser truck's long suspension and those big tyres. Of course, big tyres make little bumps.
I suppose there's a point that you can argue, Russ. However, I reckon the rough terrain that we've got here this year so early compared to previous years is making it more of a truck track earlier in the weekend, more favourable for the trucks than it is the buggies. So years gone by, if you had, say, if we had half the competitors, this track might be a little bit more buggy suited for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's certainly shown its teeth early, the Loveday 400 track. And look at that. Not often you'll see a Geyser truck bucking and protesting like that thing is.
So Andrew Commons, his first lap time, a 27.16. Logan Gill, a 27.38. So Commons has opened up that margin on track position there. And how's that for a smooth transition? I'm very impressed with our production team here as we move on to Brett Taylor. He's had this truck for a fair few years now, as Brett Taylor. Of course, he's raced buggies in the past.
Great shots of the Brett Taylor 431 trophy truck on screen. The Ursig entry. About to buzz by the commentary box.
I spoke to Luke a few weeks ago and he wasn't sure that they were going to get the car here this weekend. Of course, Luke does a lot of race car builds and prep for a lot of other competitors, and often means that his car's the last one left to work on. So he'll be just happy to be here, I'm sure, but also very happy with the performance that he's put together so far in the 10.01 to be right at the front of this pack in this heat. Be Brett Taylor on screen now as well. He started behind Adrian Gardner and David Hall. I can't see either of those two competitors out in front of Brett Taylor, so we'll keep an eye out for the whereabouts of Hall and Gardner. But it's allowed Brett Taylor a nice gap out in front of him, between him and Luke Ursig. So Russ is just heading out for a moment, folks, so you're stuck with me here for the moment. So Luke Ursig's time at 28.02 as Brett Taylor fights his way through this, the last few corners of this Loveday 400 track. A track that's proving to be so much rougher than we probably first predicted at the start of the weekend. The track really coming into the hands of the truck competitors here. Brett Taylor completing this lap at 28.37, so fourth fastest of the four cars to complete the lap so far. Of course, you've got Andrew Commons, Logan Gill, Luke Ursig and Brett Taylor who have all completed this lap at the moment. As in front of the stadium area now, we have Josh Gaskin and Adrian Gardner. Now, this is a battle for the sports light class cars. Gardner started a long way in front of Josh Gaskin. Gaskin has made the pass on Adrian Gardner. You can see Gardner on screen now, trying to stay on the back of Gaskin. Gaskin, we're really happy with the progress he's made on this lap, and still with a couple of laps left to run here at Loveday for the section and the heat. What sort of time can he make up on his fellow sports-like competitor? Or can Gardner hold on? Gaskin with a 28.27 is faster than Brett Taylor, who crossed the line before him. Adrian Gardner with a 30 flat. So might have an issue for Adrian Gardner on that first lap, but seems to be fully back up to speed now as we see Brett Taylor on the screen, winding his way around this Loveday 400 track. You can see the ruts forming in all these corners. It's getting busy back in front of the tavern now. A couple of side-by-sides in the house. Matt Deck is supposed to be coming through very shortly, but this looks like Tyson Garver in the 647, who has made the pass on, I reckon this could be Jeff Brennan coming in towards us now as well. It's there on screen. Garver has made the pass on Jeff Brennan in 623. So there is Brennan on screen now. I reckon this is Matt Deck now, who has Brenton Galash in the mirrors. And Galash with a very, very good first lap to try and find his way on the back of Matt Deck in 6.12. So Galash making some moves early in this section. Russ is back with us now, back in the commentary box.
Yeah, straight back into the action. 4:03, the bird entry on screen. Great bit of commentary there as he called in the Deck Galash battle. So did Deck start in front of Galash, or?
Yes, he did. He started a minute in front of Brenton Galash, so Galash has been able to make that time.
He's been well and truly caught.
Absolutely. So look for that pass to be made on this lap. Probably pretty early on this lap, I would imagine, too, with the horsepower of the Pro buggy getting down to the ground as Nick Bird in the truck. Sets it up on two wheels there on the big bermed corner. But another lap under the belt of Nick Burt here at Loveday. So Andrew Commons is the fastest car on the track with a 27.16. Logan Gill a 27.38. Luke Ursig put in a 28.02 before Tyson Garver a 28.10. Josh Gaskin with a really good first lap in his class, a 28.27. And Adrian Gardner has lost a lot of time there with a 30 flat right down the bottom of the list, and 11th of the 11 cars that have crossed the line. There's Darren Oliver in 2.21. Negotiating this rough Loveday track. Now, if you're around the place, you're thinking of coming to Loveday 400 this weekend, there's still plenty of racing action on tomorrow, so make sure you get on down here to the Loveday 4x4 park. And if you're too far away but you'd like to come along, well, how about next year? Come to the Loveday 400. Or just come to the Loveday 4x4 park, and you don't have to come when the Loveday 400's on. You can get on down here, you can camp, you can go for a hot lap, you can be in the passenger seat of a Can-Am, and you can feel exactly what these competitors are feeling out there on the track at the moment, as we see the 10.66 of Tyson Battersby winding his way back in towards the tavern now. He's been consistent throughout the weekend. Hasn't been the fastest of the sports lights, but there's still a lot of racing left to go. We've got 200 kilometres of racing tomorrow for our AORC competitors. The Battersby family have been racing in off-road for a number of years now in multiple different cars. So Battersby started behind Kyle Reid, Danielle Foote, and I haven't seen either of those two competitors come past. This looks like Benjamin Ward in 6.165 is catching up to the back of Darren Oliver in 2.21. It's exactly the incentive you want, isn't it, Russ? Have someone in your sights that you want to try and make a pass on.
Yeah, well, the mirrors will be full on the Oliver entry. That side-by-side's definitely on the hunt. Oliver did start in front of him?
Yeah, he did. Started 30 seconds in front of Benjamin Ward. The Oliver machine have been falling down the order here. They had a really good prologue yesterday, put them into the fourth car to take off in this heat earlier today. And they fell right down. They started sort of mid-pack of this 40-car field that we've got for this heat. So I'll try and catch up with Darren later and see if there's any issues going on with the 221 as Battersby on screen now. Settling into the ruts here at Loveday. Looks like Jody Waitley's pulled up in front of the bar.
Clinton Shonky truck.
Whoa, Heaslip's just gone around too in front of the tavern here.
Looped it. It's a bit of action here. Jody Waitley's pulled up. Clinton Shonky's missing panels. Si Heaslip's looped it. Birthday boy on screen, is it Dylan Nolis?
That's Jamie Harrison
Jamie
on screen there.
Sorry. Both back cars.
I think Jamie Harrison will be taking it a little bit easier through our last corner here, or using a bit more of the berm, as Heaslip negotiates that berm we mentioned.
And there's the birthday boy on screen previous to the... let's see how the 638 negotiates this corner that he rolled on earlier.
A little more gently around the corner then from Jamie Harrison. Russ, have you ever rolled a car before?
Yes.
Now, when you rolled this car, did it make you nervous for that same section of track on the next lap?
No, because the car was a bit of a mess. I sort of rolled it a bit.
Okay, so the car didn't continue after the rollover?
No.
Did you go back to that track?
Yeah, love the track. I was in a diesel patrol, and I think I was about fifth outright at the time. It was raining, so the four-wheel drive patrol was just reeling them in. And, but next minute I was looking at sky dirt. I
reckon it's always the way. If you're going to roll, it's going to be when you're having one of the best races of your life.
We were having a really good run.
Ben Shunke having a good run out there as well in 4:27. Did the patrol ever race again?
Yeah, it did actually, yeah. We cut the roof off and put a new roof on it.
Yeah, a little bit of work in the tin top, in a tin top rollover in comparison with a gentle rollover of a buggy, I suppose, or a trophy truck even, with the fiberglass panels.
Yeah, it's the trouble with the tin tops. When you do hurt them, you've got panel beating to do, and if you do it rough, it looks terrible. You got to do a reasonably good job of it.
There's Craig Lowndes on screen. He's got a bit of motorsport experience, Russ.
Yeah, he's a dab hand at driving a car. He looks like he's coming to grips with the Can-Am too. That was quite slick through there.
He's obviously got a bit of off-road racing experience. He's in the production four-wheel drive class of a Fink for the last few years, but finds himself behind the wheel of this Can-Am Loveday car this weekend.
Any time there for Craig Lowndes?
Just waiting for it to update at the moment. For Lowndes, I don't have a lap time for him coming through at this time. However, a couple of the competitors coming through. Heaslip with a 29.36, Harrison a 29.36, Shunke a 29.49. Darren Oliver's fallen right down here, a 30.30. They might be nursing some issues with their Super 1650s. Clay Agnew over the line now as well. Well, here you go. I've got a time for Craig Lowndes for you. A 27.55. He is the third fastest car on the track right now. So, Andrew Commons, Logan Gill, and then Craig Lowndes. So that's a really, really good lap from Lowndes. In front of Luke Ursig on time for this section. So as you said, Russ, Lowndes coming to grips with this car now and starting to put down some lap times that are very, very competitive.
Was that the iTech World Danielle Foot across the line there? You have a time for her? She looked like she might have leaked a bit of time there.
A 38.15 from Danielle Foot, so has definitely fallen down our list. See Jack Livingston on screen and Jesse Mandarick also not too far behind. Rob Knight.
There.
Yeah, this is the corner that he came unstuck at earlier today. Mandarick high up on the berm. That seems to be the line that's been working the best for our side-by-side competitors throughout this weekend. So we've got competitors trying to take the tight line and competitors going up high on the berm. And, of course, we've got the award for this corner would go to Simon Evans if it was an award. He's been the fastest around that corner all weekend.
Kyle Reid looks like he's leaked a bit of time as well. Paul Tuck-Lee. Danielle Foot on screen in the iTech World side-by-side. Adam Spicer. Kyle Reid comes across the line. Nice shot of Adam Spicer on screen.
Yeah, you can see with the drone behind the Spicer machine, it's a left-hand drive car. Have you ever driven a left-hand drive race car, Russ?
Not a race car. He had a left-hand drive Porsche once.
I've driven a left-hand drive race car once. And I thought it was going to be really weird, but after about 2 minutes, it's just a racetrack.
Just the same thing.
It's the same thing. You're just sitting on the other side. There's Paul Tuck-Lee across the line now as well.
Does it sound like a happy year change there from the Spicer entry? The 961 Adam Spicer fighting for gears there.
Well, Kyle Reid, as you said before, has lost a lot of time. A 39.55 for Reid. So is the slowest of the 28 cars to finish lap one. So a few of our cars having some issues out on the track at the moment.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a skill error. That would just be more be some sort of issue. Or likely some sort of issue there for Kyle Reid. He's normally fairly quick peddler. Rob Knight on screen.
Potentially managing some temperature issues out there as well. If things are getting a bit hot on the old gauge, might have to dial it back a little bit.
Is that
be Warren Ward, I reckon, in 6.59.
Yeah, he's about in the pecking order where he should be. So, mind you, Craig Lowndes has moved up the field a bit.
Yeah, well, the third fastest time for the section, or for the heat, I should say, in this section. So Lowndes starting to put down some really, really good lap times. But Logan Gill, the fastest in the side-by-sides of the heat. And, of course, Andrew Commons. He's sort of in a league of his own out there in the truck. And Warren Ward comes around the last corner here. I reckon I've spotted our limo driver out there in his fancy hat you were talking about before us. Of course, a reminder that if you like to go for a limo ride out to the jump, you can head up to the bar and purchase a limo ride. Get yourself over to the Super Jump there. And that'll continue throughout the weekend. Josh Chapman on screen. The 282. And look how hard that looks. That looks like it's a lot of work. And we've still got 200 kilometres of racing left to go tomorrow, let alone the last couple of laps here for this section today.
Handful of neutrals for Chelsea Gwynn. Another handful of neutrals. And the 244 gets underway off camera.
Oh, I can see out in the distance there the 467 of Andrew Commons coming back in to complete his second lap. So field's starting to spread out a little bit now, but with Commons coming through to complete lap number 2, he's going to be catching up to the rear of the field here, completing their first lap. So a few passing opportunities ahead of the Commons truck. As there's a pass on screen now. One of our side-by-sides going past Hank Parker in 7:01. That might be Logan Gill actually coming back in towards the start area here on lap number 2. Steve Dennis across the line in 6:90 as well. And here we go. This is the truck you'd like to be riding in right now. If you could be anywhere else except for in this commentary box, this is where you'd be, Russ.
Absolutely. The steering wheel firmly in front of me.
In the driver's seat.
Oh, absolutely. Oh. Andrew, sit down, shut up, and I'll show you how it's done. Doing a great job, he's Como. Mind you, he's ably assisted by Anthony Cook. Cookie doing a great job as a navigator there. Mind you, very petite cornering.
Very cruisy through that corner there.
They opened the throttle up a little bit, but geez, it was quite...
Yeah, it's not... I wouldn't say it's at full race pace of what this crew's capable of, but... Tell you what, it's been a long day. Maybe the truck or the crew both feeling a little bit tired.
And what are they? Are they pulling in?
They are pulling in. So, issues for the 467. But they're pulling up. Are they going into the pits themselves, or are they actually just pulling up in the warm-up area here?
They pulled up in the warm-up area.
Is the crew there waiting for them?
Chapman car on screen. And they're out of the truck, so that doesn't look good for West Lime, the best line. They did have brake issues earlier that saw them withdraw.
Well, look in the mirrors of Chapman's machine here. That's Logan Gill. So Gill makes the pass on Josh Chapman, and with Commons now pulled off into the pits, Logan Gill is going to be the first car on track in position. Well, Logan Gill's going to do a very good job here and put himself in the conversation for the side-by-side category for sure. A 27.27 for Gill. 11 seconds faster than his previous lap. Now, Commons put in a 27.09. That was actually his fastest lap before he came into the pits then. So I think an issue that they might be having has only just sort of struck them as they were coming back in towards the tavern here. So if you're going to have an issue, have it near the pits.
Parker sets sail on his second lap, I believe.
Yeah, beginning of lap number 2 for Hank Parker. Bouncing away in the 7:01.
It looks like the Best Lime vehicle guys a trophy truck heading back to the pits.
Not good news for the Commons team.
Do you enjoy a Corona of an evening, a hot summer's day?
Of course.
Well, you do know that lime that you're drinking it with? You know where that would have originated?
Oh, I'm assuming now from the Commons West Lime situation.
Mate, they grow. You ask Toby Cooper, mate. They grow the best limes for you. Limes and lemons, mate.
There you go. So if you want to have a Corona,
every time you're having a Corona, think of those boys. Or fish and chips.
Well, there you go. That's a different spin on Coronas for me now, mate. That's for sure.
And Toby Cooper is watching, and that's why I mentioned it, because Toby Cooper will know exactly what I'm talking about.
Logan Gill on screen. What a performance he's putting in today. Can you see a roof number on that car? Yeah, I think I can just see one there. Always one of those things to try and spot is if there a roof number on the car, or has it gone missing underneath a low tree line, or has the car been upside down? Certainly a roof number on the roof of Luke Hersey's car as he goes past the commentary box here. The 10:01.
Yeah, great work from Luke Hersey. The 10:01 sports light of Luke Hersey, of course, the sentimental 1050 on the side of that vehicle, that race car. And Hank Parker. Wonder if the track's getting rough for Hank Parker.
Oh, I think the track's getting rough for probably 90% of our crews out there. You can see even the trucks bouncing away.
Dude, when Bo Robinson says the track's getting rough, you know it's rough. Shouldn't talk out of school, tell tales out of school, but he did say, yeah, it's getting pretty rough, mate. Just like, man, if you think it's rough, wee.
Yeah. No, I'm sure Hank would definitely agree that track's rough. Of course, using the four-wheel drive to his advantage, though, out there. Certainly going to be a helping hand. I reckon if you were looking at the cars that are going to find it rough out there at the moment, Clay Agnew in the Super 1650, he's going to be finding it very rough. In the little Class 2, doing a great job, as is Brett Taylor in 431.
Yeah, Brett Taylor will be finding it a little bit rougher, all relative. You know, he'd be pushing that big truck pretty hard, so it'll be rough for him as well, but probably not the brutality that Hank Parker's going through with those leaf springs.
Oh, I can agree with you there. I think a lot of our competitors will be getting a good sleep tonight, ready for another 200 kilometres of this tomorrow.
So that would be Brett Taylor's third lap, starting his third lap, yeah? Logan Gill on his third lap, Luke Hersey.
Yeah, Brett Taylor starting his third lap. So we've got 4 cars now on lap number 3. Commons, Gill, Ursig and Taylor. Of course, Commons in the pits. There's Josh Gaskin. Now, Josh Gaskin, I reckon he started a little bit down the order. He's made his way right up through this field. He was able to make the pass on Adrian Gardner. You can see Gardner out in the distance of the tavern now as well. So, but Gaskin, caught and past Gardner, has made time throughout this lap. Always a nice feeling to catch and pass a fellow class competitor.
Gaskin about starting at about 10th position.
Yeah, he's done a very good job throughout the first couple of laps. Make his way up through the field. Get a time for Gaskin. A 28.24, so he's actually gone faster on his second lap than he was on his first lap as well. So one of our top performers here for this heat is Josh Gaskin, cutting his way through the field. There's Gardner across the line now as well. It's the 6.47 of Tyson Garver across the line. So we've got 7 cars now on their third and final lap of today's running. And in order, Commons from Gill, Garver with a really good lap time, a 27.41 into third. Pushes Ursig down into fourth of those cars. Brett Taylor in fifth, Gaskin in sixth, and Gardner in seventh. Now, of course, we mentioned that Commons is the fastest across those first 2 laps, but he is in the pits. So, Logan Gill.
What do you reckon the Commons boys will be doing right about now?
Well, it really depends on if they are repairing the truck or it's the end of the weekend for them. I think what you mentioned before with the Coronas might not be a bad option if the truck's in no good condition. However, I'm sure that they'll be doing their best to get the car back out on track.
I reckon they'll be slicing up a few lemons and limes. The best lime growers in the business, from what I'm told. If you ask Toby Cooper, one of our fellow commentators who is watching on, so I know he's listening. He's just ignoring us. Set the West Australian Matt Deck on screen with Kira Gillia. A couple of West Australia's finest. The John Deck Plastics logo on the side. It's quite busy out there at the moment, Cam.
Yeah, well, you can see Brenton Galash not too far behind Deck as well. Now, did Galash start? He did start behind Deck, didn't he? I reckon they were in a similar position on the last lap, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they were a lot closer, but... Nick Burt, the 403. Coming into frame.
One of the many rush trucks we've got here.
They're a good, honest Aussie-built truck, those things. You don't have to rob a bank to buy one, from what I'm told. So, Nick Burt, 403, getting down to business, ladies and gentlemen. He's on his third lap, from my understanding.
Yeah, we're starting his third and final lap of today's running. And
You just correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, I'm happy to correct you if you're wrong.
Thank you.
As long as you correct me as well.
Well, I wouldn't know if you're wrong. It's like Toby Stevens. Just learning the craft by the looks. And that car is for sale, I think. That is the CTS car that's for sale, yeah.
It is the for sale sign on the side of the car.
Cameraman listening. Well done, cameraman. Camera person. No, cameraman.
Our pilot.
I know it's a man.
The drone pilot.
I know which one's taking the footage.
Not a bad way to get in the sport, though. Get in the side-by-side class. Plenty of fellow competitors. And plenty of parts available. Off-the-shelf parts to keep you running throughout the weekend.
And if you're a busy businessman, you can simply drop the car off at one of many repairers and have it seen to between races, pick it up, put it on the trailer, and off you go. Until next time. That's the beauty, I think, of the side-by-side. Don't need a massive hauler. They're quite small, quite light to tow. Parts availability, you know, they're not really, there's not a lot on those vehicles that are custom made where you've got to go back to the fabricator.
Well, of course, it's not track restricted either. You know, there's a lot of classes. So a typical old school class 5 might not be able to tackle the track as well as some others, whereas this category or this class of car isn't track restricted where some other cars might be.
So what you're saying there is they can do the Fink Desert Race.
So can a Kingswood, I hear.
Yeah, well, Kingswood, mate. We were the star of the show.
That was the reason everyone was there, eh?
Yeah. We saw the track over a longer period of time than anyone else. That's for
You
sure.
got your value out of it.
We did.
That's what it should be all about, mate. Right, there's the 134 at David Hall. Now, he had I'm assuming had a quite an issue out there. The slow-moving 134, making his way back in towards us now. He was one of the first cars away earlier today. There's Tyson Battersby, who'll be looking to make the pass. I would say that David Hall's probably going to be making his way into the pits here. And it's certainly not a typical David Hall speed. Yes, going back to the side-by-side conversation, you're absolutely right. They can do any event you want to go to. That car's certainly capable of competing in whatever event you would like to attend. Loveday, Fink, absolutely anywhere. As David Hall continues on, so nursing a problem is David Hall. There is that is certainly not David Hall speed. He's a very fast operator, but issues for the 134, so they're keeping an eye on the mirrors and letting their fellow competitors by without too much hassle. As our drone follows the 221 of Darren Oliver now. This is that battle between Benjamin Ward and Darren Oliver. I reckon that Ward was a lot closer on that previous lap than just gone by. So Darren is making some time up that he lost to Benjamin Ward. We figure out some of the lap times here coming through.
Sorry about that pause there, Cam. I was just looking on screen at the 999 entry, which looks like it's been hunted down.
Yeah, by Craig Lowndes here.
Well, it looks like Lowndes really on a charge.
Here, Tyson Garver with a very impressive couple of lap times here at 27.41. He's third at the moment of the cars to complete 2 laps. But where can Craig Lowndes set his car in the order here? Because he was third fastest overall after lap number 1. He's obviously going to be making his way through this field, so probably losing a little bit of time every time he has to make a pass. But if he finds some clean air, look out, because what can Craig Lowndes do with his final lap here for Saturday's running at the Loveday 400? We'll see where Lowndes settles in. Lowndes with a 27.08. He is now faster than Logan Gill. So Lowndes going faster and faster and faster throughout this weekend. Starting to make some moves through the side-by-side field.
Yeah, obviously gaining confidence in that side-by-side. He ran it mid-corner in this corner just to our left of the commentary box. That's no good. The 639 looks like it's peeled off.
Yeah, Jamie Harrison coming into the pits here.
But yeah, he ran mid-corner, which can be quite treacherous because if it bikes up, it'll go onto its side quite quickly. And yeah, he's got a lot of confidence in that car by the looks.
Well, 27.08 is 1 second faster than Andrew Commons' fastest lap time, 27.09. So I reckon, looking at that, Lowndes has just set the fastest time of this heat. Logan Gill, 27.27, 19 seconds slower than Lowndes. Of course, we know Lowndes can drive very, very well. So we shouldn't be that surprised, should we? As Gardner.
Well, you don't get handed the keys to a V8 supercar.
That's
you
it.
Can't drive.
Oh, very true. So your fastest cars at the moment, Commons from Lowndes and Gill. Lowndes with the fastest lap time, but second overall after the 2 laps for this heat. Tyson Garver in 4th. He's sort of sneaking his way through to the front of this pack as well. Flying under the radar, Luke Hersig 5th, Taylor in 6th, Gaskin 7th, Burt in 8th, Galash 9th, and Matt Deck 10th of those cars to complete the 2 laps at the moment. So a few cars that are yet to complete their second lap. Jeff Brennan, Adam Spicer, Jody Waitley, Rob Knight, Clay Agnew, Jack Livingston, who's on the screen now. Paul Tuck-Lee, of course. And Jamie Harrison rejoins the track.
The shadows are getting long out there. The whoops are getting deeper. I think a lot of these guys will be, guys and girls for that matter, will be happy to put this last lap to bed and regroup for tomorrow.
Oh, it's a lot of racing, isn't it? It is a long way. 200 Ks. Of course, it is spread out across the day for all of our competitors here. Doing this section earlier this morning, and then once again as we speak out there, but the track just getting rougher and rougher and rougher. And this is probably the hardest and fastest bit of track at the moment, is that section coming back down in front of the tavern there, as that's Danielle Foote in the 635. Rob Knight on screen as well. There's Foote across the line. Taking the tight line in for this corner in front of the commentary box here. I think the competitors who have taken that high line on the berm have proven to be faster all weekend, and also they're having a lot less issues as they negotiate this corner, especially in their side-by-side class here this weekend.
Let's see what Rob Knight can do this time around.
Takes the tight line.
Your man Jack Livingston on screen.
Yeah, it was Livingston.
Adam Spicer in the pro buggy. Cole Reid seems way down the order.
Yeah, he lost a lot of time on his first lap, a 39.55, so he's fallen way off the where he should be in the pecking order, as has Danielle Foote, I believe, had was it a slow first lap time by Foote? Yeah, she went 8 minutes faster on her second lap. So Danielle Foote and Cole Reid having a slow lap one, nursing some problems out there or rectifying some issues out on the track.
So Jack Livingston, Kyle Reid, and looks like Adam Spicer have just been past the timing point.
Yeah, Reid with a 30.23, so he's gone almost 9 minutes faster on that second lap. So both himself and Danielle Foote having much cleaner second laps. So Jeff Brennan must be having some sort of issue out there on the track. He was due back in by now. Of course, David Hall, we know, had that issue. His first lap time was 1 hour 5.
Jesse Mandarick, hope I got that right there, Cam. Rails the berm quite nicely. That is definitely the line, a little bit higher up that berm, railing it. Real nice. And great to see another competitor piloting a Polaris out there.
You like the Polaris, don't you?
Yeah, we've got a Polaris back home. It's quite a competitive car, but it does need some repairs.
Paul Tuck-Lee, one of our single-seat competitors, doing both the driving and navigating duties in the one car.
Paul Tuckley in the larger car there. Keeps it tight through that last corner, Cam, on screen. Look at that. Always neat as a pin. Mudgee Cranes, Yokohama. Paul Tuckley.
I've just seen Logan Gill out the commentary box window here, flying back down the that hard-packed straight, making his way back towards the tavern very, very shortly. Can he answer the question that was asked by Craig Lowndes. So Lowndes with a 27.08. He's got the fastest lap. Oh, excuse me, I'm wrong there. No, I'm right. Sorry, Russ. Sorry, folks. 27.08 is the fastest lap of this heat. I got confused there. Can Logan Gill go faster? The benefit of no one out in front of him. I don't think he's had to do a lot of passing on this lap. But of course, this track is getting rougher and rougher. Do you know much about Logan Gill in the 644?
No, he's a relative rookie. Very talented though, very quick. I think he'd be the best part of 18 or 19 years old.
Which is a very impressive drive.
Yeah, absolutely. As a junior, you know, when he was underage as such, he couldn't compete in the long course events, the full part of the long course event. He could only do multi-club, and he just really, put down some pretty rapid times. So, yeah, there you go, Logan Gill in the house.
And Logan Gill with a 27.24 goes 3 seconds faster than his previous lap time. Still not close to the 27.08 set by Craig Lowndes, but a good day's racing nonetheless for Logan Gill in the 644. I'm sure they'll be happy with the result they've been able to put together through Section 1 and Section 2 here as Chelsea Gwynn makes her way back towards us now in the 244. I reckon we're going to have a lot of tired competitors at the end of today negotiating this track. This is the 659. Warren Ward. So, Russ, what do you reckon the Navigators are really focusing on right now? Trying to keep the drivers in the game, make sure they're staying at their top level, make sure they're not making too many errors out there?
Absolutely. I think, like most of my navigators, in fact, all my navigators used to, we'd pick a point in recce and say, right, from here on in, we've got to really concentrate, and that would be at the back end of the lap. So we'd get sort of, like at Fink, it was like 15 Ks out from Fink and 15 Ks out from Alice Springs. Jeremy started to, wake up, look alive, we've got 15 Ks to go, concentrate, this is where we're going to make mistakes, we're tired, we're worn out. The Ward entry, the 659, negotiates a boom. Yeah, so I think at the back end of the laps when you really got to have a G up from the navigator to switch you back on, because that's where you can start doing some goofball things, Yeah,
and it's very easy to make an error, especially with the way the track's turning out for us. Here you can see Brett Taylor. And these whoops, you can see how inconsistent they are as well throughout this lap with spacing and depth.
Well, they're long, so he's not really getting up on top of them. He's sort of in and out of them. Tom Stevens goes by for his last lap. Great shot of Luke Ursig. Jeez, he can drive. Can't he drive?
He can.
Isn't he so much better than his dad, Ben? Better looking. Didn't get his looks from his dad, that's for sure, or his brains.
Well, I'll tell you what, Luke can certainly drive, but I'll give Ben some credit here. I've watched him in his day. He can drive too.
What, about 40 years ago?
It was a while ago. But no, the Ursig, the whole family, very, very good at what they do. And, I mean, could you argue that Luke got some of his driving skill from Ben or none at all?
Oh, I don't know, mate. I went to Mexico with Ben, had to help him cross the road, so... There was a bit of a joke. Why did Ben cross the road? Because someone helped him.
Chelsea Gwynn in the 244. Saw this car a couple of weeks ago at Waikerie.
That's a neat car, mate. I'm really impressed with the Class 2s you've got over here. Or at this event anyway. This car's out of the Northern Territory, is it not?
I believe so, yeah. Or at least close to the NT.
And what is it? Formerly a beam car that's got a suicide front end grafted on it?
Well, if you have a look at the rear of that car, it looks like a Southern Cross, almost like a Mark IV rear of the car. And I reckon it's just been modified, and I think the cab looks a little bit taller and wider, and the A-arm front. I could be wrong, but looking at the rear of that car, it looks really old-school Southern Cross. I reckon they've done a lot of work to that car, and it's actually come up really nice, really neat. There's a lot of cars that you see that get adapted or modified, and they sort of, you can still see the, I don't know, it's got the modified feel of not quite being a complete package.
Yep.
But they've done a really good job of that car to turn it into what it is.
Well, there's a truck with some nice pedigree, the Taylor 431. Yeah, some of those beam cars that converted to A-arm, they look like they've been at Frankenstein Engineering. They look pretty average, some of them. But there it is, you know, horses for courses and budgets, etc. The beauty of off-road racing is you don't have to race a given thing. You can modify and make your own race car, and I think that's part of the beauty of the sport.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's very different to a one-make series, of course. Steve Dennis across the line now as Josh Chapman comes back in towards us. Getting a bit busier here as we see a couple of cars out in the distance there as well. Who's that? Is that Tyson Garver on the back of Josh Gaskin? Making the pass on Gaskin.
Or is that the deck entry with Gaskin? No, Tyson Garver and Gaskin. Josh Chapman, the 282 rails to burn.
There's still a lap to go for Chapman in 282. I reckon this will be the end of the Saturday's running for Garver and Gaskin. Garver really put in a great performance there. Where did he start on our list there, Russ? He would down the order a little bit. As Gardner's gone around here on the screen.
Is he beached? I reckon he'll get out of that.
He should get out of that, I reckon, but just trying to fire the car up. But does look pretty buried on the back there.
Yeah, Tyson Garver, I reckon he was about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
I reckon the drone's pretty game going down low in front of the car there.
Started about 13th by the looks, did Tyson.
Well, starting 13th and on corrected time, he sits in here at, wait for the timing to update, second at the moment. So a really good drive from Garver to put himself in the position to be second at the moment as recovery heads out to Adrian Gardner there. So it looked like he spun out and he just might be sort of stranded there. He can't get the car fired up, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I wonder if the motor seats locked the rear end up. Because he's gone in there backwards almost, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he's sort of got the left rear right over that ledge. It's in a nasty little spot there. If you look at that left rear, you would think he'd be able to drive out of that position, though. Anyway, in the meantime, Nick Burt. There's Chapman as well. Tell you what, for all the competitors, we're talking about how it's rough. He is going to feel every single bounce in that car with how short it is. So Gardner looks like he's getting out of the car now. This looks like it might be Matt Deck on screen now. So as Matt Deck winds his way and tackles the last few corners here at Loveday, Adrian Gardner is out of the car awaiting recovery. We'll just see if we can get this track map to come up. Hopefully it doesn't cover... Oh, there you go. Track map.
Matt Deck's about to clock off for the afternoon.
Yeah. Just trying to see if Lowndes is still moving there. So Lowndes shouldn't be too far away. He's been the fastest car in this heat. So Matty Deck across the line. There's Brenton Galash as well in car 60. Bit of a battle between Galash and Deck throughout this heat. Nice smooth jump for Galash to complete today's running. And Burt is going to go around. Caught on the footage. A few of our trucks have had a bit of a spin out there this weekend. Of course, Gallard and Waitley went around in the prologue. But Nick Burt joins the list of competitors to do a 360 out on the track. I know you said yesterday, Russ, that if you're going to do it in front of the crowd, but I reckon if I'm the driver, I want to do it where there's no one watching.
Nah, no embarrassment in looping it, mate.
I suppose it depends how many times you loop it in the same corner, though. You go once maybe, that's okay. 4 or 5 times in the same corner over a weekend, I reckon you need to start changing the line you're taking through there. But all of our competitors who've spun, I think, have only spun once, so here's Battersby. So far with this heat and this section, Logan Gill is the fastest competitor from Tyson Garver. Luke Ursig settles into 3rd place with Brett Taylor in 4th. Josh Gaskin 5th fastest, but we still wait for the Lowndes entry, the 6:1:21, who has set the fastest lap of the heat. Of course, Commons was right up the front there before coming into the pits with an issue.
Look at that. Silky smooth ride quality out of that 76 Series 701 Land Cruiser. Just soaking all the bumps up. Parker across the line begins his 3rd and final lap of the section. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't actually mind seeing a camera in this car. I want to see how rough it is out there on the track in a car like this. Mate, it would be insane, I think.
There'd be a lot of ups and downs. You'd be looking at the sky, then the ground, and the sky, and the ground. All those whoops.
we do handicap Gundy, he becomes the squeaker.
It's the Battersby entry. 10.66.
Are they on their second lap? Or was this their last lap?
I reckon they'll be on their last lap. Yeah, last lap for Tyson Battersby. His second lap of the day was a 29.56. That was his fastest, or second lap of the section, I should say. So coming in to complete the lap, I reckon they're going a little bit slower than the Battersbys normally operate. Having said that, right at the end of the day's running, no point in making any mistakes. Get right through to the end. And get the opportunity to tick another box throughout the weekend. Get through Saturday's racing. Complete Section 2. So Battersby across the line. And will make his way into the pits. And here is the man, the fastest driver on the track throughout this heat. It's the 6.121 of Craig Lowndes. Oh, and oh no. Lowndes is joining the list of cars to do a bit of a 360 out there. That is that same corner too. All of our cars getting caught up with this same corner in front of the tavern here. So Lowndes going for a bit of a spin. There's Dave Hall. He's going to continue on to complete his second lap and join the rest of the field on their final lap. So even with a spin, what can Lowndes put together for us here? The Gardner's back underway as well. So losing a bit of time there with that spin, and I reckon they must have just been stuck out there on the track. So Lowndes across the line now. We'll look for the lap time for Craig Lowndes, a 27.37. So Logan Gill is the fastest in this heat. Total time 1:22.30, with Lowndes 11 seconds behind a 1:22.41. So a really good drive from both Gill and Lowndes, but Logan Gill coming out on top in that side-by-side battle. Here's Clinton Shunke on screen now. The 427 truck. We chase the blue flashing lights of the Extreme two-wheel drive. There's Benjamin Ward in the 6.165. Now he started behind Darren Oliver. And of course he was catching Darren, but Darren's nowhere to be seen at the moment. There's Shunke over the final jump to complete his lap as well. So all our crews completing this heat, completing this lap, and a lot of work to do in the pits tonight. What sort of work's going to get done on all of these cars tonight, Russ?
Well, I can tell you right now, Kane Knowles will be over at the bar buying everyone a drink to celebrate his 21st. Yeah, look, interesting. You say, what are they going to be doing? I think like a triage, to see what's wrong with the car. There'll be stuff on there that's worn that doesn't need attention, but there'll certainly be some items that are in desperate need of help. Like I said, speaking of the Commons guys, they actually set their rock arms tonight, which I found quite interesting, but that's part of their engine program, and their War Speed engine program is a thing. It's where they want the rockers checked, so catch any big failures before they happen. Oh, look, generally they go over the car, perhaps an air filter skin if they feel it needs it, fill them up. Tyre pressures, perhaps some of the bigger teams will change tyres. The lesser teams will certainly go right over the tyres and make sure there's no sticks embedded in the tyres that are going to...
Yeah, slow leaks overnight.
Form a slow leak overnight when they wake up in the morning and tyres flat.
Yeah, they'll all be running the spanners over all the suspension components.
Bit of a nut and bolt check.
Or even crack checks. Checking through the major suspension components and mounting points.
All the shock mounting points, trailing arm mounting points, A-arm mounting points, they generally go over them, wipe them down and have a good look, wipe the dust off and see if there's a crack there. All that preventative stuff is what finishes races, so...
Well, we know in off-road it could be one simple thing that puts you out of the weekend. One heim joint not correctly checked and replaced. Could be a real simple part that puts you out of the weekend's running. And it doesn't matter how many times you've checked it in the shed on the lead up to the race, you've just done 200 kilometres, so lots can have changed.
Yeah, and you get to know the car too. Like on our patrol, we always used to check the thickness of the rear brake pads, because if the rear brake pads get too thin, they can come out. They can fall out between the disc and sort of the cradle of the brake caliper. And always check the caliper bolts, because for whatever reason on patrols, every now and then you'd find one of them loose, which is kind of weird.
How did you learn that the brake pads fall out?
Oh, we did a lot of winch competitions in our younger days where the brakes are, immersed in slurry and horrible shit, so they wear out real quick. And yeah, we've had them get too thin and fall out on us. So
you learnt it the hard way.
Learnt that the hard way. Yep. Yeah, pretty old school sliding caliper arrangement on a patrol. So always keep the rear brake pads up to it so they don't fall out. Of course, you don't get a lot of braking from the rear of a patrol, but when the brake pads fall out, you end up with an almighty long pedal. Adam Spicer on screen.
This is a very nice car, Adam Spicer's.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great little jigger. It's in with the Commons camp, so there's a connection there somewhere. Now there's a man that I feel like has not performed at the level he would like to, and that's Kyle Reid.
Yeah, well, that first lap time was quite a lot slower than his second. So he's fallen down the order, but it'll be interesting to see what his third lap time of the day is, or of the section is, because I reckon he might have fallen off the pace a little bit more there. Might have an issue there trying to come to terms with in the car. There's Jack Livingston as well. A 6.138. Of course, we were talking before about the variety of cars that you can run in this competition, and you got your different classes of buggies with your pro buggies and your pro lights. Your naturally aspirated 3.5 litres being the pro lights, and of course you've got your side-by-sides. There's the Heaslip entry on the back of a tow rope I just saw in the background of the shot there, the Danielle Foote car in the foreground. So it looks like Heaslip's being towed back in. Unsure what the issue might be there for Si Heaslip. Moving through, you've got the trophy trucks, and relatively new, I suppose, to the Australian off-road scene with the all-wheel drive trucks, but they've come to dominate the Australian off-road racing scene. Of course, your two-wheel drive trucks as well. If you had the choice, Russ, what would you get? Two-wheel drive or all-wheel drive truck?
I've got to ask this question at Fink. I'd probably put a second story on the house. Had the money to afford one. No, look, I think... I actually think I would go for a two-wheel drive truck. They're simpler, easy to maintain. Obviously, there's an advantage in the four-wheel drive truck. But I think if you... You know, look, I suppose if money was no object and you could maintain the four-wheel drive truck, of course you would, but... There again, if I had that much money, would I be buying a Mason truck or a Geyser truck? Don't know. I might be ringing Kitchen Solutions in Bibra Lake, West Australia, and saying, put a second bathroom and a kitchen upstairs on my house. And they'd probably respond with, you don't have two stories. What are you talking about? Well, I do now.
Yeah. The Spicer on screen is Rob Knight has come across the line just before as Daniel Foote as well.
Did you like that answer, Cam?
I do like that answer. It's hard to know if you don't have the money, though, isn't it, what you do?
Yeah.
So there is Spicer on screen now. Nice car, well-built car.
I reckon if I ever wanted to drive one, I'd just go up to Bo and say, Bo, can I have a drive?
What do you reckon he'd say?
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm coming with you.
So there's Kyle Reid. We mentioned before that he's normally a little bit further up the field than he is here at the moment. A slow lap number 1 today. 39.55 on the first lap of this heat.
Yeah, that's not Kyle Reid. That must be a different Kyle Reid.
I'll see what he's been able to achieve with that final lap there, yeah. So a 39.55 on lap 1, and then a 30.23 lap 2, and a 30.24 on lap number 3 there. So he is going a lot faster than his first lap of this heat. So an issue on lap number 1 for the heat for Kyle Reid. As meant he's fallen down our order here, but Jake Livingston in 6.138 over the last couple of jumps here at the Loveday 400. And we'll have a look at our map here to see who is still out on the circuit. We can see the 282 of Chapman out there, the 244 of Gwynn, David Hall in the 134, still mobile. Still a few cars out on the track. I didn't see the 445 of Michael Parham.
No, I think he dropped off the radar quite early. I didn't notice when, but now that you've mentioned it, in hindsight, he hasn't been triggering any of the timing of recent. Looks like we've got the Manurick entry on screen, the 6169.
So while Jesse Mandrick comes through, I'm going to move over to our overall times here and see where the fastest car from this heat find themselves. So, of course, Logan Gill, fastest in the heat overall, puts him into 13th place. So that's a really good drive to be from this heat here into 13th overall. He's probably going to put him in the top heat for tomorrow if they are regrouping these cars. Luke Hersig into 15th on this list here as well, with a really good effort. So the 660 of Toby Stevens. Now he has completed 1 lap, so this will be the end of his 2nd lap.
And he will be embarking on his 3rd lap. He might need those lights there.
Paul Tuck Lee not too far behind as well. Well, yeah, I reckon you might be right there, Russ. It is getting pretty dark out there, so Toby Stevens may well need the use of the lights out on the circuit. Of course, those light bars are really, really good at piercing through the dark. So Paul Tuck Lee over the line now as well. A job well done from Paul Tuck Lee. Buys his ticket into the dance tomorrow.
And effectively, that's all today really was.
Yeah, it's still a long day of racing tomorrow. There's another 200 kilometres to go for our AORC competitors tomorrow. And it's the old saying, isn't it? You can't win the race on the first corner, but you can lose it. And the same here at Loveday. You can't win the race on day 1, but you can lose it. So Paul Tuck Lee finds himself in the fight tomorrow. So I've still got a few cars out on the track here as we look at the pits, and all our crews about to get ready to go to work as they come through. As the sweep car takes off now as well. We're talking about rough rides. That sweep car's going to have a rough ride, isn't he? Probably saw the track before the start of the weekend, and he's going to get a good look at it after Saturday's running.
Has the sweep stopped already?
He had stopped there for a bit. All right, so you can see the moving cars out there at the moment. We've got the 606, the Stevens entry, the 244 of Gwyn. Now, of course, the 644 is on that screen there, but they are in the pits. That is the Logan Gill entry, as is Nick Burt. So still a few cars out there and a couple of cars that look like they're on the track, but they're not. They're in the pits. You can see the Stevens entry, the other side of the pits there, just on the right-hand side of screen. We've got a car coming to a stop here as well. Back up and running.
You couldn't catch on screen who that was?
I reckon it looks like one of the Stevens cars, but it's a bit hard to see from the distance here. I assume based on where it was, it'd be Tom Stevens, if it is in fact the Stevens car. So while we're waiting for our competitors to complete their final lap here just a quick mention of the overall positioning. But Boston Morgan Horan leads the event outright from Beau Robinson, with Toddy Lehman in third. Dale Martin sits in fourth, with Nick Hicks in fifth. Nick Commons in sixth place, with Glenn Ackroyd in seventh. Kane Jones settles into eighth, with Lockie Bailey in ninth, and Adam Trewella in 10th. So, of course, Boston Morgan Horan leading the extreme four-wheel drive class. Toddy Lehman, the leader of your pro buggy competitors. Nick Commons leads the extreme two-wheel drive class and is right in the fight for that extreme two-wheel drive Australian trophy that'll be handed out here at the completion of the Loveday 400. Glenn Ackroyd, best of the side-by-side competitors. And what a battle that was today between Ackroyd, Jones and Bailey. And that's going to resume. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow. Ben Falk, who we've been riding on board with all day, leader of the Pro Light class. Luke Urseg finds himself at the front of the Sports Light competitors. Of course, Josh Gaskin, also a Sports Light competitor, putting in a good day's work. Michael Shipton leading the Performance two-wheel drive class. Also, unfortunately for Dennis de Brenny, unable to complete today's running. Got bogged out there on the track. As the 6:06 of Tom Stevens now in view. As is the 6:59 of Warren Ward. So again, looking at our class competitors, the Super 1650s still doing battle. Darren Oliver led that class. We have a look through the field here. Still yet to complete his third lap. Unsure what the situation is there. But of course, Chelsea Gwynn doing a great job out there in her Super 1650. As one of the Stevens entries, Tom Stevens across the line in 6:06 to complete his third and final lap here of Saturday's run at the Loveday 400. Not too far behind is Warren Ward in 6:59.
So just while we've got a lull, hang on a shit. While we've got a lull in proceedings, Cam, would you like to rattle off some sponsors for us?
Absolutely.
You do it so well.
Well, it's a massive thank you to all of our sponsors who come on board to support the weekend and support the event. Of course, Loveday 4x4 Park, the 4x4 Adventure Park, putting on a great show for us here once again. And like I've been saying, you don't have to come here to watch the Loveday 400, although we'd like you to. You can just come here throughout the year. They've got plenty of camping options for you available here at the park. You can go on a hot lap and you can feel like you're part of the Loveday 400 action, sitting alongside one of their very accomplished drivers in the Can-Ams. The Barossa Auto Group, who've come on board as a sponsor here once again this year. And I did have a look at that Beetle down there before, Russ. They've got the Volkswagen Beetle on display out in front of their group of cars there, so make sure you get down and have a chat to the guys at the Barossa Auto Group and have a look at some of the cars that they've got on display down there. Our series sponsors, big thank you to Comiskey Mining Services, sponsoring the championship this year. And of course, Brett Comiskey unable to be here in his truck this weekend, but we want to say a massive thank you to the Comiskey team who are supporting this series and all these events throughout the 2026 season. Nixon Excavations. We've been mentioning it throughout the weekend as well. They've been on the side of the Ben Nixon side by side, and Ben Nixon doing a great job throughout this weekend. So a massive thank you to the Nixon team for coming on board and sponsoring the event once again. Now, this is the one that is interesting. A lot of our crowd down here, the kick-ass jump out there. If you want to get the limo ride for tomorrow, $30 will get you a limo ride out to the kick-ass bar, and you can go and watch these cars tackle the super jump that Toby Waitley had a bit of a moment there earlier we saw. So you get out there and ride in amongst the action. Of course, we'd like to thank the Mount Moriarty Country Pub, the Foot family, for sponsoring the event again this year and also the state championship for South Australia. Of course, we couldn't go racing and put together an event like we do without the help and support of all of our sponsors. Move Yourself. The Cowies didn't have the day they were looking for today, but always supporting the sport and trying to grow the sport to the next level. So once again, a massive thank you to the Move Yourself team and the Cowies, who always do a fantastic job. Now, I reckon you can read this one off, Russ.
Well, West Lime, the best lime, the Commons boys. Now, they don't grow limes, they don't grow lemons. They do agricultural lime spread, earth moving and quarry work as part of their deal. So, yeah, apologies if I trick you there, Cam.
No, I actually was thinking...
I played the same trick on Toby Cooper.
I was actually thinking when you were reading out, I thought, I reckon I've looked at this before and it's not limes. It's limestone.
Yeah, it's lime ag spread. They spread the lime on the paddocks to do something. I don't know what it does. Better yield for the crop or treats the dirt or whatever. But anyway, they know their game. So if you need lime and you're into agriculture, I think it's in the Orange area. And there you man, Orange Parks area in New South Wales. West Lime, the best lime.
And I got handed a list before of our state championship sponsors I need to read out and give a bit of love to. Of course, we can't go racing without all of our series sponsors. So Mount Moriarty Hotel, our naming rights sponsor. Our silver sponsors, Cabinet Systems, Loveday Adventure Park, Jetworks, Move Yourself Trailers, Perry's Fuels. Our bronze sponsors, Mini Pave, A&B Mechanical, Clover Hills Farms, RG Haulage. Our supporters, SBH Engineering, TKW Farming, Leading Edge Retaining Walls, Wendy's Bookkeeping, Bridge Campers and 4x4, 5-point Motorsport Suspension Systems, Thrive Mobility, and of course our product sponsor, who is down there in the tent there, the Total Tools tent. They're coming to all of our state championships events throughout this year's racing. So if you need to get some tools, you can order some tools through Total Tools, and you can pick it up at your next state championship round.
And who would you like to thank, Cam?
Well, I'd like to thank everyone who's put the event on, all the volunteers, all the officials here, the recovery crews who've done a fantastic job all weekend. I'd like to thank the production team who've done a fantastic job of allowing us to watch all of this awesome footage on the screens here. And look at that for a view. I'd like to thank the Waitley family for allowing us to run on this property once again. And of course, the team at offroadracing.com.au who've helped us put all this together. There's so many people to thank, so many supporters who come on board to make sure we can go racing here year on year. Probably the medical team as well, Russ. The medical team deserves a shout out. Always doing a good job if there's a rollover on the track. So we look here, we've got the 701. There's Hank Parker, still moving. The 134 of David Hall down the bottom right of the screen. So you can see David Hall on our track map coming back in towards us, as is Hank Parker. There he is there, the 134. Not the day they would have been hoping for, the Hall entry. A 1 hour long first lap of the day, or first lap of the heat, I should say.
Are they a local pairing at 134?
Yeah, South Australians.
They normally go pretty good?
Yeah, very, very good. David Hall is he's a really nice guy and he's a really fast driver. He's
just had a wretched day today.
Yeah, just not the day they would have been hoping for. And usually at a local round at least, he's always up the front, always right up the front, and challenging the pro buggies at the local races in this pro light. Used to be a beam car. This is one of those cars that's been converted to an A-arm package.
It's got a nice stance for a converted car.
Now the work being done by none other than Luke Ursig from Ursig
Nice.
Custom Engineering.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that car originally would have had a very similar front end to the black Beetle over there. I believe that Beetle is a beam car, not a McPherson strut Beetle. So essentially it's been converted from a Beetle style front end from the 60s into a more modern A-arm front end by Luke Ursig Engineering. Yeah, well, Luke's done a fine job of that car, converting it, because as we alluded to before, sometimes when they convert those beam cars to A-arm front ends, they look a little bit goofball. But that certainly has a nice profile to it.
Yeah, it was always a really nice beam car, and it's just always maintained being a very nice looking car. And Dave's had it for many years now. He's run really well in that car in the past. I've seen him right up the front of a couple of races in South Australia where he probably deserved to win them, but unfortunately coming unstuck with simple things like little flat tyres at the wrong time, losing probably 4 or 5 minutes, and always in races where it's really tight at the front. He doesn't have that time to give up. So
Hank Parker getting the job done. He's not too far away from roaring up that long straight. He's over the back of the complex at the moment, over near the camp area, down the hill a bit.
So how cool is that for a shot?
And Hank Parker's moving along quite nicely on screen, so nothing wrong with the pace that Hank's setting. It's just that this track is arduous for a car like that. So you often hear people say, God, that car was slow. Well, I'd like to see you get out there in your standard Land Cruiser and do this, or your Hilux, or your Ranger, whatever it is.
I think there's a lot of people that probably underestimate the skill level that it takes to actually operate a car at this level as well. They might say that, oh God, this car's slow, but he knows how to drive this car.
Absolutely, and if you've ever met Hank Parker, he cuts a fine figure. He's a man that spends a hell of a lot of time on nutrition and a hell of a lot of time in the gym. So Hank Parker is an elite athlete when it comes to Class 7. Just like us guys in the traditional Class 8s in the patrols and Land Cruisers, we all look out for our swamp bodies. He's probably on the diet of a dancer, fish and salad, and that's about all. The car works quite well through there, Cam. Quite impressed with that.
Yeah, just smooth, carrying momentum. Nothing too untoward. You see he's reading the terrain, just trying to maintain the pace.
Just look at those long whoops. Long whoops. So the whole car fits into them. And then bucks out of the odd one. I did say bucks. Of course, we'd like to see the Barossa Auto Group enter some form of Class 7. They've got plenty of brand names there. Cherry, V-Dub, Ford.
Oh, why don't we just go old school? Get the Baja out.
Get the Baja bug out.
See the VW Baja out on the track. Maybe that's next year's job. The Barossa Automotive VW Baja. They've got 12 months to build it.
There's a challenge for the Barossa Auto Group.
You can see the difference when they hit the hard ground. Flying away from the tavern before they turn back for the final time today.
Love to put a speed camera on that straight.
I think if you ask Tony, he'll tell you how quick most of the cars are going down there.
Yeah, but a speed camera that, what's the word for it? I'm an old man, like teleports? No, it's not teleport. Telegraphs?
I mean, you're asking the wrong person. I'm the worst with technology.
A speed camera that sends a telegram back.
Basically, we want to see the speeds in here at the commentary box.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be interesting, that.
Morse code.
So it's watching all this action throughout the weekend, Russ, and all this amazing footage we've been able to see. Make you want to go racing here again yourself?
I'll definitely like to come back to Loveday. I think it's a great event. As we watch Hank Parker weave his magic. The twilight. All the way from Queensland, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Parker. Hank Parker in what essentially is a standard 76 Series Land Cruiser, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Hank Parker. He's battled away all day. Could do with a bit of encouragement as he crosses the line. Made the journey from Queensland. Well done, Hank. God, the applause is deafening.
Well, his second lap time of the day was a 39.42. Let's see what time he can do for us here. 39.16. So he's gone faster than his second lap time on the final lap. And I reckon if we have a look at the track map here, we should have, if I'm not mistaken, one car left on the track, which will be the 660 of the Stevens. So Parker makes his way into the pits, ready for his the work they'll do to the car overnight. So we've got one car left out on the track at the moment. Toby Stevens in 660. Should say two cars. We've got the sweep car out there as well. Of course, making their way around the track. And look at all the spectators we've got camping out the back here. What a fantastic sight that is. All these spectators, four-wheel drive fans, off-road racing fans have made the journey here to the Loveday 4x4 Park for what's been another great day's racing here at the Loveday 400.
So perhaps we can bring that track map up and have a look where Toby Stevens actually is.
So the 660 there, middle of the screen. Looks like he's still got a half a lap to go almost. If I'm on the right, if I can see him on the right part of this track. There's still a fair way out is Stevens.
Geez, he's over in that heavily treed area. It'd be quite dark in there amongst the trees.
Very dark in the trees. We're making the most of that light bar on the car, that's for sure. Look at all the tracks here at Loveday that they use for the four-wheel drive. And the racetrack, of course, here as well. We've still got cars rolling in off the road too. Spectators coming in, getting ready for tomorrow's action. Of course, we are going to do this all again. Tomorrow morning, we kick it off with another 3 laps here at the Loveday 400 before our AORC competitors will tackle this track for a final 2 times tomorrow afternoon. And we will crown the winner of the Loveday 400 for 2026.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
Alrighty, race fans. Well, what a fantastic day of racing we've had here at the Loveday 400 for 2026. Boston Morgan Horan leads the event over Beau Robinson and Toddy Lehman. We are back here tomorrow, bright and early. We go racing here once again at Loveday. Make sure you get out here. Make sure you're watching the live feed, because tomorrow we crown the winner of the Loveday 400. We'll see you then.
Wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.